Chapter 868. I am the prince of the broken dynasty, you can't kill me, Duan Tianchen roared crazily. Boom. But it couldn't stop the 10,000 beast spirit fire from hitting him. In an instant, Duan Tianchen turned into a fireball. Dog, I, the broken dynasty, will not let you go. Duan Tianchen let out a painful roar, but his voice became smaller, and gradually lost his vitality. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 4th Order demon venerable powerhouse, congratulations to the host for gaining 70,000 experience point. After killing Duan Tianchen, Yi Hao stood in place, waiting for Sun Shangxiang to return. Oh, this is a token. Yi Hao walked to the ground and picked up a dark gold token. This is Duan Tianchen's identity token. Yi Hao looked at the token in his hand and found that it was Duan Tianchen's prince token. Yi Hao wanted to throw it away directly, but then thought about it and put it back in the system space. After waiting for a while, Sun Shangxiang finally returned, but his face was not very good. This subordinate is back, please punish me, Sun Shangxiang said directly on the ground. What's wrong? Yi Hao frowned and asked Sun Shangxiang. This subordinate is incompetent, I only cut off one of that person's shoulders and let him escape. Sun Shangxiang said with a guilty face. What? He actually escaped? Yi Hao didn't expect that Sun Shangxiang didn't kill him. And he killed Duan Tianchen. When the middle-aged demon venerable returned to the broken dynasty, he would inevitably launch a crazy revenge. But thinking about it carefully, Yi Hao didn't care. After all, the person had already been killed, and it was useless to worry about it. It's better to improve your strength as soon as possible. Yi Hao looked at Sun Shangxiang, who was kneeling on the ground. Get up. Thank you, master, for not punishing me. Sun Shangxiang immediately thanked. Who said you won't be punished? Yi Hao looked at Sun Shangxiang. Sun Shangxiang was obviously stunned and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. I'll punish you. You have to find 30 demon lord level demonic beasts within a month. Yi Hao said to Sun Shangxiang. According to his calculations, if he could kill 30 demon sovereigns, it would be enough for him to raise his cultivation by 1 level. As for 30 demon exalts, that wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. After all, demonic beasts that had reached the level of demon venerables all had their own domains and were widely distributed. It would not be easy to find them. However, in front of Sun Shangxiang, who was the demon emperor, it was really not a problem. Sun Shangxiang is willing to be punished. Sun Shangxiang immediately laughed when she heard Yi Hao's punishment. You go and catch the demonic beasts first. Yi Hao said to Sun Shangxiang. Then, he found a big tree and sat down cross-legged. Yi Hao took out a spirit coin and started to draw out the spiritual energy in the spirit coin. After 3 days, Yi Hao couldn't help but throw away the spirit coin in his hand because there was no longer a trace of spiritual energy in the spirit coin. The spiritual energy in the spirit coin was naturally drawn out by him. Speaking of the results of these 3 days, to Yi Hao, it was really not small. Originally, he wanted to draw out the spiritual energy from the spirit coin, but it was very difficult and impossible. Now, he could easily draw out the spiritual energy from the spirit coin. However, although he could draw out the spiritual energy from the spirit coin, he had been unable to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit coin into his body. It seemed that the spiritual energy was very difficult to control, or it could be said that his strength was simply not enough. This was because once the spiritual energy was drawn out of the spirit coin, it would immediately go out of control and dissipate into the air. This made Yi Hao very distressed. However, he had already tried dozens of times in a row, but it was still the same. In the past few days, Sun Shangxiang had already sent back 4 or 5 demonic beasts at the demon venerable level. And these demonic beasts were naturally killed by him and turned into experience points. I don't believe it. Yi Hao didn't believe in heresy. He took out another spirit coin and continued to draw out the spiritual energy. Yi Hao skillfully drew out the spiritual energy from the spirit coin. Yi Hao could sense a strong power from the spiritual energy. However, as soon as the spiritual energy was drawn out, it immediately dissipated like ice cubes thrown into hot water. Again, Yi Hao didn't get tired and repeated his current actions. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. One had to know that even a demon venerable expert couldn't draw out the spiritual energy from the spirit coin, let alone Yi Hao, the demon emperor. Only a devil emperor level powerhouse could do this. There were also many demon emperor experts who couldn't do it as skillfully as Yi Hao. Sun Shangxiang came back with a huge demonic beast. Compared to Sun Shangxiang was as small as an ant. However, in front of Sun Shangxiang's powerful strength, the demonic beast didn't dare to move at all. Sun Shangxiang looked at the abandoned spirit coins on the ground and couldn't help but admire Yi Hao. After all, as a demon emperor, she knew very well that it was impossible to draw out the spiritual energy from the spirit coin unless one was a demon emperor. However, Yi Hao could do it. "My lord, the demonic beast has been caught," Sun Shangxiang said to Yi Hao. It took a long time this time. Yi Hao threw down the spirit coin in his hand and looked at Sun Shangxiang. "My lord, there are fewer and fewer demon venerables nearby. We should change locations," Sun Shangxiang said to Yi Hao. "All right." Yi Hao nodded when he heard Sun Shangxiang's words. In Baimuden's tavern in Qingshui town, a group of men in black barged into the tavern. Zhong Lei shouted, "Boss, get out here." "Yo, what kind of wind is this? It brought all of you out." Baimuden walked down the stairs. When the group of men in black saw Baimuden, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Let me ask you, have you seen this person before?" Zhong Lei took out a portrait and threw it in front of Baimuden. At first, Baimuden's face was still blank. However, when he saw that it was Yi Hao in the portrait, his expression changed. "What? Do you know him?" Zhong Lei's eyes were sharp. When he asked Baimuden earlier, his gaze was always on Baimuden. Baimuden saw Zhong Lei and the rest and knew that they didn't come with good intentions. He immediately denied, "I don't know him." "Is that so?" Zhong Lei turned around and scanned the entire tavern. He ordered his subordinates, "Search." "Yes." Zhong Lei's subordinates behind him shouted in unison. "All of you stop. Who are you? How dare you act so rashly in Qingshui town? Do you still have the law?" "That's right. Qingshui town doesn't welcome you. Hurry up and get out. If you dare to mess around again, don't blame us for being impolite." One had to know that Baimuden's reputation in Qingshui town wasn't bad. Seeing that Zhong Lei wanted to make things difficult for Baimuden, the mercenaries immediately stood up and spoke. Clang. Chapter 869. Thud, thud, thud. The mercenary's head fell to the ground and rolled on the wooden floor. The crowd didn't expect Zhong Lei to make a move just like that. They retreated a few steps in fear. "Search for me. Kill whoever dares to spout nonsense." Zhong Lei's seventh-order demon venerable aura burst out from his body. So strong. All the mercenaries felt Zhong Lei's aura and fear filled their eyes. Following Zhong Lei's words, everyone started searching. "Reporting to Sir, no. Reporting to Sir, no. Reporting to Sir, no." Soon, Zhong Lei's subordinates came back and reported. Zhong Lei frowned when he heard this. "All of you, take a look and see if you've seen this person before." Zhong Lei went out to look at Yi Hao's portrait and asked all the mercenaries. Actually, most of the mercenaries could recognize Yi Hao. After all, there was no one in Qingshui town who didn't know that Yi Hao had drunk so much emperor's intoxicated wine in the restaurant. And those who saw this scene with their own eyes would never forget Yi Hao. If it were any other time, there would be many people who would stand up and tell Zhong Lei that they've seen Yi Hao. But because they saw Zhong Lei's arrogant appearance and how he killed one of their people, they didn't put them in his eyes at all. Since Zhong Lei was like this, they naturally wouldn't tell Zhong Lei that they've seen Yi Hao. Could it be that that kid really didn't come to Qingshui town? But that shouldn't be the case. Zhong Lei thought to himself. "Sir, I know that kid." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Everyone looked at the source of the voice when they heard it. Baimuden frowned and looked at this person. Her heart sank as she knew that things weren't good. If she wasn't wrong, this person used to be a member of the Iron Tiger mercenary group. "Oh, you know him?" Zhong Lei's face lit up as he looked at the person who spoke. That person immediately nodded, reporting to Sir, "My name is Iron Dog. I used to be a member of the Iron Tiger mercenary group. If I'm not mistaken, this kid is the one who destroyed my Iron Tiger mercenary group." When Iron Dog mentioned Yi Hao, he could not help but gnash his teeth in hatred. One had to know that when the Iron Tiger mercenary group was around, he was an existence that could do whatever he wanted in Qingshui town. But ever since the Iron Tiger mercenary group was annihilated, his backing was completely gone, and his status naturally plummeted. He attributed all of this to Yi Hao. He believed that it was Yi Hao who caused him to become like this. When Tai Hu brought his men to cause trouble for Yi Hao, he did not come over. However, when he arrived, Tai Hu and the others were already dead. Naturally, he did not dare to reveal his identity. Not revealing his identity didn't mean that he didn't know Yi Hao. One had to know that at that time, he firmly remembered Yi Hao in his mind. He still vaguely remembered that Bai Muden sat in Yi Hao's embrace and served Yi Hao wine. Oh right, they all know that kid. Bai Muden even served him wine before. Iron Dog immediately pointed at everyone and said, "Iron Dog, you dog. You're a traitor. Are you still a member of Qingshui town? If we knew that you weren't a good person, we would have chased you out of Qingshui town. Iron Dog, how can you have a good ending after harming us like this?" When everyone heard Iron Dog's words, they immediately shouted anxiously. Bai Muden looked at Iron Dog with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Good, you're not bad." Zhong Lei praised Iron Dog. Following which, Zhong Lei looked at everyone with a sinister gaze. "You bunch of lowly trash. How dare you deceive me? Today, I'm going to smash this restaurant and kill all of you who don't know what's good for you." Zhong Lei scanned the crowd and said, "Men, do it." Zhong Lei waved his hand and his subordinates were about to attack. "And you be *tch. Don't you like to drink with that kid? Serve me well today." Zhong Lei looked at Bai Muden and said, "What are you trying to do?" Bai Muden saw that Zhong Lei was actually closing in on him and couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What am I trying to do?" "You'll know in a while." Zhong Lei smiled lecherously and reached out to grab Bai Muden. At this moment, Zhong Lei's subordinates were already facing off with the group of mercenaries. The battle could erupt at any time. "Kill everyone. Don't leave a single one alive," Zhong Lei said arrogantly. He didn't seem to care about these people at all. "Stop." Just as Zhong Lei's subordinates were about to attack, a voice was suddenly heard. Upon hearing this voice, everyone subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. When Bai Muden heard this familiar voice, he couldn't help but look towards Yi Hao and think to himself, "I didn't expect to actually see him again." However, Bai Muden immediately thought of Zhong Lei's extraordinary strength and was afraid that Yi Hao wouldn't be a match for Zhong Lei. He immediately said anxiously, "Hurry up and run." When he saw Yi Hao, he couldn't help but feel delighted. One had to know that he had been searching for a long time in the demon forest of Fallen Emperor, but he hadn't been able to find him. He really had no choice but to come to Qingshui town and try his luck. He wanted to see if he could find him by sheer luck. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Hao would actually appear without any effort. When Zhong Lei heard Bai Muden's voice, he immediately said unhappily, "Shut up, you slut." As he said that, Zhong Lei was about to slap Bai Muden. "If you dare touch her, that hand of yours will be crippled," Yi Hao said icily when he saw that Zhong Lei was about to attack Bai Muden. "Ha ha. Crippling my hand? I can't wait to see that. I want to see how a piece of trash like you can cripple my hand." Zhong Lei didn't take Yi Hao's words to heart as he continued to slap Bai Muden fearlessly. Everyone was watching this scene. "Shut your eyes, peony," Yi Hao said to Bai Muden. When Bai Muden heard Yi Hao's words, she obediently shut her eyes. Trash. Zhong Lei originally thought that Yi Hao would make a move. However, when he saw that Yi Hao didn't move an inch and even told Bai Muden to close her eyes, he was even more disdainful of Yi Hao. Close her eyes. What is he doing? Who knows what this kid is up to? Is he really going to watch Mr. Bai get beaten up? If that's the case, then I really feel bad for Mr. Bai. Cripple his hand. Who is he talking to? Everyone looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Whoosh tilde. Just as everyone was focused on Zhonglei's hand that was about to land on Bai Muden's face, an arrow suddenly shot toward Zhonglei's hand at lightning speed. Fart! The sharp arrow directly pierced through Zhonglei's palm. Ah! Zhonglei screamed in pain. Bastard, it's you. Zhonglei held his crippled right hand and looked at Yi Hao in pain and madness. Chapter 870. Everyone looked at Zhonglei's crippled hand in shock. One by one, they looked around, but they didn't know where the arrow had come from. Kill this bastard! Zhonglei roared like a madman with his crippled hand. Yes. Hearing Zhonglei's order, the 3 guards near Yi Hao attacked Yi Hao. Kill! The 3 guards shouted in unison. Whoosh! 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 Just as the 3 guards were about to attack Yi Hao, 3 arrows suddenly flew over and shot towards the 3 guards. The 3 guards did not even have time to react before they fell to the ground one by one. Who is it? Who is it? Zhonglei panicked when he saw that his 3 subordinates were killed. At the same time, Zhonglei felt a sense of fear. Whoosh! Another arrow flew toward them. This arrow was aimed at Zhonglei. Zhonglei's expression changed when he saw the arrow flying toward him. He realized that he actually sensed a dangerous aura from the arrow. Moreover, the arrow gave him a strong pressure. He realized that he could not dodge it. There was only one possibility, and that was that his opponent was much stronger than him. However, he was a 7th-order demon venerable. Only a demon emperor could do such a thing. But how could it be? He did not want to believe that there would be a demon emperor here. Zhonglei had no choice but to grab one of the guards beside him and use him as a shield. Ah! Ah! No. The guard did not expect that Zhonglei would use him as a shield at such a critical moment. Unsurprisingly, the arrow pierced through the guard's head. Zhonglei wanted to escape to the side. He wanted to capture Bai Muden. He could tell that Bai Muden was related to Yi Hao, and the person hiding in the dark shooting arrows must be Yi Hao's men. Therefore, he wanted to capture Bai Muden to threaten Yi Hao to compromise. Whoosh tilde, however, it was as if the arrows had eyes. One of the arrows directly blocked his path. Be careful. Yi Hao knew what Zhonglei was trying to do. He immediately pulled Bai Muden behind him. What are you all standing there for? Attack! Zhonglei dodged the arrows in a sorry state and immediately roared at his subordinates. Zhonglei's subordinates were no longer as arrogant as before. They were all looking around with fear and worry. After all, the arrow that was shot was like an arrow of death in their eyes. It was too scary. But they did not dare to disobey Zhonglei's orders. They gritted their teeth and attacked Yi Hao. In order to protect Bai Peony, Yi Hao had no choice but to continuously retreat, unable to free his hands to attack the guards. Sun Shangxiang, kill them for me. Yi Hao was enraged and couldn't help but shout. Boom! Just as Yi Hao finished his words, a powerful force enveloped the entire restaurant. Instantly, countless mercenaries could not resist and knelt on the ground. Zhonglei and his men looked terrible. Under the force of the force, they could not move at all. Die! A cold voice was heard and a beautiful figure entered the restaurant. Who are you? I am from the Tianyuan kingdom. You can't kill me. Zhonglei saw Sun Shangxiang suddenly appear in front of him. He did not expect the expert hiding in the dark to be a woman. Zhonglei did not want to die, but he did not dare to reveal the identity of the second princess. Therefore, he could only use the name of the Tianyuan kingdom. But how could he know that Yi Hao even dared to kill the prince of the broken dynasty? He was just a subordinate of the princess. What was he? Ah! Sun Shangxiang's figure moved and the long sword in her hand pierced through his neck. Zhonglei groaned and was deader than dead. The rest of Zhonglei's subordinates could not escape death either. They were all killed. What a beautiful sister. She's so skilled. Bai Muden looked at Sun Shangxiang in surprise. You're quite capable. You've been to the Emperorfall Demon Forest for more than a month and you've already hooked up with such a beauty. Bai Muden looked at Yi Hao and said. Yi Hao could naturally hear that Bai Muden's words carried a hint of jealousy. However, Yi Hao did not explain Sun Shangxiang's identity. After all, No one would believe that such a powerful subordinate had suddenly appeared in the Emperor-Fall demon forest. Therefore, Yi Hao was too lazy to explain. I wonder if there's any more Emperor's intoxication? Yi Hao looked at Bai Muden and asked. If there was anything in Qingshui town that he missed, it would probably be this Emperor's intoxication. Yes, young master, please wait. Bai Muden covered her mouth and laughed when she heard Yi Hao's words. Then, she turned around and went upstairs. Before long, Bai Muden brought down a few jugs of wine. Young master, please drink. There's quite a lot this time. Oh, there's really some? Yi Hao had only said it casually. He hadn't expected that Bai Muden would actually have some Emperor's intoxication. Furthermore, based on her words, it seemed that Bai Muden had quite a few people with him. Young master, you don't know. Ever since you left, the boss has been brewing the Emperor's intoxication every day. A maidservant spoke first when she heard Yi Hao's words. What? This Emperor's intoxication was brewed by you? Yi Hao was really surprised when he heard the maidservant's words. Bai Muden glared angrily at the maidservant. When she heard Yi Hao's question, she still nodded. Follow me. How about you specially brew for me? Yi Hao felt that this Emperor's intoxication wasn't bad. Most importantly, this Emperor's intoxication had actually been brewed by Bai Muden. This meant that Bai Muden's brewing talent wasn't bad. Furthermore, drinking this Emperor's intoxication actually gave experience points. Yi Hao couldn't help but think that if he leveled up this Emperor's intoxication, the experience points he would gain would be even more. Bai Muden was dumbfounded when she heard Yi Hao's words. Clearly, she hadn't expected Yi Hao to say such a thing. Then, Bai Muden sank into deep thought. You have to think about it. There's no need to be anxious, Yi Hao said when he saw Bai Muden's expression. Okay. Bai Muden nodded immediately when she heard Yi Hao's words. I wonder how your gains in the Emperor's fallen demon forest were, young master? Bai Muden asked curiously as she looked at Yi Hao. She knew very well that Yi Hao had gone to the buried Emperor's secret realm. However, Yi Hao would be gone for more than a month. During this month, the more she waited for Yi Hao, the more worried she became. After all, no matter how long it took to enter a secret realm, it couldn't possibly take more than a month. Therefore, she was afraid that Yi Hao would be in danger. She also didn't know why she was suddenly concerned about someone she hadn't known for long. How could she have known that Yi Hao had gone to hunt demonic beasts after exploring the buried Emperor's secret realm? Chapter 871. Let's go. There were 3 people standing at the entrance of Qingshui town. Yi Hao said to Bai Muden. Bai Muden looked at Qingshui town reluctantly because she had lived in Qingshui town for too long. She had never thought that she would leave Qingshui town one day. Yi Hao summoned the black wind leopard. Fortunately, the black wind leopard's huge body could accommodate 3 people without any problem. I wonder if that Zhong Lei was sent by the second princess or the first princess. Sitting on the black wind leopard's back, Yi Hao's eyes revealed a murderous intent. After all, Zhong Lei's intention was very obvious. That was to kill him. Although Zhong Lei had been killed, Yi Hao would definitely not let the person behind Zhong Lei off so easily. Of course, no matter who sent him, when he appeared in Tianyuan Imperial City, he would definitely give the person behind the scenes a surprise. When Bai Muden knew that Yi Hao was rushing back to the Imperial City, she couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect young master to come from the Imperial City. Bai Muden looked at Yi Hao and realized that she couldn't guess Yi Hao's identity at all. Oh right, did you invent the Imperial drunken wine yourself? Yi Hao looked at Bai Muden and suddenly asked. Bai Muden nodded. That's right. I invented it when I had nothing to do. Bai Muden was telling the truth. Originally, she only knew how to brew ordinary wine for use in restaurants. But when she had nothing to do, she gathered some fresh spiritual herbs and thought of blending the juice of the spiritual herbs into the wine. Originally, she just wanted to pass the time when she had nothing to do. But what surprised her was that although the wine she invented couldn't compare to the current imperial drunken wine, it was still not bad. This ignited her interest, and from then on, she couldn't stop. So from then on, she kept researching. She threw away some unsuitable spiritual herbs and kept looking for spiritual herbs to match and add into the wine. Slowly, the current Di Runzue was formed. And Di Ren intoxication was still very helpful to martial artists. However, the only drawback of the Emperor's intoxication was that the after-effects were too great. Martial artists simply could not drink too much. Therefore, the Emperor's intoxication immediately became of little value. However, it was undeniable that the effects of the intoxication of the Emperor were undeniable. And up until now, Yi Hao was the only one who could drink so much Di Ren intoxication without getting drunk. Actually, Yi Hao knew that it wasn't because he wasn't drunk. Instead, the system had converted the potency of the medicine into experience points. There was no need for him to refine it. As for the other cultivators who drank the drunken emperor, how could they have such a powerful existence like the system? Although he drank the emperor's intoxication, the medicinal strength mixed within the emperor's intoxication still needed to be consumed by the cultivator himself. Moreover, because Baimuden had mixed too many spirit herbs into the wine, people who drank the wine would fall into a deep sleep. Yi Hao believed that as long as Di Runzue continued to improve, it would definitely get better and better. You two go to the Tianyuan Academy first, Yi Hao said to Sun Shengxiang and Baimuden. Okay. The two of them already knew about Yi Hao's plan, so they weren't surprised. After parting ways with the two of them, Yi Hao headed to the Tianyuan Royal City alone. Tianyuan Royal City, I'm coming. Yi Hao's eyes lit up as he looked at the Tianyuan Royal City. As long as he helped Zhao Ling win the position of the Emperor's son-in-law, the Tianyuan Academy would be his. When the time came, he would be able to borrow the power of the Tianyuan kingdom to develop his own power. Father, the Emperor's son-in-law competition is about to begin. Why haven't you told me where Yi Hao has gone? Zhao Ling asked anxiously in Emperor Tianyuan's palace. Just go back and wait. Emperor Tianyuan glanced at Zhao Ling and said. Although he looked calm on the surface, deep down, he was still worried about Yi Hao. After all, there was still no news of Yi Hao. He had secretly received news that the second princess had secretly sent someone out. When he heard this news, there was no way to stop it. At this moment, he could only hope that Yi Hao's luck would be better and that he would be able to return safely. Chimpage. Zhao Ling could only leave in a huff when he saw that Emperor Tianyuan wasn't going to say anything. Oh, isn't this imperial sister? Why are you here again? Don't tell me you're here for that Yi Hao again. Zhao Ling had just walked out of Emperor Tianyuan's palace when he bumped into the second princess. The second princess looked at Zhao Ling and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Her eyes were full of mockery. At the same time, she couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Xia Haoshuan might have already died in the demon forest of fallen emperors. The second princess was very confident in Zhong Lei's strength. Therefore, she believed that Zhong Lei had already killed Yi Hao. Therefore, she was in a very good mood at this moment. What does it have to do with you? Zhao Ling ignored the second princess's words and turned to leave. Imperial sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The Emperor's son-in-law selection is in a few days. I wonder if you're ready, Imperial sister? You don't have to worry about that, second princess. Zhao Ling could tell that the second princess was here to cause trouble, so he spoke in a low voice. Imperial sister, don't tell me you're waiting for Yi Hao. I heard that Yi Hao went to the demon forest of fallen emperors. It's really hard to say if he'll come back alive. Zhao Ling attitude made her very unhappy. The second princess couldn't help but speak up. Who said that I won't come back alive? Just as the second princess finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Stop right there. Who are you? The guards at the door tried to stop him. It's him. The second princess naturally remembered Yi Hao's voice. At this moment, her expression couldn't help but change. How is this possible? How could he come back alive? The second princess firmly believed that Zhong Lei, whom she had sent, could kill Yi Hao. However, at this moment, Yi Hao had actually returned safe and sound. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Ling's face, which had been as cold as ice at the beginning, couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw Yi Hao's figure. Seeing that the guards were stopping him, Yi Hao couldn't help but take out the silver dragon token. The guards' expressions changed when they saw the silver dragon token. They immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Excellency. Please forgive us." Silver dragon token? Imperial sister, you actually gave the silver dragon token to this kid. The second princess's voice was cold as she looked at Zhao Ling. No one knew what she was thinking. Zhao Ling was shocked when he heard the second princess's words. This was because the silver dragon token was with him. He hadn't given it to Yi Hao. The silver dragon token is incomparably important. Imperial sister, you actually dared to give it to an outsider. Aren't you afraid that something will happen? When the second princess saw that Zhao Ling wasn't speaking, she really believed that the silver dragon token was Zhao Ling's. Chapter 872. Who said I gave him my silver dragon medallion? Zhao Ling looked at the second princess and retorted. If you didn't give it to him, then where is your silver dragon token, Imperial sister? Can you show it to me? The second princess looked at Zhao Ling with a smile. She was certain that Yi Hao's silver dragon token was Zhao Ling's. Since you want to see it, I'll give it to you. Zhao Ling took out the silver dragon token and threw it to the second princess. The second princess caught the silver dragon token immediately. She was stunned and her expression changed. How is this possible? Where did he get his silver dragon token? The second princess looked at the silver dragon token in her hand and frowned. Could it be that his silver dragon token is fake? The second princess suddenly thought of something. Why, second princess, do you want to see my silver dragon token too? Yi Hao looked at the second princess with a sour expression and asked with a smile. You. The second princess's expression darkened when she heard Yi Hao's sarcastic words. Since you want to see it, take it. Yi Hao didn't mind and threw the silver dragon token to the second princess. The second princess caught it and looked at it. She knew that Yi Hao's silver dragon token was real too. How is this possible? The second princess was puzzled. Where did Yi Hao get his silver dragon token from? I gave him his silver dragon token. Do you still have any questions? Emperor Tianyuan's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. What? The second princess was shocked when she heard Emperor Tianyuan's words. She immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, father." The second princess lowered her head. She didn't understand why Emperor Tianyuan would give Yi Hao his silver dragon token. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Hao's status and position were the same as hers. This was definitely not a good sign for her. Well, there's no need to be so polite. Emperor Tianyuan said, "Second princess, what brings you here?" Reporting to Imperial Father, "I'm fine. I'll take my leave now." The second princess had come here to mock Zhao Ling. However, she never expected that Yi Hao would suddenly come back. This made her good mood disappear completely. She wanted to know why Zhong Lei did not kill Yi Hao. Even now, she still didn't think that Zhong Lei was dead. But now that Yi Hao was back, it would definitely disrupt her original plan. So she immediately went back to challenge her plan. Yes. Emperor Tianyuan nodded at the second princess's words and did not stop her. The second princess immediately turned around and left. Before she left, she did not forget to glare angrily at Yi Hao. "Yi Hao, where did you go? Are you okay?" After the second princess left, Zhao Ling immediately walked to Yi Hao's side and asked with concern. "I went to the Emperor Fall Demon Forest. Of course I'm fine." Yi Hao replied with a smile when he saw Zhao Ling's concerned expression. "You actually went to the Emperor Fall Demon Forest." Although Zhao Ling had received news that Yi Hao might have gone to the Emperor Fall Demon Forest, she did not expect Yi Hao to really go to the Emperor Fall Demon Forest. "Boy, I didn't expect you to come back safely. I really didn't misjudge you." Emperor Tianyuan looked at Yi Hao. At first, he was worried about Yi Hao's safety, but now he knew that his worries were unnecessary. "Boy, are you confident in the prince consort competition?" Emperor Tianyuan looked at Yi Hao and asked. "The prince consort competition is mine," Yi Hao said with a confident smile. Zhao Ling looked at Yi Hao's confident words and looked at Yi Hao. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. That's good. Then you guys chat. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Emperor Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave. Yi Hao, I want to eat barbecue. After seeing Emperor Tianyuan leave, Zhao Linga looked at Yi Hao and said. There was actually a trace of coquettishness in her tone. What a foodie. Yi Hao didn't expect that the first thing Zhao Linga did when he returned to the palace was to eat. However, Yi Hao remembered the worry in Zhao Linga's eyes at the beginning. Therefore, he naturally had to satisfy Zhao Linga's desire to eat barbecue. All right then. Let's go to your bedroom first. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. After all, this was where Emperor Tianyuan handled his official affairs. He couldn't possibly help Zhao Linga barbecue here. Although he wasn't afraid of Emperor Tianyuan, he couldn't go overboard. All right, let's go quickly. Zhao Linga looked like a greedy cat and swallowed her saliva. She couldn't wait to pull Yi Hao away. Yi Hao was pulled by Zhao Linga and had no choice. After all, it wasn't good to struggle. He could only follow behind Zhao Linga. Millimeter, delicious. It's really delicious, sob, delicious. Slow down, there's still more. Yi Hao couldn't help but smile as he watched Zhao Linga eat. He simply couldn't close his mouth and couldn't help but smile. The guards at the side couldn't help but be completely stunned. Was this still a princess? Looking at the way Zhao Linga ate, there was no trace of the noble aura of a princess. She was simply a starving person. The guards couldn't help but be curious. How delicious was the food that Yi Hao barbecued to be able to make Zhao Linga eat like this? However, when they smelled the tempting aroma, although the guards hid far away, their eyes were fixed on the barbecue and they all swallowed their saliva. Outrageous. A bunch of useless trash. A bunch of useless trash. A bunch of useless trash. At this moment, in the second princess's palace, the second princess was furious. A group of palace maids and eunuchs, including the second princess's personal guards, were all kneeling on the ground. Do you know where Zhonglei is right now? The second princess asked coldly. Your Highness, this subordinate hasn't been able to contact Lord Zhong for the time being, a guard said cautiously. When that dog comes back, make him kneel in front of this princess, the second princess said angrily at the thought of Zhonglei. Zhonglei's strength was considered outstanding among her subordinates. She actually sent Zhonglei because she valued Zhonglei. She wanted Zhonglei to kill Yi Hao so that there wouldn't be any mistakes. However, to her disappointment, Yi Hao actually came back safe and sound. Therefore, she wanted to vent all her anger on Zhonglei. However, what she didn't know was that Zhonglei was already dead. Call Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun here, the second princess said after some thought. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing the second princess's order, a guard immediately left the palace. Soon, two young men strode into the palace and bowed to the second princess at the same time. Your subordinates Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun greet Your Highness. Do the two of you know why I called the two of you here? The second princess asked as she looked at the two of them. Chapter 873. It's good that you know. I asked you to prepare for the competition. How are your preparations? The second princess nodded when she heard Zhong Tian's words. Don't worry, Your Highness. With the two of us working for you, you don't have to worry about anything. Zhong Tian and Zhong Tian said confidently. Don't be so confident. If you can't complete this mission, you won't be able to keep your heads. The second princess looked at the two of them and said mercilessly. Hearing the second princess's words and seeing the second princess's sharp gaze, the confidence on Zhong Tian and Zhong Li's faces instantly disappeared. They both said at the same time, the two of us will definitely do our best. Apart from the first princess's men, there is another person who will be your opponent this time. The second princess thought of Yi Hao and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Another person? Who is it? Why haven't we heard of him before? Could it be that he's a hidden genius from another clan? Zhong Tian and Zhong Tian were even more confused when they heard the second princess's words. They had been preparing for this competition for a long time. They had done their research on all the disciples who could participate in the competition. The only person who could pose a threat to them was the first princess's subordinate, Fang Jie. He was an expert in the way of the sword. Moreover, Fang Jie was a rank 3 demon honorable, which was above them. However, they were confident that they could fight with Fang Jie. As for the rest of the disciples, they didn't care about them at all. Therefore, they couldn't think of anyone else besides Fang Jie that they should be careful of. His name is Yi Hao. The second princess said. Yi Hao. Why does this name sound so familiar? The two of them started to think when they heard the second princess's words. He is the principal of the first academy, the second princess said when she saw the two of them in deep thought. What? It's him. The two of them were shocked when they heard the second princess's words. The news of the first academy challenging the Qianyuan Academy and killing the Qianyuan Academy's principal had spread throughout the Qianyuan kingdom. There was no one in the Qianyuan kingdom who did not know about it. They couldn't understand why Yi Hao would participate in the competition. Don't worry. I've sent someone to investigate. This person should be a rank 1 or rank 2 demon honorable. When the second princess saw Zhong Tian and Zhong Xian, a hint of worry appeared on her face. She immediately opened her mouth to comfort them. Phew! Hearing the second princess's words, Zhong Tian and Zhong Li let out a sigh of relief. After all, Yi Hao's identity as the headmaster of the first academy was too intimidating to be able to kill the headmaster of the Qianyuan Academy. However, this Yi Hao went to Emperor Fallen Devil Forest during this period of time. I'm afraid that this brat obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter. You all have to be careful. The second princess didn't forget to warn them. What's wrong, Your Highness? Did this brat upset you? Zhong Tian could not help but guess when he saw the second princess's eyes burning with rage at the mention of Yi Hao. That's right. If it's possible, I want you to kill him. The second princess said through gritted teeth. We are duty-bound to serve Your Highness. We will definitely teach this ungrateful bastard a lesson for Your Highness. That's right. Since he dared to provoke Her Highness, he should be torn into pieces. This was a good opportunity to curry favor. Naturally, Zhong Tian and Zhong Li wouldn't let it go so easily. If you can satisfy me and kill this bastard, I won't mistreat you. The second princess immediately promised. Thank you, Your Highness. Then we will leave and prepare for battle. The two of them bowed to the second princess. Millimeter, you may leave. Seeing the two of them leave, the second princess thought of Yi Hao. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bastard, I won't let you off so easily this time. Some people were kneeling in the first princess's palace. You said that Yi Hao is back? The first princess asked as she lay lazily on a chair. That's right. Yi Hao is with the third princess now. The guard quickly replied. Ha ha ha. Hearing the guard's words, the first princess actually laughed. It seems that the people sent by the second princess are also useless. They can't even kill a single person. She usually fought with the second princess, so she was naturally very willing to see the second princess suffer at this moment. Have you investigated where Yi Hao went? The first princess continued to ask after laughing. It seems that he went to the Supreme Demon Forest. The guard immediately replied. The Supreme Demon Forest? Do you know why he went there? The first princess looked lazy as she yawned and asked. It seems that he went there to train. Train? Do you know what that kid's current cultivation is? The first princess continued to ask after hearing the guard's answer. I don't know about that. The guard carefully replied. However, Her Highness, the second princess, called the two brothers Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun over not long ago. It seems that the second princess is very concerned about this prince consort competition. The first princess sneered. After a while, the first princess suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the only young man standing to the side. Fang Jie, are you confident about this prince consort competition? The first princess asked the young man. The young man was dressed in a black warrior's attire. He looked very capable and experienced. The young man carried a black sword on his back. His handsome face was well-defined, but he looked extremely cold. Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun, those two self-righteous idiots, aren't my match even if they work together, Fang Jie said, his tone full of confidence. Then what about that Yi Hao? How confident are you? The first princess opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Fang Jie. The entire hall instantly fell silent. This time, Fang Jie didn't immediately speak. After a while, Fang Jie said, "I'm not sure about Yi Hao's strength. I don't dare to speak rashly. Haha, I didn't expect that you, Fang Jie, would have such a lack of confidence." Hearing Fang Jie's words, the first princess didn't blame him. Instead, she laughed. Seeing the first princess laugh, Fang Jie didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to stand in place, motionless, and his expression didn't change at all. According to my understanding, that kid's strength should only be around the first or second level of the demon venerate. Even if I say that he's a third-level demon venerate, how confident are you, Fang Jie? The first princess looked at Fang Jie and asked again. It's hard to find a match for a third-level demon venerate. A fourth-level demon venerate can put up a fight, Fang Jie said without hesitation, his tone full of confidence. Although Fang Jie's tone was emotionless, Fang Jie's words could be said to be extremely arrogant. Chapter 874. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Prince Consort competition. The location of the Prince Consort competition was naturally in Tianyuan Imperial City, with countless citizens as witnesses. The competition for the Prince Consort competition was extremely important, so Emperor Tianyuan himself would be there personally. Because of that, countless people were attracted to come and watch the battle. After all, the Princess Consort competition was a grand event. Of course, the competition for the Prince Consort competition also attracted countless young talents. "Yi Hao, let's go," Zhao Linge said to Yi Hao in Zhao Linge's bedroom. "All right." Yi Hao immediately stood up when he heard Zhao Linge. At the same time, he understood that the competition for the Prince Consort competition was very simple. It was a simple challenge, and the final victor would become the Prince Consort. There was a huge square in Tianyuan Imperial City called Tianyuan Square. At this moment, Tianyuan Square was packed with people. There are quite a lot of people. Yi Hao looked at the crowd. There were at least a few 100,000 people in the square. He couldn't help but be surprised. The Prince Consort competition was far more attractive than he had imagined. Is that the third princess? Why is there a man beside the third princess? Yeah. Isn't this the Prince Consort competition for the third princess? Look at that man's relationship. He doesn't seem to be ordinary. As Yi Hao followed Zhao Linge out of the palace, he naturally attracted the attention of countless people. At this moment, most people's attention was on Yi Hao. Zhao Linge was the focus of this Prince Consort competition. After all, this was the Prince Consort competition for Zhao Linge. At this moment, there was a man beside Zhao Linge. It was impossible for Yi Hao not to attract attention. "Big brother, is that Yi Hao?" One of the two people standing in the crowd suddenly asked. These two people were naturally Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun. Hearing Zhong Yun's words, Zhong Tian also looked at Yi Hao and nodded. "It should be him. Big brother, wait for me. I'll go find this brat." Suddenly, Zhong Yun looked at Yi Hao, a sinister smile on his face. "What are you doing? Second brother, don't mess around." Hearing Zhong Yun's words, Zhong Tian immediately said anxiously, "Don't worry, big brother. Just wait and see." Zhong Yun walked in front of Zhao Linge and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to third princess." When did third princess take in a new eunuch? However, when Zhong Yun looked at Yi Hao, his eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Hearing Zhong Yun's words, Yi Hao could not help but frown. Because with a single glance, he knew that this Zhong Yun had come to look for trouble. Furthermore, the first thing he did was to call him a eunuch. This was completely to humiliate him. Looking at the two of them, Yi Hao guessed that these two should be the second princess's two brothers, Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun. And these two people were the hot favorites in the competition for the position of the emperor's son-in-law. If it were 2 months ago, Yi Hao might have thought that he was not a match for these two. But now, even if the two of them attacked together, he could easily defeat them. Where did this mad dog come from? Barking here? Yi Hao looked at Zhong Yun and said. Zhong Yun did not expect that he would call Yi Hao a eunuch to humiliate Yi Hao. You're courting death. But he never expected that Yi Hao would turn around and call him a mad dog. Enough. Do you want to mess around in front of me? If you don't want to participate in the competition, then leave. Zhao Ling'er's gaze turned cold as she looked at Zhong Yun and shouted unhappily. Your Highness, please forgive us, Zhong Tian hurriedly said when he saw Zhao Ling'er's anger. After all, if Zhao Ling'er disqualified Zhong Yun here, the gains would not make up for the losses. Zhong Yun, hurry up and apologize to Her Highness. Zhong Tian immediately gave Zhong Yun a look. At this moment, Zhong Yun was filled with anger because of Yi Hao's words, but he could not vent it. When he heard Zhong Tian's words, he could only say unwillingly, this lowly one said the wrong thing. Your Highness, please forgive me. Scram. Zhao Ling'er finished speaking and let Yi Hao leave. Looking at Zhao Ling'er and Yi Hao's backs, Zhong Yun gritted his teeth and said, B**tch, B**tch. Just you wait. When the time comes, you'll suffer. Zhong Yun clenched his fists. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Hao with a single punch. What? The two of you suffered at the hands of that brat. Just as the two of them were looking at Zhao Ling'er and Yi Hao's backs, a voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun immediately turned around and said, Greetings, second princess. You don't look too good. The second princess looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Thank you for your concern, second princess. The two of us have never been wronged. The two of us will definitely repay the humiliation that brat gave us in double, Zhong Tian said. Then today, this princess will broaden my horizons and watch the two of you perform. The second princess said with a smile. Hey, isn't this second imperial sister? Why are you reprimanding your subordinates here? At this moment, the eldest princess's voice suddenly rang out. Haha, eldest sister, you must be joking. The second princess immediately responded with a smile. All right, today is the third imperial sister's big day. Let's not stand here, the eldest princess said. Who is this young master? The eldest princess brought her subordinates and walked in front of the third princess. The eldest princess looked at Yi Hao and smiled. He's here to participate in the prince consort competition. Who else could he be? Yi Hao didn't stand on ceremony when he heard the eldest princess's words. Hearing Yi Hao's words, a guard behind the eldest princess pointed at Xia Haoshuan and shouted, How dare you be so impudent in front of the eldest princess and speak so disrespectfully? Then who allowed you to be so impudent in front of me? Seeing the guard's expression, Yi Hao couldn't help but look at the guard. If you apologize now, perhaps I can spare your life. Haha, apologize. In your dreams. Who do you think you are? The guard couldn't help but laugh coldly when he heard Yi Hao's words. Is that so? Then this token, you say, what kind of thing is it? Yi Hao took out the silver dragon token and said, Silver dragon token. The guard's expression changed when he saw the silver dragon token in Yi Hao's hand. One had to know that with the silver dragon token, one had the power to kill. In other words, Yi Hao could kill him at any time. And he didn't have any way to do so. The guard couldn't understand how Yi Hao could have the silver dragon token. At this moment, the guard couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He looked at the eldest princess as if asking for help. When the eldest princess saw the silver dragon token in Yi Hao's hand, her expression also changed. Clearly, she didn't know that Yi Hao had the silver dragon token. Chapter 875. Hearing what the eldest princess said, the guard gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, young master, it's too late. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, Yi Hao's body flashed and he threw out a punch. A powerful force was generated and the guard was sent flying. The guard fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was dead. Zhao Ling'er saw Yi Hao's action and did not say anything. Because these people had come to find trouble with Yi Hao one after another today. She could not stand it anymore. Yi Hao's method of intimidating the crowd was not wrong in her opinion. Moreover, Yi Hao had only killed a guard, an insignificant person. Zhao Ling'er did not see any harm in killing him. Most importantly, this person was one of the eldest princess's men. It was a good opportunity to reduce the eldest princess's arrogance. Who is that person? How dare he kill someone here? That guy must be tired of living. The person he killed is one of the eldest princess's men. It can't be. Who is so bold to kill one of the eldest princess's men? Let's not talk about who he is. If he dares to kill someone here, he must not be an ordinary person. When the crowd saw Yi Hao make his move and saw the corpse on the ground, they could not help but look at Yi Hao in shock. Ha, this bastard killed one of the eldest princess's men. This bastard is in for a treat. Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun sneered when they saw Yi Hao kill the eldest princess's men. Although the second princess did not say anything, she was prepared to watch a good show. When the eldest princess saw the corpse on the ground, she frowned and her face turned pale. What a joke. Yi Hao had killed one of her guards in front of everyone. He was not giving her any face. This was a slap to her face. Young master, isn't it too much to kill someone? The eldest princess looked at Yi Hao and asked coldly. Swish tilde, swish tilde, swish tilde. As soon as the eldest princess finished speaking, all the guards behind her took out their weapons and were ready to attack. What? First princess, are you going to fight? Yi Hao looked at the first princess and sneered. Yi Hao had the silver dragon medallion. He believed that the eldest princess would not dare to do anything to him here. The eldest princess looked at Yi Hao for a while. Seeing the confidence on Yi Hao's face, her originally ashen face became lazy again. Ha, young master has the silver dragon token and killed a small guard. Why would I attack young master? As a princess, she knew the importance of the silver dragon badge. If this was in private, even if Yi Hao had the silver dragon token, she would kill Yi Hao at all costs. However, no matter how much she wanted to kill Yi Hao in public, she could not ignore the silver dragon medallion. I hope the princess will succeed and bring back the beauty. After the eldest princess finished speaking, she lazily left. You won't blame me, right? Yi Hao looked at Zhao Ling and asked. Why would I? You did very well. However, you and I are on the same boat now. It's too late for regrets, Zhao Ling said with a smile. After all, Yi Hao did not give the eldest princess any face and killed her guard. With the eldest princess's personality, she would definitely not let Yi Hao off. As for the second princess, needless to say, she had sent people to assassinate Yi Hao many times. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Yi Hao to reconcile with the eldest princess or the second princess at this moment. However, Yi Hao did not care about this. He was helping Zhao Ling in the first place, so he naturally had to be enemies with the eldest princess and the second princess. The reason why he killed the eldest princess's guard was not because he wanted to see the eldest princess's attitude, but because he wanted to see how Zhao Ling was doing. If Zhao Ling's attitude did not satisfy him, he would not help Zhao Ling. Fortunately, he was satisfied with Zhao Ling's attitude. The onlookers were all stunned when they saw this scene. They all thought that after Yi Hao killed the eldest princess's guard, the eldest princess would definitely teach Yi Hao a lesson. However, to their surprise, the eldest princess did not do anything and let Yi Hao off just like that. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the sound of a whip was suddenly heard. Although it was just the sound of a whip, it was as deafening as the thunder from the ninth heaven. The emperor has arrived. At the same time, a shout was heard. Everyone immediately looked at the exit of Chenyuan Palace and saw a group of people rushing out in a grandiose manner. In front of them were rows of imposing guards. In the middle of the imperial carriage was Emperor Chenyuan. When the crowd saw Emperor Chenyuan appear, they immediately bowed and saluted him. Yi Hao looked in the direction of Emperor Chenyuan and did not have any intention of saluting. After all, he and Emperor Chenyuan only had a cooperative relationship. He was not his subordinate. Hiss. Many people, seeing that Yi Hao actually did not salute, could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. However, what shocked them even more was that Emperor Chenyuan did not care. You may rise. Emperor Chenyuan's dignified voice was heard. Today is the third princess's prince consort competition. I am very pleased to see all of you here. Emperor Chenyuan said from his imperial carriage. This was the opening speech of the prince consort competition. The citizens of Qianyuan Kingdom were all fired up when they heard this. They all looked at Emperor Qianyuan, unwilling to move their eyes away. After all, most of them would never be able to see the emperor in their entire lives. At this moment, Emperor Qianyuan was right in front of them. They all wanted to take a second look at the Emperor Qianyuan. After all, to be able to see the emperor was a blessing of 3 lifetimes in their hearts. I announce that the Prince Consort competition has begun. All contestants, please enter the arena. Emperor Qianyuan's voice fell. Many young talents began to flock to the arena in the middle of the square. I will go first, Yi Hao said to Zhao Ling and walked towards the arena. Be careful. Zhao Ling did not forget to remind him. At this moment, the most nervous person was Zhao Ling. After all, this was related to her life. Dog, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Zhong Yun's voice rang out the moment Yi Hao stepped onto the arena. Yi Hao was not moved by Zhong Yun's words at all. When the time came, all he needed to do was to beat him to the ground. No matter how much nonsense he said to Zhong Yun now, it was useless. Zhong Yun did not expect that Yi Hao would dare to ignore him. In his heart, he wanted to kill Yi Hao even more. Yi Hao, on the other hand, felt a sharp gaze on him as he stood in the arena. Yi Hao looked over and saw a young man with a long sword on his back. This person had been standing beside the first princess since the beginning. Chapter 876. Yi Hao saw that Fang Jie only glanced at him and then looked away. He did not say anything to provoke him. You are indeed extraordinary. Although they were opponents, Yi Hao could not help but look at Fang Jie approvingly. Then, an old man who looked like a eunuch walked out and announced the rules to the crowd. There were 10 alleys in Qianyuan Royal City that led to the outskirts of Qianyuan Royal City. These alleys were not connected to each other. At this moment, the alleys had been cleared. There was no one in them. Yi Hao and the others would be divided into 10 groups and enter the alleys separately. In these 10 alleys, all the participants of the competition could kill each other. Moreover, the Emperor of Sky Yuan had set up some traps in these 10 alleys. It would not be easy to break through these alleys. Most importantly, only the champion of each of the 10 alleys would be able to enter the next round of the competition. This was the Princess of Qianyuan Kingdom. There were at least 1,000 people participating in the Prince Consort selection competition. In the first round, 9 of the disciples would be eliminated. It was a cruel competition. Alright, everyone has heard the rules. Now, follow the name list and enter your alleys. I wish you good luck. After the eunuch finished speaking, the crowd began to enter the alleys. Yi Hao looked at his name list and saw that he was in the 8th alley. Yi Hao glanced at the name list and saw that it was filled with nameless people. Of course, not all of them were nameless people. After all, those who were able to participate in the Prince Consort selection competition were the most talented people in Qianyuan Kingdom. There were also some nameless, itinerant cultivators. If these people were able to participate in the Prince Consort selection competition, it meant that they were very confident in their own abilities. However, Yi Hao really did not know these people. Bastard, consider yourself lucky. Before Yi Hao entered the alley, Zhong Yun's voice came from the side. After Zhong Yun finished speaking, he stepped into the 7th alley. What a pity that I can't kill you with my own hands. Zhong Tian's voice rang out as he stepped into the 10th alley. Seeing that almost everyone had entered the alley, Yi Hao did not stand there foolishly. He also stepped into the 8th alley. After all, only the first person to reach the outskirts of the Sky Origin Royal City would be able to proceed to the next round. If there was even the slightest mistake and someone else got out of the alley first, then he would be eliminated. Therefore, time was precious, and even he did not dare to be careless. Yi Hao stood in the middle of the alley, but he couldn't see the end of it. On both sides of the alley were tall stone walls. These alleys were specially built to protect the Sky Origin Imperial City. The purpose of these alleys was to be used for street battles. Moreover, under normal circumstances, these alleys would definitely not be opened easily. However, this time, Emperor Tianyuan was willing to open 10 alleys just to choose a prince consort for Zhao Ling-er. This showed how much Emperor Tianyuan doted on Zhao Ling-er. Even the first and second princesses couldn't help but look at Zhao Ling-er with jealousy. After all, when they were choosing a prince consort, they didn't make such a big fuss. There were many ways to choose a prince consort. Emperor Tianyuan was willing to open 10 alleys just to kick out some unqualified people. This was something that they never expected. Yi Hao looked at the seemingly endless alleys and began to move forward quickly. Whoosh! At this moment, a silver light shot towards Yi Hao's head. It was the person in front of Yi Hao. When he saw that Yi Hao was about to catch up to him, he couldn't help but use a hidden weapon to kill Yi Hao. Courting death. Yi Hao hated people like this the most. He didn't provoke the other party, but the other party came to provoke him. Clang clang. As Yi Hao dodged in time, the dart hit the wall behind Yi Hao and made a crisp sound. Yi Hao took a big stride forward and threw a punch at the young man who was attacking him without hesitation. Don't. The young man didn't expect that he wouldn't succeed in using a hidden weapon on Yi Hao. At this moment, he saw Yi Hao's fist coming towards him with a strong force. The young man's expression changed again and again. He wanted to beg for mercy. Because when he saw Yi Hao attack, he knew that he was no match for Yi Hao. But at this moment, Yi Hao's fist had already landed on his body. Ah! The young man screamed in pain and was sent flying. Yi Hao didn't attack the young man again and continued to move forward. On the other hand, the young man was lying on the ground moaning in pain. He couldn't stand up anymore, which meant that he had been eliminated. This 8th Street belongs to our young Master Wu. If you don't want to die, stand here and wait for young Master Wu to win. Before Yi Hao could walk back, he heard a commotion in front of him. Who is this young Master Wu? I heard that this young Master Wu is the grandson of a second-rank official in Tianyuan Kingdom. We can't afford to offend him. This young Master Wu is too much. Yi Hao looked at the crowd that was squeezed together and started discussing with dissatisfaction. I didn't expect to meet another good-for-nothing. Yi Hao couldn't be bothered with them and continued to walk forward. After all, he didn't even care about the princess, let alone the grandson of a second-rank official. Hey, brother, don't walk forward. That's right. If you continue to walk forward and get caught by young Master Wu, you'll suffer. That's right. A few of them didn't listen to us and are now half dead. When the crowd saw Yi Hao, they immediately tried to persuade Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao was unmoved by their words and continued to walk forward. Even though most of these people had spoken to him out of goodwill, he was still able to tell that they were speaking to him out of goodwill. However, he couldn't give up the chance to compete for the position of the emperor's son-in-law because of young Master Wu. And it seemed that young Master Wu was no longer here. Therefore, Yi Hao was a little anxious. You don't want to live anymore. If you take another step forward, I'll kill you. Trash, get back quickly. Be careful not to provoke young Master Wu. He'll destroy your family. Seeing Yi Hao continue to walk forward, the people arranged by young Master Wu couldn't help but threaten him. Die. Yi Hao punched out, killing one of them with a single punch. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 8 demon emperor. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yi Hao's action. Who is he? How dare he kill young Master Wu's people? This person is so powerful. He killed a rank 8 demon emperor with a punch. Chapter 877. Do you know whose men you killed? How dare you kill young Master Wu's men? I wonder how many lives you have. Boy, you're really digging your own grave. When young Master Wu's men saw that Yi Hao had killed their men, some of them had a trace of fear on their faces while some of them sneered. Noisy. Hearing these people's words, Yi Hao didn't even look at them and threw a few punches at them. Bang bang ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 7 demon emperor warrior. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 8 demon emperor warrior. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 9 Demon Emperor warrior. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience. Several people were sent flying in succession. Young Master Wu's men were completely flustered. This boy is crazy. Brothers, run. Obviously, they didn't expect Yi Hao to be so bold as to kill them. At this moment, the remaining few people immediately began to run. Because they had no doubt that Yi Hao would kill them. At this moment, it was more important to run for their lives. Wind step. Yi Hao immediately chased after them. After Yi Hao left, only a few corpses and the people who broke into the alley were left behind. They stood there in shock. Because these people knew young Master Wu's identity, none of them dared to provoke him. But what they didn't expect was that Yi Hao would be so bold as to start killing young Master Wu's men without saying a word. At this moment, everyone stood in place. They didn't know whether to move forward or stand still. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Didn't I ask you to watch? What are you doing here? Because his men were guarding the alley, young Master Wu wasn't worried at all. Therefore, young Master Wu was not worried at all. He walked unhurriedly in the alley. One must know that the list of people who broke into the alley this time was mostly due to his grandfather's credit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so many men into the 8th alley. However, when Wu Jiao heard the commotion behind him, he immediately turned around. When he saw that it was his subordinates, he could not help but sigh in relief. Young master, why haven't you come out of the alley yet? Everyone was stunned when they saw Wu Jiao and asked anxiously. They had thought that Wu Mo had left long ago. That was why they dared to bring Yi Hao here. However, they had never imagined that Wu Jiao would still be leisurely wandering around the alley. This caused them to panic. After all, their mission was to help Wu Jiao win first place in the 8th alley. What's wrong? What happened? Wu Jiao knew that these people would not normally act like this. Thus, he could not help but ask. Young master, please leave first. There's no time to explain this matter, a guard immediately said to Wu Jiao. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. The more the guard acted like this, the more Wu Jiao couldn't hold back his curiosity. He couldn't help but ask. Seeing Wu Jiao's unyielding attitude, the guard had no choice but to say, Young master, someone killed one of our men. What? Who would be so bold? Wu Jiao was furious when he heard the guard's words. How dare he kill one of my men? That's not giving me any face at all. What a troublemaker. Wu Jiao looked displeased. Young master, this person is quite powerful. I'm afraid that he will go berserk and hurt you. Young master, you should leave first and let the Lord deal with this person later. One of the guards hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Wu Jiao looked at the anxious faces of the guards. He knew that the situation was urgent and that there was no room for jokes. Thus, he immediately agreed. In his heart, he had already sentenced Yi Hao to death. However, in his opinion, it would not be too late to kill Yi Hao after they left. Let's go. With that, Wu Jiao turned to leave with his men. Go. Where to? Just as Wu Jiao was about to leave with his men, Yi Hao's voice was suddenly heard. Everyone stopped in their tracks when they heard Yi Hao's voice. They all looked nervously at Yi Hao. Who are you? Wu Jiao couldn't help but ask as he looked at Yi Hao. Get out of my way or die. Yi Hao said coldly as he looked at Wu Jiao. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. However, Yi Hao also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Wu Jiao had already left and that Wu Jiao would be the champion of the 8th alley. If that was really the case, things would be very troublesome. Fortunately, Wu Jiao hadn't left yet. Ha ha ha. Wu Jiao looked as though he had heard the funniest joke when he heard Yi Hao's words. Ever since he was born, he had always been the one speaking arrogantly to others. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such an arrogant manner. Wu Jiao narrowed his eyes and sneered at Yi Hao. Do you know who I am? My grandfather is an important official of the Tianyuan kingdom, a second-rank official. When Wu Jiao saw that Yi Hao didn't say anything, he assumed that Yi Hao had been frightened by him. Thus, he put on an arrogant expression again. So, do you still dare to kill me? Kid, I'll give you a chance. You killed my subordinate. If you kneel down and beg me for mercy now, I might spare your life. When they heard Wu Jiao's voice, the fear in the subordinates' hearts gradually disappeared. They didn't believe that Yi Hao would dare to kill Wu Jiao. If he killed Wu Jiao, he would become an enemy of a second-rank official of the Qianyuan kingdom. Since you all have a death wish, I'll naturally grant your wish. Yi Hao hadn't expected that Wu Jiao would be so reckless. The guards had also forgotten how pathetic they had been when they had tried to escape. 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. Yi Hao summoned the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. What? When they heard Yi Hao's words, they were all stunned again. They were afraid that they had misheard. When they saw the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire appear, their expressions changed. You can't kill me. Wu Jiao roared crazily. When he saw Yi Hao's 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire, fear appeared on Wu Jiao's face. Wu Jiao could sense a dangerous aura from the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. He had no doubt that the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire could kill him. However, he still found it difficult to accept that Yi Hao actually dared to disregard his grandfather's status and try to kill him. If you kill me, my grandfather will definitely exterminate your entire clan. Wu Jiao roared crazily. He was trying to threaten Yi Hao to stop. However, threats only served to infuriate Yi Hao even more. Yi Hao directly threw the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire at Wu Jiao. No, all of you, save me. Wu Jiao shouted to his subordinates as he fled in panic. Wu Jiao's subordinates all turned pale. They didn't know what to do. Chapter 878. Yes, young master. Hearing Wu Jiao's order, Wu Jiao's remaining subordinates immediately attacked the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. The crowd's attacks landed on the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Boom! The instant the crowd's attacks landed on the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, the entire 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire exploded. However, contrary to their expectations, the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire did not extinguish. Instead, it turned into several balls of flames and attacked them. What the hell is this? This is bad. Brothers, run. Young master, run. Seeing the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire instantly turn into several balls of flames, the crowd's expressions turned ugly. One by one, they fled in all directions. However, the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire still landed on their bodies. Ah, no. It's burning me to death. Spare me. Why can't this flame be extinguished? When the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire landed on the crowd's bodies, the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire immediately started burning. Unable to extinguish the flames, the crowd shouted anxiously, "Bastard, if you don't want to die, quickly extinguish the flames on my body." Wu Jiao looked at Yi Hao and shouted anxiously. After a long time, Wu Jiao discovered that Yi Hao was completely unmoved by his threat. I beg of you, please let me go. At that time, I will definitely have my grandfather thank you. Didn't you want first place? I'll yield to you." At that moment, Wu Jiao finally realized how frightening death was. He had never imagined that there would be a day when death would be so close to him. Wu Jiao had no choice but to loudly beg for mercy. At that moment, his status and dignity were all tossed to the back of his mind. At that moment, he only knew that survival was the most important thing. When Wu Jiao's subordinates saw Wu Jiao in such a state, they were all unable to hold on any longer. One by one, they all knelt before Yi Hao and begged for mercy. Yi Hao remained unmoved by their pleas. After all, the enmity had already been settled. Even if he were to let Wu Jiao go, Wu Jiao would definitely not leave the matter at that. Thus, since that was the case, he might as well kill Wu Jiao first. Yi Hao continued walking forward, leaving behind a group of people who were still burning. There are actually quite a few arrays up ahead. After walking for a while, Yi Hao suddenly stopped and looked at the alley in front of him. Because of the buried king's secret realm, he had comprehended many formations, although he did not learn them. However, he could still see the array formation in front of him. Looks like we have no choice but to force our way through. Yi Hao looked at the formation in front of him and made up his mind. Thinking of this, Yi Hao could not help but step into the array formation. Boom! Yi Hao had just stepped into the array when he felt the lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Crack! Following that, A thunderous sound rang out and a bolt of lightning struck towards him. It's actually an offensive array formation. Yi Hao looked at the lightning that was striking towards him and immediately dodged to the side. At the same time, Yi Hao's mind was not idle either. Instead, he extended his consciousness into the system space. He checked to see if there were any similar formations that he had obtained from the buried king's secret realm. As Yi Hao checked, he dodged everywhere. Through his observation of the array formation, he found that the power of the array formation was indeed not weak. It could even pose a threat to him. Therefore, he must not be hit by the lightning. Otherwise, he would not have a good result. Small thunder array. Yi Hao soon saw an array formation. After comparing the two, Yi Hao found that the array formation here was really the small thunder array. However, the small thunder array in this alley seemed to be an incomplete version. It did not display the full power of the small thunder array at all. Because according to the normal power of the small thunder array, Yi Hao would not be able to dodge so easily when he entered here first. Even if he was not hit, he would have to dodge in a sorry state. Moreover, the complete version of the small thunder array could kill a peak demon venerable powerhouse without any problem. However, this small thunder array could probably only kill a martial artist below the peak of the demon emperor. It could not pose much of a threat to a demon venerable. Yi Hao looked at the structure of the small thunder array and soon found the exit of the small thunder array. So it's here. Yi Hao saw the exit of the small thunder array and could not help but feel delighted. He immediately walked over. Yi Hao took a step forward and the sound of lightning and thunder disappeared. He also walked out of the small thunder array completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. It's not over yet. There are still hidden weapons. Yi Hao reacted instantly and could not help but curse. Raining sword. Yi Hao immediately took out his weapon and began to attack the hidden weapons. Yi Hao used the raining sword to form a martial technique that blocked all the hidden weapons in an instant. Clang, 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 clang. There was no other sound in the alley except for the sound of weapons colliding with hidden weapons. Yi Hao moved forward while blocking the hidden weapons that were shooting at him. Yi Hao walked for almost 100 meters before there were no more hidden weapons shooting at him. Phew! Seeing that there were no more hidden weapons, Yi Hao could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Lord Wu, you are in a good mood today. Wu Suo could not help but smile as he looked at the 8th alley. This was because Wu Jiao in the 8th alley was his grandson. He had already made arrangements in the 8th alley. Therefore, if nothing went wrong, his grandson, Wu Jiao, would definitely be the champion of the 8th alley. As long as Wu Jiao was the champion, there was a possibility that he would become the emperor's son-in-law. If Wu Jiao could become the emperor's son-in-law, then the Wu family's status and his would definitely increase greatly in the Qianyuan kingdom. One must know that he had been preparing for this day for a long time. You still don't know. Lord Wu's grandson, Wu Jiao, is in the 8th alley. What? I did not expect Lord Wu's grandson to be interested in the competition for the position of the emperor's son-in-law. Haha, I have long heard that young Master Wu is quite talented. It seems that young Master Wu will be the champion of the 8th alley. Haha, isn't that obvious? Look at Lord Wu's smile. You should know that young Master Wu will be the champion of the 8th alley. Many people stood behind Wu Suo and began to flatter him. Haha, don't say that, everyone. There are so many young talents participating in the emperor's son-in-law competition. My grandson's strength is not outstanding. Wu Suo believed that Wu Jiao would be the champion of the 8th alley. After all, he was very confident in his own identity. He did not believe that anyone would dare to offend Wu Jiao after he revealed his identity in the 8th alley. If he were to offend Wu Jiao, it would be no different from offending himself. Moreover, he had sent Wu Jiao to the 8th alley. With so many subordinates, it would be fate if Wu Jiao did not get the champion of the 8th alley. Chapter 879. Change it immediately. Brothers, let's see tomorrow. Yes, young master. Hearing Wu Jiao's order, Wu Jiao's remaining subordinates immediately attacked the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Everyone's attacks landed on the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Boom. At the moment when the crowd's attacks landed on the 10,000 beast spirit fire, the entire 10,000 beast spirit fire exploded. However, contrary to their expectations, the 10,000 beast spirit fire did not extinguish. Instead, it turned into several balls of flames and attacked them. What the hell is this? This is bad. Brothers, run. Young master, run. Seeing the 10,000 beast spirit fire instantly turn into several balls of flames, everyone's expressions turned ugly. One by one, they began to flee in all directions. However, the 10,000 beast spirit fire still landed on their bodies. No. It's burning me to death. Spare me. Why can't this flame be extinguished? When the 10,000 beast spirit fire landed on their bodies, the 10,000 beast spirit fire immediately started burning. Unable to extinguish the flames, the crowd shouted anxiously, "Bastard, if you don't want to die, quickly extinguish the flames on my body." Wu Jiao looked at Yi Hao and shouted anxiously. After a long time, Wu Jiao discovered that Yi Hao was completely unmoved by his threat. I beg of you, please let me go. When the time comes, I will definitely have my grandfather thank you. Didn't you want to be first? I'll let you be first. At this moment, Wu Jiao finally realized how frightening death was. He had never imagined that there would be a day when death would be so close to him. Wu Jiao had no choice but to loudly beg for mercy. At this moment, his status and dignity were all tossed to the back of his mind. At this moment, he only knew that survival was the most important thing. When Wu Jiao's subordinates saw Wu Jiao in such a state, they were all unable to hold on any longer. One by one, they knelt before Yi Hao and begged for mercy. Yi Hao remained unmoved by their pleas. After all, the enmity had already been settled. Even if he were to let Wu Jiao go, Wu Jiao would definitely not leave the matter at that. Since that was the case, he might as well kill Wu Jiao ahead of time. Yi Hao continued walking forward, leaving behind a group of people who were still burning. There are actually quite a few arrays up ahead. After walking for a while, Yi Hao suddenly stopped and looked at the alley in front of him. Because of the buried king's secret realm, he had comprehended many formations, although he did not learn them. However, he could still see the array formation in front of him. Looks like we have no choice but to force our way through. Yi Hao looked at the formation in front of him and made up his mind. Thinking of this, Yi Hao could not help but step into the array formation. Boom. The moment Yi Hao stepped into the array, he could feel the thunder and lightning. Crack. Following that, a thunderous sound rang out and a bolt of lightning struck towards him. It's actually an offensive array formation. Yi Hao looked at the lightning that was striking towards him and immediately dodged to the side. At the same time, Yi Hao's consciousness was not idle either. Instead, he extended his consciousness into the system space. He checked to see if there were any similar formations that he had obtained from the buried king's secret realm. As Yi Hao checked, he dodged everywhere. Through his observation of the array formation, he found that the power of the array formation was indeed not weak. It could even pose a threat to him. Therefore, he must not be hit by the lightning. Otherwise, he would not have a good result. Small thunder array. Yi Hao soon saw an array formation. After comparing the two, Yi Hao found that the array formation here was really the small thunder array. However, the small thunder array in this alley seemed to be an incomplete version. It did not display the full power of the small thunder array at all. Because if it was based on the normal power of the small thunder array, Yi Hao would not be able to dodge so easily when he entered here first. Even if he was not hit, he would have to dodge in a sorry state. Moreover, the complete version of the small thunder array could kill a peak demon venerable expert without any problem. However, this small thunder array could only kill martial artists below the peak demon emperor level. It could not pose much of a threat to demon venerables at all. Yi Hao looked at the structure of the small thunder array and soon found the exit of the small thunder array. So it's here. Yi Hao saw the exit of the small thunder array and could not help but feel delighted. He immediately walked over. Yi Hao took a step forward and the sound of lightning and thunder disappeared. He also walked out of the small thunder array completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It's not over yet. There are still hidden weapons. Yi Hao reacted instantly and could not help but curse angrily. Sweeping rain sword. Yi Hao immediately took out his weapon and began to attack the hidden weapons. Yi Hao used the sweeping rain sword to form a martial technique that blocked all the hidden weapons in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. There was no other sound in the alley except for the sound of weapons colliding with hidden weapons. Yi Hao moved forward while blocking the hidden weapons that were shooting at him. Yi Hao walked for almost 100 meters before there were no more hidden weapons shooting at him. Phew! Seeing that there were no more hidden weapons, Yi Hao could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Lord Wu, you are in a good mood today. At this moment, Wu Suo could not help but smile as he looked at the 8th alley. This was because Wu Jiao in the 8th alley was his grandson. He had already made arrangements in the 8th alley. Therefore, if nothing went wrong, his grandson, Wu Jiao, would definitely be the champion of the 8th alley. As long as Wu Jiao was the champion, there was a possibility that he would become the emperor's son-in-law. If Wu Jiao could become the emperor's son-in-law, then the status of the Wu family and his own in the Qianyuan kingdom would definitely increase greatly. One must know that he had been preparing for this day for a long time. You still don't know. Lord Wu's grandson, Wu Jiao, is in the 8th alley. What? I did not expect Lord Wu's grandson to be interested in the competition for the position of the emperor's son-in-law. Haha, I have long heard that young Master Wu is quite talented. Looks like the champion of the 8th alley is none other than young Master Wu. Haha, isn't that obvious? Look at Lord Wu's smile. You should know that the champion of the 8th alley is none other than young Master Wu. Many people stood behind Wu Suo and began to flatter him. Haha, everyone, don't say that. There are so many young talents participating in the emperor's son-in-law competition. My grandson's strength is not outstanding. Wu Suo believed that the champion of the 8th alley was none other than himself. After all, he was very confident in his own identity. He did not believe that anyone would dare to offend Wu Jiao after he revealed his identity in the 8th alley. If anyone offended Wu Jiao, it would be no different from offending himself. Moreover, he had sent so many subordinates to the 8th alley for Wu Jiao. Chapter 880. Right at that moment, a guard shouted loudly, "The champion of the 8th alley has appeared. All remaining contestants, please leave the 8th alley." Once the guard's voice was heard, a group of people began to leave the 8th alley in a single file. They were also very curious as to who exactly would obtain the champion. Would it be Wu Jiao or the young man who wasn't afraid of Wu Jiao? Wu Suo's gaze was fixed on the 8th alley's exit. He watched as more and more people walked out. However, he did not see Wu Jiao or any of the guards he had assigned to Wu Jiao. Wu Suo grew more and more anxious. He couldn't have killed Wu Jiao, right? The second princess's attention was also fixed on the 8th alley's exit. When she saw Wu Suo's anxious expression, she suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. However, when she thought of this possibility, the second princess couldn't help but sneer in her heart. She looked at Yi Hao and said, "I truly hope that you can kill Wu Jiao." Unsurprisingly, if Wu Jiao was killed, Wu Suo would definitely not let Yi Hao off. He would directly kill Yi Hao. That was exactly what she wanted to see. Wu Suo's expression grew even more unsightly. The anxiety on his face grew even more intense. After waiting for a long time, when no one came out of the 8th alley, Wu Suo was immediately enraged. He immediately rushed toward the 8th alley. Wu Suo ignored the guards and directly entered the 8th alley. When everyone saw Wu Suo's actions, they were all puzzled. What's wrong with Lord Wu? I've never seen him lose his composure like this before. I don't know why Lord Wu rushed into the 8th alley. However, I heard that Lord Wu's grandson entered the 8th alley. Could something have happened to Lord Wu's grandson? What? Who would dare to harm Lord Wu's grandson? When the crowd saw Wu Suo enter the 8th alley, they all began to discuss among themselves. After a short while, under the crowd's confused gazes, Wu Suo rushed out of the 8th alley. His expression was one of extreme anger and grief. Where's my grandson? Why isn't he in the 8th alley? After entering the 8th alley, Wu Suo searched for Wu Jiao for a long time but was unable to find him. At that moment, he couldn't help but shout angrily. However, how could he have known that Wu Jiao and the others had already been burned to ashes by Yi Hao's 10,000 beast spirit fire? What? Is Lord Wu's grandson not in the 8th alley? As the saying goes, if you're dead, you want to see the person. If you're alive, you want to see the corpse. Even if Lord Wu's grandson was killed, his corpse should still be here. Where did Lord Wu's grandson go? He couldn't have disappeared without a trace. When everyone heard Wu Suo's bellow, they became even more puzzled. He couldn't help but look at the crowd coming out of the 8th alley, but he didn't see Wu Jiao. The people in the 8th street were also puzzled. They hadn't expected Wu Mo to disappear. Previously, they had seen Wu Mo's subordinates stopping them from advancing. However, the one who had disappeared at this moment was actually Wu Jiao. This caused them to feel extremely shocked. Even before they left the 8th alley, many people were still guessing that Wu Jiao might be in first place. After all, they were unable to imagine who would dare to offend Wu Jiao. But there were also many people who thought of Yi Hao. These people were naturally the ones who had seen Yi Hao kill Wu Jiao's subordinates. Of course, there were even more people who were delighted to learn that something might have happened to Wu Jiao. After all, Wu Jiao had stopped them from advancing. He had relied on his status to oppress them. This caused them to feel extremely displeased. Thus, many people were guessing that something might have happened to Wu Jiao. Thus, they were all overjoyed. Haha, never would I have imagined that something would really happen to Wu Jiao. The heavens are truly helping me. Seeing this scene, the second princess was overjoyed. She had originally only been guessing and praying that something would happen to Wu Jiao. Never would she have imagined that something would really happen to Wu Jiao. Something actually happened to Wu Jiao. The first princess naturally knew who Wu Suo was. When she thought of the second princess, she had walked over to Wu Suo with curiosity. However, she immediately started frowning. The reason for that was because she had never imagined that something would happen to Wu Jiao. In other words, she had miscalculated. Wu Suo turned to Yi Hao with a crazed gaze and asked with a fiery temper, "Bastard, tell me, did you do this? Did you kill my grandson?" At that moment, Wu Suo's killing intent was completely exposed. The reason for that was because Wu Suo was his only grandson. Among his children, Wu Suo was also his most beloved grandson. When he thought of how his precious grandson might have died, how could he not be furious? Earlier, when Yi Hao had been the first to come out, he had thought that Yi Hao had stolen Wu Jiao's limelight. Thus, he was determined to take care of Yi Hao. From this, it could be seen how much he doted on Wu Jiao. Thus, when he learned that Wu Jiao might have died, how could he possibly be able to tolerate it? Of course, his anger did not go to his head. Thus, Wu Suo immediately deduced that the person most likely to have killed Wu Jiao would be Yi Hao. After all, Yi Hao was the first person to come out. Thus, Yi Hao was the greatest suspect. Apart from Yi Hao, Wu Suo found it very difficult to imagine who else would be capable of killing Wu Jiao. Seeing Wu Suo's furious shout, Yi Hao was naturally able to guess who it was. That person should be Wu Jiao's grandfather, Wu Jiao's backer, a rank too high official in the royal court. Yi Hao did not care about Wu Suo's angry shout at all. Why should he care about a mere rank too high official? Before he could say anything, Zhaolinger said, "Lord Wu, you can't speak carelessly. What proof do you have to prove that the person who killed your grandson is Yi Hao?" "You." Wu Suo was immediately choked by Zhaolinger's words. He could not say anything that he wanted to say. Furthermore, this is the prince consort competition. Weapons have no eyes to begin with. Furthermore, there are no rules that state that one cannot lose his life. Even if young Master Wu died in there, it would only be because his skills were inferior. Could it be that Lord Wu is trying to disrupt the competition? Or are you trying to interfere with the competition? For the first time, Zhaolinger's words were forceful. He looked at Wu Suo with an unyielding look in his eyes. Is this still the third princess? Why do I feel that the third princess today seems a little different from before? Who is that man? Why is the third princess so protective of him? The third princess's personality seems to have changed. Hasn't the third princess always been humble and polite? Why would she contradict Lord Wu like this? When the crowd heard Zhao Ling-er's words, they all looked at Zhao Ling-er in disbelief. This was because Zhao Ling-er's current behavior was indeed different from before. His unyielding tone was interrogative. Wu Suo did not dare to say anything after hearing Zhao Ling-er's words. Chapter 881. After all, the host of the competition was Emperor Tianyuan. Even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare to offend Emperor Tianyuan. Therefore, he didn't dare to accept the charge of interfering with or disrupting the competition. However, he didn't expect that Yi Hao would be so important to Zhao Ling-er. After all, he was a second-rank official in the imperial court and held a lot of weight in the imperial court. The eldest and second princesses were constantly trying to win him over. However, Zhao Ling-er was actually questioning him on behalf of Yi Hao. Wu Suo was becoming more and more displeased with Zhao Ling-er. If Zhao Ling-er wasn't Emperor Tianyuan's daughter, he would definitely have attacked and killed both Zhao Ling-er and Yi Hao. However, there were so many people here, and Emperor Tianyuan was also here. Even if he was extremely displeased, he could only hide it. Wu Suo hid the murderous intent in his eyes and said to Zhao Ling-er, "Your Highness is right. This old official knows his mistake." Millimeter, it's good that you know your mistake. Zhao Ling-er nodded. She didn't show too much emotion and looked as if it was only natural. After all, she wasn't stupid. Since she had already offended Wu Suo, there was no point in trying to be friendly with him. If that was the case, she might as well not give him any face at all. As expected, Wu Suo gritted his teeth. His face was livid. After all, his grandson was dead and his body hadn't been found yet. This made him heartbroken. Moreover, his enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He immediately shifted his furious gaze away from Yi Hao. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and suddenly attack Yi Hao and kill Yi Hao. Although he couldn't kill Yi Hao now, he wouldn't let Yi Hao and Zhao Ling-er have it easy either. After thinking for a moment, Wu Suo seemed to have come to a decision. He walked up to the second princess. "Second princess, I intend to join your camp, but there is a condition." Wu Suo walked up to the second princess and said with determination. But before he could finish speaking, the second princess replied with a smile, "This princess is naturally overjoyed that Lord Wu has joined this princess's camp. As for that Yi Hao, this princess will have him killed. Take it as a greeting gift to official Wu." "Thank you, second princess." Hearing the second princess's words, Wu Suo immediately thanked her. At the same time, he didn't forget to remind her, "Second princess, you must torture that brat to death. Don't worry, this princess will order my men to kill him in the arena. I'll kill him after he's completely humiliated," the second princess continued. "Then this old subject will thank the second princess in advance." Wu Suo glared fiercely at Yi Hao and thanked the second princess. "From now on, we'll be on the same boat." "Lord Wu, you don't have to be so courteous about such a small matter. You really joined the second royal sister's force." Zhao Ling-er was not surprised to see Wu Suo walking to the second princess's side. On the other hand, the eldest princess frowned. A trace of fear appeared in her heart. This was because compared to Zhao Ling-er, the eldest princess felt that the second princess was a much more serious threat to her. She had also tried to rope in Wu Suo several times, but Wu Suo had rejected her every time. She had never imagined that Wu Suo would join the second princess's force so easily. The eldest princess glanced at Yi Hao unhappily. This was because without Yi Hao, Wu Suo would not have chosen to join the second princess's camp so early. She might even have had the chance to rope Wu Suo in. One had to know that the support of a second-rank official was extremely useful for the development of one's faction. However, at this moment, everyone recognized Yi Hao. After all, everyone could see that Yi Hao was the person who had the highest chance of killing Wu Jiao. Many people admired Yi Hao's courage. He actually dared to look down on Wu Suo. At this moment, a figure walked out of the third alley. He carried a long sword on his back. There was no doubt that it was Fang Jie. Fang Jie had thought that his speed was already fast enough and that he would definitely be the fastest person in all the alleys. However, when he saw the crowd in front of the 8th alley, he couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected that there would be someone who was even faster than him. Could it be that trash Wu Jiao? Fang Jie couldn't help but think of Wu Jiao. At the same time, a look of disdain flashed across his face. However, when he scanned the crowd and didn't see Wu Jiao, he couldn't help but frown again. Fang Jie's face was cold as he strode over to the eldest princess. After bowing slightly, he asked, "Eldest princess, may I ask if the number 1 person in the 8th alley is Wu Jiao?" The eldest princess couldn't help but feel satisfied when she saw that Fang Jie was the second person to walk out. However, when she heard Fang Jie's question, she couldn't help but look at Yi Hao. "He is the number 1 person in the 8th alley. What?" Fang Jie couldn't help but have a look of disbelief when he followed the eldest princess's gaze. However, when Fang Jie glanced at Yi Hao, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Perhaps he will be a worthy opponent. After a short while, 2 figures walked out of the 7th and 10th alleys. These 2 figures were naturally Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun. At this moment, both of them had smug looks on their faces. In their opinion, with their speed, they would definitely be in the top 3. However, when they saw that the people in the 3rd and 8th alleys had walked out, they couldn't believe it. When they heard that Fang Jie was the second person to pass the 3rd alley, they were somewhat surprised. After all, if Fang Jie was the first person to walk out, they could barely accept it. However, they never expected Fang Jie to be the second person to walk out. Didn't that mean that their speed could only be ranked 3rd or 4th? When they found out that the number 1 person in the 8th alley was Yi Hao, they all forcibly resisted the urge to vomit blood. How is this possible? How is it possible that this brat is the first person to walk out of all the alleys? Absolutely impossible. I don't believe that this brat is the first person to walk out of the alley. Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun both doubted it. This was because both of them really wanted to kill Yi Hao and had never taken Yi Hao seriously. Therefore, when they heard that Yi Hao was the first person to walk out of all the alleys, they naturally couldn't accept it. This brat must have used some special method. Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun suddenly thought to themselves, "Your Highness, the second princess." Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun immediately walked up to the second princess and bowed at the same time. "This is Lord Wu." The second princess looked at the 2 of them and pointed at Wu Suo as she introduced him. Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun naturally recognized Wu Suo, but they didn't understand why Wu Suo's relationship with the second princess had suddenly become so close. However, Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun knew that this wasn't the time to ask questions. They looked at each other and bowed to Wu Suo. "Greetings, Lord Wu. Millimeter, not bad." Wu Suo nodded at Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun and couldn't help but praise them. Chapter 882. Your subordinates do not know. Your Highness, please instruct us. Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun both shook their heads when they heard the second princess's question. "I want you to kill Yi Hao and avenge Lord Wu's grandson," the second princess ordered. Sure enough, the second princess noticed that Lord Wu's face flashed with anger after she said those words. He glared hatefully in Yi Hao's direction. She wanted to incite the resentment in Wu Suo's heart. Only by inciting the resentment in Wu Suo's heart, Wu Suo's hatred for Yi Hao and Zhao Ling would grow even stronger. Only by getting someone to kill Yi Hao would Wu Suo be deeply grateful to her. Lord Wu's grandson? What happened to Wu Suo? Zhong Tian was confused. Oh, that's right. I remember that Wu Suo entered the 8th alley. Could it be? Zhong Yun suddenly thought of something but didn't dare say it out loud. When the 2 of them saw Wu Suo's ashen face and the second princess nod, Zhong Yun knew that he had guessed correctly. Wu Suo might have been killed by Yi Hao. When Zhong Tian saw this scene, he immediately understood what was going on. However, the 2 of them couldn't help but be shocked. They had never imagined that Yi Hao would dare to not give Wu Suo face and even kill Wu Suo's grandson. Even they wouldn't dare kill Wu Suo if they were ordered to do so. After all, they weren't sure if the second princess wouldn't be able to bear Wu Suo's anger and abandon them. "I want the two of you to torture that son of a bitch to death," Wu Suo said through gritted teeth. "As long as the two of you can do that, I will forever pledge my allegiance to the second princess. At the same time, I will give the two of you a large amount of resources," Wu Suo said to the two of them. "Why aren't the two of you thanking young Master Wu?" The second princess knew that whether or not she could be bound to Wu Suo forever depended on whether or not she could kill Yi Hao. The second princess couldn't help but look at the two of them and give them a meaningful glance. When the two of them heard the second princess's words, they immediately bowed to Wu Suo and said, "Lord Wu, no matter which of us brothers encounter that bastard, we won't let that son of a bitch have a good time." "That's right. This brat is outrageously audacious. He actually dared to kill young Master Wu Jiao. He should be torn to shreds," Zhongyun hurriedly added. "Then, this old man will be here. Many thanks to the two of you." Wu Suo nodded in satisfaction when he heard Zhongtian and the other man's promise. "If the two of you can't handle this matter well, then don't follow me anymore," the second princess said sternly. Yes, Zhongtian and the other two also knew the importance of this matter. If they didn't handle it well, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, the two of them were thinking about how to kill Yi Hao. After a moment of thought, the second princess took out some items and handed them to Zhongtian and Zhongxian. "This is the 3-turn enchanting incense. Just a whiff of it will cause you to fall into a trance. There's also an antidote. If necessary, you can use it." At this moment, in order to rope in Wu Suo, the second princess had already reached the point where she would resort to any means necessary. Moreover, it wasn't just to avenge Wu Suo. She really disliked Yi Hao and wanted to kill Yi Hao. Therefore, with these two factors combined, she had to kill Yi Hao. Seeing the items that the second princess took out, Zhongtian and Zhongxian looked troubled. One had to know that this was the prince consort competition. There were rules that forbade the use of cheating methods. If it was before, it would be fine in the alley. Even if they used it, as long as they handled it properly, no one would find out. However, the next match would be fought in the arena. That was a competition that everyone was watching. If they used such cheating methods, they might be discovered if they were the slightest bit careless. If they were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, even the second princess might not be able to protect them. Tchem. Seeing the troubled expressions on the two's faces, the second princess couldn't help but frown. "What? You're not willing?" Second princess is wise. For second princess, we brothers will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, Zhongtian and Zhongyun quickly said. Seeing the two's expressions, the second princess nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, she smiled and said, "You don't have to be nervous. This is only for when you have no other choice. Besides, that kid's strength might not even be comparable to yours." Hearing the second princess's words, Zhongtian and Zhongyun finally heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking back to when they investigated Yi Hao's strength previously, he was only a first-order demon venerable. Even if Yi Hao went to the Emperor Fallen Devil Forest and broke through in these 2 months, he would only be a second-order demon venerable. Yi Hao had only broken through to the second-order demon venerable for 1 or 2 months. How could he be a match for the two of them who had broken through to the second-order demon venerable for close to half a year? One had to know that the two of them had been at the second-order demon venerable for a long time. They had long reached the peak of the second-order demon venerable. With their cultivation, fighting against a third-order demon venerable was not a problem at all. In their opinion, even if Yi Hao had broken through, it would be very good if he could break through to the third-order demon venerable in such a short time. Yi Hao's cultivation was only a second-order demon venerable. He was also not a match for them. Following that, the first place of the other few alleys were selected one after another. First place of the 10 alleys, please head to the stage and prepare to draw lots for the battle. Yi Hao, you have to work hard. At the same time, You have to be careful of Zhong Tian and the other two people, and that Fang Jie. Zhao Ling did not forget to remind Yi Hao. After all, to be able to stand out in the 10 alleys, each of their strength was not ordinary. And this final battle on the stage was also the most important round to choose the prince consort. At this moment, the most nervous person was Zhao Ling. After all, after this round ended, her fate would be revealed. Don't worry, the prince consort is mine. Yi Hao looked at Zhao Ling with a face of confidence. Seeing Yi Hao's confident face, Zhao Ling actually trusted Yi Hao for no reason in her heart, which reduced the worry in her heart by a lot. At this moment, a minister suddenly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this matter concerns the third princess's prince consort. This humble subject wants to celebrate, so let this humble subject do the drawing of lot." Seeing this person, Zhao Ling knew that something was wrong. This person was Wu Suo's henchman. What's wrong? Yi Hao saw that Zhao Ling's expression had changed and could not help but ask. Zhao Ling immediately explained, "This person is Wu Suo's henchman. I'm afraid that he will play tricks on the drawing of lot." "Imperial father, since Lord Ju said so, why don't you agree?" The second princess saw that Lord Ju had finished speaking and immediately spoke up. When the eldest princess saw this scene, she also knew that something was wrong, but it was rare for her to agree with the second princess. She said, "That's right, Imperial father. Lord Ju has always been impartial. Let's let Lord Ju draw lots." Chapter 883. It's fine. They can cheat however they want. Yi Hao stopped Zhao Ling when he saw that he was about to say something. Emperor Tianyuan did not want to go against these people's wishes. After all, both of his daughters had spoken, and one of them was an official in the imperial court. He could not show that he was biased towards Zhao Ling. "All right, since Lord Ju wants to draw lots, let's do it." Emperor Tianyuan secretly glanced at Yi Hao. When he saw that Yi Hao was calm and collected, he felt relieved. Seeing that Emperor Tianyuan had agreed, the first princess, second princess, Wu Suo, and Lord Ju were delighted. "Bastard, let's see how I'll play you to death this time." Wu Suo looked at Yi Hao viciously. "Lord Wu, you can rest assured now. That bastard's fate is in our hands now," the second princess said with a smile. "Thank you, second princess." Wu Suo hurriedly thanked the second princess. The second princess nodded in satisfaction with a smile on her face. "I'd like to see how you're going to manipulate the competition." The first princess looked at the second princess lazily before retracting her gaze. "This." Zhao Ling looked worried. However, he was stopped by Yi Hao again. "The rules of the competition are as follows. The person who wins the most number of times will become the third prince consort of Chenyuan Kingdom." Lord Ju walked to the front of the stage and announced the rules. Then, Lord Ju began to draw lots. The first round, Song Wu versus Yang Ci. Lord Ju took out 2 identity tokens and showed them to everyone. "Hey, what's going on?" Zhao Ling was stunned when he heard Lord Ju's words. "No matter how bold he is, he wouldn't dare to pick on me right from the start." Yi Hao saw through Lord Ju's trick. Zhao Ling nodded thoughtfully when he heard Yi Hao's words. On the other hand, Song Wu and Yang Ci were both sons of important officials in the imperial court. Their strengths were on par with each other, both were first-order archdevil ancestors. The two of them also didn't expect that they would be drawn as soon as they came up. "Yang Ci, just admit defeat. You are no match for me." Song Wu held his hammers and jumped onto the stage. He looked at Yang Ci with disdain. "Haha, Song Wu, you're still so arrogant. Let me have a taste of your current strength." Yang Ci held a huge saber and rested it on his shoulder. Yang Ci did not care about Song Wu's words at all. His tone was also filled with provocation. "Loser, you've already lost to me so many times, yet you still overestimate yourself. Today, I'm going to beat the shit out of you." Song Wu also looked at Yang Ci with disdain. "All right, if the 2 contestants are ready, we can start at any time. It's best if you don't take each other's lives." Lord Ju's voice sounded at the same time, and then he walked down the ring. "Yang Ci, you don't know what's good for you. Get the hell down then. Song Wu slammed his hammers together. Immediately, a huge rumbling sound spread out in all directions. So strong. Seeing Song Wu's hammers dance, many cultivators with low cultivation looked at Song Wu in shock. The one who's going to get the hell down the stage is you. Yang Ci didn't show any weakness. He held his saber in front of him and attacked Song Wu. Boom. Song Wu's hammers and Yang Ci's saber collided, creating a violent rumbling sound. The two of them didn't seem to be outdone. This Song Wu is the son of General Song. His attacks are really powerful. That Yang Ci is the son of General Yang. He doesn't look weak either. Look at the two of them, they're evenly matched. Who do you think will win? I heard that Song Wu has been a demon venerable for a long time. I think Song Wu has a higher chance of winning. When the crowd saw Song Wu and Yang Ci exchange blows, they immediately started discussing. At the beginning, Song Wu and Yang Ci only used strength to attack. However, slowly, the two of them started using martial skills. However, it was clear that the two of them had been holding back and didn't reveal their full strength. After all, they were the ones who came up first. There were still so many people behind them. It was definitely not a wise choice to reveal their full strength at this time. Who do you think will win between the two of them? Zhao Ling watched the two of them fight. In order to divert the tension in his heart, he couldn't help but ask. Song Wu. Yi Hao said directly. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhao Ling couldn't help but voice his opinion, but I think that Yang Ci's attacks are more ferocious. Moreover, he has the upper hand. Yi Hao smiled and didn't say anything. Right at this moment, Song Wu was suddenly pushed back by Yang Ci, and Song Wu was also retreating. Seeing this rare opportunity, Yang Ci naturally wanted to take advantage of it and pursue. Yang Ci seemed to be unforgiving, and his hand continued to slice through the air, creating sonic booms. Look, Yang Ci is going to win. Zhao Ling couldn't help but be secretly delighted by his guess. Although he didn't think highly of either of them, he was still happy that his guess was correct. Seeing Zhao Ling's delighted expression, Yi Hao mercilessly poured cold water on him. Don't be in such a hurry. The one who will lose will definitely be Yang Ci. No. Before Zhao Ling could finish speaking, Song Wu had already rushed forward. He saw Song Wu, who had been retreating in panic, looking at Yang Ci with a smug expression. He couldn't help but smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Yang Ci, you're still too inexperienced. Song Wu suddenly revealed an opening. As for Yang Ci, he really thought that it was because Song Wu had been attacked by him that he had revealed an opening. Thus, Yang Ci didn't doubt that his attacks would be even more ferocious. However, just as Yang Ci's attack was about to land on Song Wu's body, Song Wu suddenly dodged and threw the hammer in his hand at Yang Ci. When Yang Ci saw this, his expression changed. He had no time to think and could only dodge to the side. However, Song Wu seemed to have been prepared. His other hammer blocked Yang Ci's path of retreat. Yang Ci's expression became even more unsightly. He couldn't advance or retreat. Although Yang Ci was unwilling, he still shouted, I admit defeat. After all, staying alive was more important. Hearing Yang Ci admit defeat, Song Wu could only withdraw his attack. He looked at Yang Ci proudly. A loser will always be a loser. You. Yang Ci was furious. He shouldn't have been careless and fallen for Song Wu's trap. However, a loss was a loss. There was nothing he could do. I didn't think that Song Wu would actually win. Zhao Ling was in disbelief. She had clearly thought that Yang Ci would win. How had Song Wu managed to turn defeat into victory? Zhao Ling couldn't help but look at Yi Hao. Yi Hao's guess had been so accurate. Song Wu wins. The next battle will be Yi Hao and Zheng Wang. Lord Zhu glanced at Yi Hao. Chapter 884. What did you say? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Lord Zhu, who was holding the two tokens in his hands, was stunned. He didn't quite understand what Yi Hao meant. I said let the 9 of them fight together to save time. Yi Hao looked at Lord Zhu and said. What did he say? Let all 9 of them fight together? Oh my God, this kid is too arrogant. But there's a price to pay for being arrogant. Is he a match for all 9 of them? That's right. I heard that the sword expert Fang Jie is already a 3rd order demon venerable. Not to mention Fang Jie, even Zhong Tian and his brother are very strong. What is this kid? How can he be so arrogant? Many of the onlookers who heard Yi Hao's words started discussing and pointing at Yi Hao. Obviously, they didn't like Yi Hao and thought that Yi Hao was too arrogant. What did this kid say? When Wu Suo heard Yi Hao's words, he was also stunned. Then, he sneered, I didn't expect this person to be so arrogant. He's asking for it. Haha, if that's the case, won't it save us a lot of effort? The second princess sneered. Challenging everyone? Is he crazy? He's overestimating himself. The first princess looked at Yi Hao with her sleepy eyes, afraid that she had misheard. What is he trying to do? Even Zhao Ling was stunned at this moment. She had been worried about whether Yi Hao could win or not. In the end, Yi Hao looked like he was just watching a show and actually wanted to challenge everyone. Can he really do it? Zhao Ling looked at Yi Hao's confident expression and couldn't help but doubt. This is nonsense. Emperor Tianyuan frowned when he heard Yi Hao's words. You have to think carefully. Once the competition starts, you can't regret it. Lord Ju couldn't help but look at Yi Hao. He had originally wanted to tamper with the drawing of lots. It was to continuously draw Yi Hao and let the 9 of them take turns to fight against Yi Hao. But he did not expect Yi Hao to challenge all 9 of them. One had to know that if 9 people ganged up on Yi Hao, it would cause more damage to Yi Hao than if 9 people ganged up on Yi Hao. At this moment, Lord Ju was afraid that Yi Hao would regret his decision. He hurriedly asked. I've thought it through. Let them come at me together. Yi Hao nodded. Hihi, what an arrogant brat. Young master will let you know how the word death is written. If you want to challenge the 9 of us, you should know that there's a price to pay for showing off. How dare you speak such arrogant words? I'll let you know how to write regret. Brat, it's not wrong to be arrogant, but you should know your limit. Yi Hao's words naturally angered the remaining 9 people. No matter what, the fact that they were able to pass the challenge in the alley proved that they were not weak. Among those of the same age, they were considered to be favored by the heavens. But Yi Hao's words were a blatant disregard for them. He did not take them seriously at all. Therefore, this was something that they could not accept. At this moment, all of them could not help but speak angrily. Meanwhile, Zhong Tian and Lord Ju were delighted. They never expected that Yi Hao would provoke everyone. This way, it would be easier to kill Yi Hao when the time came. Zhong Tian could not help but speak up to provoke the crowd. Brothers, this brat does not take us seriously. We definitely cannot tolerate this. That's right. This brat actually wants to challenge all of us. Naturally, we have to fulfill his wish and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhong Yun hurriedly added after hearing Zhong Tian's words. Teach him a lesson. That's right. We must teach him a lesson. We must not let this brat off easily. Hearing Zhong Tian and Lord Ju's words, the remaining few people shouted with anger on their faces. As soon as Zhong Tian and Lord Ju finished speaking, everyone except Fang Jie walked into the arena. Everyone could not help but look at Fang Jie, who was standing proudly at the side. When Fang Jie saw everyone's gaze, he could not help but say, bullying with numbers is an unfair victory. I, Fang Jie, disdain to do such a thing. As soon as Fang Jie finished speaking, the few people in the arena immediately looked embarrassed. Humph. Since he's not going to make a move, then we will. Zhong Tian snorted coldly. All right. As soon as Zhong Tian finished speaking, the remaining few people took out their weapons and attacked Yi Hao. Since you don't want to make a move, then let me make a move. Yi Hao did not look at Zhong Tian and the rest. Instead, he looked at Fang Jie at the side. In his eyes, only Fang Jie was worthy of him making a move. Because Fang Jie was the strongest, he naturally had to finish off Fang Jie first. As long as he finished off Fang Jie, he did not need to care about the remaining 8 people at all. Rippling Rain Sword. Yi Hao used a martial skill and attacked Fang Jie directly. What is he doing? He actually took the initiative to attack Fang Jie. One must know that Fang Jie is a third-order demon venerable. He is very strong. Can he be a match for Fang Jie? He actually wants to challenge 9 people at once. When everyone saw Yi Hao's actions, they were completely shocked. Fang Jie obviously did not expect that Yi Hao would take the initiative to provoke him when he disdained to make a move against Yi Hao. Fang Jie was not a stubborn person. When he saw Yi Hao attacking him, he immediately pulled out his long sword. This was because he felt that Yi Hao's rippling rain sword was coming at him menacingly. 7 swords of absolute death. Fang Jie's face was full of arrogance. Following which, the long sword in his hand left streaks of sword marks in the air. Preposterous. This brat is simply too arrogant. Zhong Tian and the rest of the 8 people were furious at this moment. This was because the 8 of them had surrounded Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao did not care about them at all and attacked Fang Jie. How could they not be angry? Yi Hao did not take them seriously. However, when everyone saw that Fang Jie was using a martial skill, although they were angry, they did not rush forward. This was because they had heard of Fang Jie's martial skill before. Fang Jie had his own unique understanding of martial skills and sword skills. He was very accomplished in using the sword. Fang Jie was not only strong, but his martial skills and sword skills were even more powerful. Fang Jie had relied on his talent in using the sword to defeat countless martial artists of the same level as him. The 7 swords of absolute death that Fang Jie was using now was a martial skill that was full of martial skills. Fang Jie could use the 7 swords of absolute death to perfection. Moreover, the 7 swords of absolute death was a martial skill that was full of killing intent. Every move that was used would bring about devastating damage to the enemy. The 7 swords of absolute death could be said to be fatal. Therefore, when everyone saw Fang Jie using the 7 swords of absolute death, they did not dare to rush forward rashly for fear of accidentally injuring themselves. Chapter 885. Hearing Zhong Tian's words, Zhong Yun stood aside. Fang Jie actually used the 7 swords of death. Looks like this kid is in for it. He actually made Fang Jie use the 7 swords of death. This kid must have angered Fang Jie. I heard that every time Fang Jie uses the 7 swords of death, his opponents are either severely injured or crippled. I reckon this kid's outcome won't be any better. Everyone couldn't help but discuss when they saw Fang Jie's martial arts technique. The reason was that they had heard of Fang Jie's 7 swords of death. What a strong killing intent. Yi Hao was shocked when he saw Fang Jie's martial arts technique. Looks like this Fang Jie really is an expert in the way of the sword. Yi Hao gave Fang Jie a definition in his heart. Then, he returned to normal. This was because Fang Jie's understanding of the 7 swords of death was very good. He even added some of his own understanding into it. This was definitely something that ordinary people couldn't do. However, it was nothing in front of Yi Hao. Although he wasn't a sword expert, he had a powerful system. Every time he practiced a martial arts technique, the system would automatically analyze it and give him its understanding of the martial arts technique as his proficiency in the martial arts technique increased. Therefore, Yi Hao's understanding of the martial arts technique wasn't any weaker than Fang Jie's. In fact, in some aspects, he was much stronger than Fang Jie. Therefore, when Yi Hao saw Fang Jie's martial arts technique, although he was shocked by Fang Jie's talent, he quickly returned to normal. At that moment, the 2 of their attacks finally collided. Fang Jie was still calm and collected. This was because he was very confident in his 7 swords of death. However, what made him feel strange was that he didn't see the expression on Yi Hao's face that he wanted to see. This was because his past opponents would panic when they saw him use the 7 swords of death. However, Yi Hao didn't seem to be affected at all. Fang Jie suddenly frowned. This was because he finally realized that Yi Hao's attack wasn't ordinary. He's very strong. Fang Jie finally stopped underestimating him. Although it was just a simple collision, he could feel that Yi Hao was definitely not weaker than him. Fang Jie put away his contempt and started to fight with Yi Hao. Yi Hao, on the other hand, looked like he would accompany her to the end. Actually, Yi Hao was also trying to increase his proficiency in martial arts. After all, sparring with an expert like Fang Jie would be of great help to his growth. At the same time, he did not use his full strength. After all, his current cultivation was comparable to a fourth-order demon ancestor. If he unleashed his full strength, Fang Jie would definitely not be his match. The two of them are actually evenly matched. Heavens, am I seeing things? Could it be that the kid is as strong as Fang Jie? They've already fought for several rounds. It's simply impossible to tell who's at a disadvantage. Who exactly is this brat? He's too powerful. The crowd looked at the battle between Yi Hao and Fang Jie. Yi Hao was not at a disadvantage at all. It was completely different from what they had imagined. He's actually evenly matched with Fang Jie. The person who was most shocked at this moment was none other than the first princess. Because Fang Jie was her subordinate, and she knew Fang Jie very well. However, he had never seen Fang Jie fight with such a serious expression before. This could only mean that Yi Hao's strength was enough to threaten Fang Jie. Otherwise, Fang Jie would definitely not be like this. He's actually so strong. The second princess could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when she saw this scene. Because Yi Hao's strength was far beyond her imagination. She originally thought that she could rely on Zhong Tian or Zhong Yun to take care of Yi Hao. However, after seeing Yi Hao and Fang Jie's battle, she realized that Yi Hao was definitely not that easy to deal with. The second princess could not help but look at Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun. She signaled them with her eyes, indicating that they could make a move at any time. As for Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun, when they saw Yi Hao and Fang Jie's opponents, their hearts were filled with shock. They never expected Yi Hao to be so strong that he could actually fight Fang Jie to a standstill. One must know that even they did not dare to say that they could fight Fang Jie to a standstill. However, Yi Hao had managed to do it. Therefore, at this moment, the two of them had a serious expression on their faces. After receiving the second princess's signal, Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun could not help but stare at Yi Hao, ready to make a move at any time. My grandson will definitely die in his hands. At this moment, Wu Suo saw Yi Hao's strength and immediately said with certainty. This was because he saw Yi Hao's current strength and knew that with Yi Hao's strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Wu Jiao and the others. Lord Wu, don't worry. No matter how strong this kid is, he will still die in the arena today. The second princess could not help but say when she saw Wu Suo's grim expression. Millimeter. When Wu Suo heard the second princess's words and thought of the 9 people in the arena attacking Yi Hao, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Go. Following the second princess's signal with her eyes, Zhong Tian suddenly shouted and immediately attacked Yi Hao. Brothers, this kid is strong. Let's attack together. Zhong Yun immediately shouted. As for the remaining people, when they saw Zhong Tian and Zhong Xian attack, they all looked at each other and attacked Yi Hao one after another. Yi Hao looked at the people attacking him from all directions. He was not afraid at all. He could not help but shout with an excited expression on his face. Good timing. The 9 people, including Fang Jie, used their martial skills and attacked Yi Hao. When the crowd saw this scene, they immediately turned their attention to the arena. They had not expected that the 9 people would really attack Yi Hao together. It looks like Yi Hao is going to lose. That Yi Hao is on par with Fang Jie. Now that there are 8 more opponents, he will definitely lose. This Yi Hao should not have said that he would fight against 9 people. If he had taken them one by one, he might have become the prince consort. As the saying goes, there's no medicine for regret. Now that the outcome is set, even if Yi Hao regrets it, there's nothing he can do. When Zhao Ling'er saw this scene, her heart was in her throat. She could not help but shout anxiously, Yi Hao, be careful. The first princess, second princess, and the rest sneered. They looked at Yi Hao as if he was a dead man. After all, Yi Hao was on par with Fang Jie. Now that there were 8 more powerful opponents, how could Yi Hao hold on? At this moment, Emperor Tianyuan also frowned. He wanted to stop this farce. After all, if this continued, Yi Hao would definitely lose. If Yi Hao lost, then Zhao Ling'er would be finished. However, this was Yi Hao's choice. Emperor Tianyuan could not do anything about it. Chapter 886. Yi Hao dodged everyone's attacks again and attacked Fang Jie with his sword. "You're going too far." When Zhong Tian and the rest saw this scene, they were completely infuriated. How little did Yi Hao care about them. That was why he ignored them time and time again. It was as if Yi Hao only had Fang Jie as his enemy and treated them like air. Kill. Zhong Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He roared and changed the direction of their attacks. They attacked Yi Hao again. On the other hand, Fang Jie frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Yi Hao only targeted him. He thought that Zhong Tian and the rest's attacks would reduce the pressure on him. However, Yi Hao didn't seem to care about Zhong Tian and the rest at all. Fang Jie had no choice but to continue receiving Yi Hao's attacks. He believed that with his strength, Yi Hao wouldn't be able to do any harm to him for a while. Gale steps. Who knew that Yi Hao would suddenly use his weapon and increase his speed? This time, Yi Hao didn't hold back. He used his full strength and attacked Fang Jie. Fang Jie saw that Yi Hao was coming at him fiercely. He had no choice but to block with his sword. Boom. The attacks of the two clashed together in an instant. The collision of the two swords caused a violent roar. Both of them used their full strength and collided with each other. Oh no! Fang Jie blocked Yi Hao's attack. Suddenly, his heart sank. He realized that Yi Hao's strength was much stronger than before. This is the strength of at least a level 4 demon venerable. Fang Jie's face changed drastically. If he knew that Yi Hao was a level 4 demon venerable from the start, he wouldn't have dared to fight Yi Hao head-on. However, it was already too late for him to do so. The huge impact had almost caused his arms to go numb. However, Yi Hao didn't give up and continued to attack him. At this moment, Fang Jie's brows were completely knitted together. That was because he was too close to Yi Hao. Furthermore, Yi Hao's attacks were too frequent. For a moment, he was unable to fight back. Fang Jie had no choice but to fight back bitterly while simultaneously neutralizing Yi Hao's moves. But Yi Hao's powerful strength shook his arms until they were numb. He had a feeling that if this continued, his entire arm would be crippled. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to hold his sword. What should I do? Fang Jie was extremely anxious. At the same time, Fang Jie cursed Zhong Tian and the others in his heart. He had held Yi Hao back for so long, yet none of them were quick enough to deal with Yi Hao to relieve some of his pressure. But how could he have known that Zhong Tian did it on purpose? Because when Zhong Tian saw his strength, he was also very wary in his heart. Zhong Tian was very happy to see the two of them suffer. At that time, he would sit back and reap the benefits. Therefore, even though Zhong Tian was angrily following behind Yi Hao, he didn't show his full strength. Zhong Tian was only trying to sow discord among the crowd. He would wait until he and Yi Hao were both injured before making his move. What is Fang Jie doing? Why is he retreating? The two of them were evenly matched just now. Could it be that Fang Jie is going easy on Yi Hao? Isn't Fang Jie an expert in the way of the sword? Why doesn't his swordsmanship seem that much stronger than Yi Hao's? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but discuss when they saw Fang Jie retreating. They didn't know that Yi Hao had been hiding his strength from the start. Therefore, they still thought that Fang Jie was going easy on Yi Hao. All of them looked at Fang Jie unhappily. If Fang Jie knew what everyone was thinking at this moment, would he have the urge to vomit blood? Kneel before me! Yi Hao suddenly roared. He activated his own martial arts power and attacked Fang Jie. Fang Jie's expression changed again. He could only grit his teeth and endure. 7 swords of death. At this moment, Fang Jie only wanted to use his martial technique to break Yi Hao's attack. Yi Hao also used his martial technique and his strength was stronger than Fang Jie's. Therefore, even if Fang Jie used his martial technique, he still wasn't a match for Yi Hao. Sweeping rain sword. As if they were going to cut through the raindrops in the sky, the dense sword shadows pressed down on Fang Jie. At this moment, the 7 swords of death that Fang Jie was so proud of was actually being suppressed by the sweeping rain sword. Phut! Fang Jie finally couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar. Fang Jie was beaten to the point of spitting blood. Could it be that Yi Hao's strength is above Fang Jie's? That's very possible. When the crowd saw this scene, there was an uproar. How strong is this kid? Fang Jie was the first princess's subordinate. At this moment, the first princess saw Fang Jie spitting blood. The languid expression on his face instantly disappeared as he looked at Yi Hao with eyes that were as bright as torches. He is indeed strong. The second princess also frowned as she looked at Yi Hao. She originally thought that Yi Hao was at most a second-order demon venerable. However, when Yi Hao was evenly matched with Fang Jie, she was slightly shocked. However, she never expected that Yi Hao wasn't at his full strength. Yi Hao's full strength was actually able to defeat Fang Jie. Could he be a fourth-order demon venerable? The second princess's heart suddenly sank as she thought of a bad possibility. At this moment, Wu Suo's face was also filled with displeasure. This was because he wanted Yi Hao to die and not others to be injured. This was because Fang Jie was the strongest person here. If even Fang Jie was defeated by Yi Hao, then the rest of the people wouldn't be a match for Yi Hao. Wu Suo couldn't help but look at Zhong Tian and the rest. He said unhappily, if that bunch of trash doesn't make a move now, they won't have a chance later. He's actually so strong. Zhao Ling'er couldn't help but rejoice when she saw that Yi Hao was actually able to make Fang Jie bleed. Zhao Ling'er also heaved a sigh of relief because she was worried that Yi Hao wouldn't be able to defeat Fang Jie. However, now it seemed that she was completely overthinking it. At the same time, Zhao Ling'er was also a little surprised. She also didn't expect Yi Hao to be so strong. Good boy, you've really made me see you in a new light. Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Fang Jie vomit blood. He praised in his heart. When Yi Hao saw Fang Jie vomit blood, he followed up his victory and attacked Fang Jie again. This time, Fang Jie finally couldn't block it. His arms were numb and he couldn't hold his weapon properly. The long sword in his hand was also sent flying by Yi Hao. He was originally an expert in the way of the sword. Now that he lost his long sword, it was as if he had lost his arms. He wasn't a match for Yi Hao even when he was holding a long sword. At this moment, he was even less of a match for Yi Hao. Yi Hao's sword pierced towards Fang Jie. No! Fang Jie shouted in fear when he saw the long sword in Yi Hao's hand emitting a cold light. Chapter 887. Since that's the case, then die. Yi Hao did not intend to kill Fang Jie, but when he heard the eldest princess's words, he wanted to kill him. Poochie. The cold sword entered Fang Jie's throat, and a bloody wound appeared on his neck. A stream of bright red blood spurted out. Fang Jie clutched his neck in disbelief, his face filled with unwillingness. With his talent, he had yet to fully mature. He had yet to help the eldest princess ascend the throne. How could he be willing to die like this? But he felt that it was increasingly difficult to breathe. With a plop, Fang Jie's eyes widened as he fell to the ground unwillingly. This scene undoubtedly caused a huge commotion, and it set off a wave of discussion. Everyone could not help but rub their eyes, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. Fang Jie was actually killed. That kid is so bold, daring to kill the eldest princess's men. This kid is too arrogant. The eldest princess stopped him just now, and he actually dared to not stop. Quickly look at the eldest princess's expression. This kid has completely angered the eldest princess. No one expected that Fang Jie would die in the arena. This was because in everyone's opinion, apart from Yi Hao, Fang Jie was the person with the greatest hope of becoming the prince consort. Among his peers, Fang Jie was definitely a proud son of heaven, crushing all martial artists of the same age. Furthermore, Fang Jie had a unique understanding of the sword Dao. If he were to mature, he would definitely be a great expert. But at this moment, he was directly killed by Yi Hao in the arena. This made everyone sigh. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 demon supremacy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mystic Supreme Grade Martial Technique, 7 Swords of Absolute Death. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Hao naturally chose to cultivate it. This was because when he saw Fang Jie use the 7 swords of absolute death, he felt that it was very good. The 7 swords of absolute death focused on killing, and every sword was filled with killing intent. Just in terms of fighting, this 7 swords of absolute death was definitely the best of the mystic supreme grade martial techniques. Yi Hao naturally wanted to cultivate such a martial technique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for comprehending the mystic supreme grade martial technique, 7 swords of absolute death. You bastard, you're courting death. Seeing that Yi Hao had really killed Fang Jie, the eldest princess was infuriated. She yelled, "Men, kill that bastard." Clearly, Fang Jie's position in the first princess's heart was also very important. When he saw Fang Jie being killed, he almost lost his mind. After all, with Fang Jie's talent, growing to become a fiend emperor was only a matter of time. In the Tianyuan kingdom, there were very few demon emperors. And Fang Jie's death also announced that she had lost a demon emperor powerhouse. How could she not be furious? Many people's expressions changed when they heard the first princess's words. Even the guards behind the first princess had panicked looks on their faces. When the second princess saw this, she couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Although she was shocked that Yi Hao had killed Fang Jie, she was happy. After all, she and the eldest princess were like fire and water. She was extremely fearful of Fang Jie's talent. But now that Fang Jie had been killed, she had one less person to be wary of. At the same time, it had weakened the first princess's strength. What she didn't expect was that the first princess would lose her mind and give such an order. How dare you? Emperor Tianyuan's face was ashen at this moment. He slammed the table in front of him. Everyone's hearts froze as they looked at Emperor Tianyuan cautiously. After all, it was a serious matter when the emperor was angry. When the first princess heard Emperor Tianyuan's words, she was instantly jolted awake. She looked at the second princess beside her with a sneer on her face. The guards beside her also had panicked looks on their faces. When she looked at Emperor Tianyuan again and saw his angry face, the first princess panicked and thought to herself, "Oh no." Cold sweat appeared on the first princess's head instantly. The first princess couldn't care less about anything else. She immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Father, please calm down. I have been rude. Please punish me." After all, this was the place to choose the emperor's son-in-law. Other than the civil and military officials, there were countless onlookers. Among these onlookers, other than the citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom, there were also spies from various forces. What she said just now was obviously bullying. She simply didn't put Emperor Tianyuan in her eyes. This was not a small crime. At this moment, the first princess's intestines were green with regret. Why didn't she keep her rationality? The first princess's hatred for Yi Hao grew stronger. If Yi Hao hadn't killed Fang Jie, she wouldn't have lost her rationality. But when she thought of Fang Jie's death, her heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. "Bastard, if I don't kill you, I'm not human." The first princess's gaze was cold. She clenched her fists and swore in her heart, "The first princess doesn't know the rules. Your salary will be deducted for a year. The rest of the punishment will be decided after the competition." Emperor Tianyuan looked at the first princess and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to be punished." The first princess heaved a sigh of relief. At least the Emperor Tianyuan didn't punish her severely in front of everyone. If Emperor Tianyuan really punished her severely in front of so many people, it would definitely damage her reputation. Hearing the first princess's punishment, the second princess couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Let the competition continue. Emperor Tianyuan looked at Yi Hao and the others in the arena and said directly. When they heard Emperor Tianyuan's words, many people in the arena had looks of panic on their faces. This was because they were also shocked by Yi Hao's strength. They didn't expect Yi Hao to be able to kill Fang Jie. One had to know that most of them were aware of their own strength. They were definitely no match for Fang Jie. If Yi Hao could kill Fang Jie, then wouldn't killing them be a piece of cake? Everyone was hesitant. No one dared to make a move first. Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun looked at Yi Hao with fear in their eyes. They knew that if they wanted to kill Yi Hao, everyone would have to work together. Otherwise, with their strength, even if they killed Yi Hao, they wouldn't have it easy. Everyone, we are all here for the position of the Emperor's son-in-law. With this kid around, we will definitely have no chance of becoming the Emperor's son-in-law. That's right. The two of us can't stand this. As long as everyone works together to kill him, we will withdraw from the competition. Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun looked at each other and said, if they wanted to use everyone now, they had to give them enough temptation. Otherwise, if these people were frightened by Yi Hao's strength and didn't dare to make a move, it would be very difficult to kill Yi Hao today. As expected, many people were immediately swayed by Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun's words. After all, they were also afraid of Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun's strength. If Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun withdrew from the competition, then the remaining people would be evenly matched. At that time, everyone would have a chance to become the Emperor's son-in-law. Chapter 888. What we said is absolutely true. Zhong Tian immediately said when he heard the question. That's right. We only want to kill him and give up the position of Emperor's son-in-law. Zhong Yun also said when he heard Zhong Tian's words. Alright, I hope you guys keep your promise. Everyone, since it's already come to this point, it's time to fight. Let's join forces and kill this kid. After hearing Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun's words, everyone made up their minds. After all, the position of Emperor's son-in-law was right in front of them. It could be said that it was within reach. As long as they killed Yi Hao, everyone would have a chance. Moreover, as long as they killed Yi Hao, Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun would withdraw. Then, their chances of becoming the Emperor's son-in-law would increase. Hearing everyone's words, Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun did not say anything, but a cold smile appeared on their faces. Are you guys done talking nonsense? Seeing everyone's discussion, Yi Hao asked impatiently, if you're done talking, I'm going to make my move. Heh, this dog is really arrogant. Since this dog is courting death, let's fulfill his wish. Alright, let's attack together and kill him. The people in the arena could not help but sneer at Yi Hao as they prepared to attack. Kill. Following Zhong Tian's order, everyone activated their martial techniques. Dazzling and colorful martial skills formed streaks of gorgeous flowing light, attacking towards Yi Hao. The 8 of them saw Yi Hao kill Fang Jie, so none of them dared to underestimate Yi Hao. Each and every one of them used all of their strength, hoping to kill Yi Hao as quickly as possible. The 8 of them attacked one after another. Their powerful martial strength blasted towards Yi Hao. Oh my god, what powerful strength. This Yi Hao is probably finished this time. Everyone present looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Many people could not help but hold their breaths when they saw such a large formation. When Zhao Linger saw this scene, his heart was in his throat again. Mitch, a bunch of ants. To outsiders, the 8 of them joined forces to attack like an inescapable net. That powerful force sealed off his escape route. But from Yi Hao's point of view, the 8 of them working together was full of loopholes. That was because these people all had their own thoughts. On the surface, they were working together to display their full strength, but in their hearts, they were all on guard against each other. I'll let you experience what it means to be in despair. Yi Hao did not panic at all when he saw the crowd's attacks. Instead, he sneered. You should be the one experiencing despair. Zhong Tian coldly snorted. Everyone looked at Yi Hao strangely. They didn't understand why Yi Hao was in such a dangerous situation. How could he still be so calm and say such words? This kid, he couldn't have been scared silly, right? Someone couldn't help but look at Yi Hao and asked suspiciously. Zhao Linger looked at Yi Hao and broke out in a cold sweat. What is this kid up to? Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but look at Yi Hao with a trace of worry on his face. The 8 people who killed Yi Hao couldn't help but smile when they saw that Yi Hao was still standing in the same spot. As far as they were concerned, victory was already in sight. They could almost see Yi Hao being smashed into a pulp by them. The position of the Emperor's son-in-law was waving at them. Just as the crowd's attacks were about to land on Yi Hao suddenly moved. 7 swords of absolute death. Yi Hao wasn't the only one who moved. The cold sword in his hand was also moving. It was filled with dense killing intent. Boundless martial arts energy burst out from the cold sword and spread out in all directions. Those powers were aimed at the crowd's vital points with unerring accuracy. And the energy formed by the crowd's martial arts technique was instantly destroyed by Yi Hao's attack. This, everyone at the scene was instantly dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with astonishment. His martial arts technique seems to be Fang Jie's 7 swords of absolute death. How can this be? The 7 swords of absolute death is Fang Jie's martial arts technique. How can he know it? Definitely. This is definitely the 7 swords of absolute death. Everyone looked at Yi Hao's martial arts technique in shock. They couldn't understand how Yi Hao could know the 7 swords of absolute death. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The eldest princess stood up when she saw this scene. This was because the 7 swords of absolute death was something that Fang Jie had obtained by chance in a mystic realm. It was impossible for anyone else to know it. But at this very moment, Yi Hao had indeed used the 7 swords of absolute death in a real battle. Furthermore, the 7 swords of absolute death that Yi Hao had used was much more powerful than Fang Jie's. How can this be? Zhong Tian's face changed and instantly turned pale. He couldn't understand why the martial arts technique that he had used with all his might had been easily defeated by Yi Hao. Zhong Tian wasn't the only one whose face changed. The other 7 people's faces changed as well. Oh no, run! Suddenly, someone shouted in a panic. This was because they felt the aura of death from Yi Hao's 7 swords of absolute death. After all, the 7 swords of absolute death was a martial arts technique that was decisive in killing. This martial arts technique was overbearing and brutal. As long as a martial artist was targeted by the 7 swords of absolute death, it would be difficult for them to escape. Yi Hao's 7 swords of absolute death was executed smoothly. It was much more powerful than the one that Fang Jie had used previously. You want to kill me and now you want to escape. Isn't it too late? Yi Hao moved and activated his martial arts technique again. The powerful 7 swords of absolute death swept up waves of energy and instantly sealed off everyone's escape route. Everyone's faces turned even uglier. They looked at Yi Hao warily and their eyes were filled with panic. I admit defeat. I admit defeat too. I'll give you the prince consort. My father is the current ruler. I'm the only descendant. I beg you, don't kill me. When everyone saw Yi Hao's 7 swords of absolute death and the powerful aura that Yi Hao exuded, they knew that they weren't a match for Yi Hao. Since they weren't a match for Yi Hao, they didn't even have the strength to resist. If you don't want to die, kneel down. Yi Hao stared coldly at the crowd. Weaklings have to maintain their composure. If you want to live, you have to be obedient. Everyone looked at each other. No matter what, each and every one of them possessed a status that was a cut above others. Every single one of them had a powerful background in the Tianyuan kingdom. However, at this moment, they had to kneel down in front of Yi Hao in front of everyone. How could they accept such humiliation? It seems like you all have a backbone. Then, Yi Hao was about to attack again when he saw the crowd's hesitant looks. In Yi Hao's opinion, killing them would be letting them off too easily. And the only thing that was more useful than killing them was to humiliate them. Everyone panicked when they heard Yi Hao's words. They didn't doubt that Yi Hao would kill them. Chapter 889. Men should not kneel. You must not kneel. Zhong Tian said anxiously when he saw that everyone was about to kneel before Yi Hao. If they joined forces, they still had a chance of killing Yi Hao. At the very least, they would be in an undefeatable position. However, if everyone knelt before Yi Hao and begged for mercy, the 2 of them would be done for. After all, it was absolutely impossible for them to kneel before Yi Hao. Even if they knelt before Yi Hao, the second princess would definitely skin them alive. If everyone knelt, it would be a piece of cake for the 2 of them in the future. At this thought, Zhong Tian couldn't help but secretly take the triple turn bewitching incense that the second princess had given him. At this moment, he couldn't care less. Only this triple turn bewitching incense had a chance to turn the tables. Second brother, do it. Zhong Tian suddenly shouted at Zhong Yun. Zhong Yun naturally knew what Zhong Tian wanted to do. He couldn't help but pick up his weapon and use his martial skill to attack Yi Hao. The instant Zhong Yun attacked Yi Hao, Zhong Tian crushed the triple turn bewitching incense in his hand and attacked Yi Hao at the same time. When Zhong Tian saw that Yi Hao had focused all his attention on Zhong Yun, he couldn't help but feel delighted. When the second princess and Wu Suo saw this scene, they immediately realized what was going on. The second princess and Wu Suo involuntarily looked at Zhong Tian nervously. The reason for that was because whether or not they would be able to kill Yi Hao completely depended on whether or not the 3 revolutions soul bewitching incense in Zhong Tian's hand would be effective against Yi Hao. Raining sword. Yi Hao looked at Zhong Yun and used his martial skill. Immediately, a powerful martial skill attack formed a powerful force that almost enveloped Zhong Yun. In an instant, Zhong Yun's body was covered in wounds. How can he be so strong? Even Zhong Yun's eyes were fixed on Yi Hao. When he had entered the arena, he had looked down on Yi Hao. However, he had never imagined that the gap between him and Yi Hao would be so huge. In front of Yi Hao, he was powerless and could only hold on. Hurry up. Zhong Yun couldn't help but hope that Zhong Tian would be faster. If Zhong Tian's speed was any slower, then he would be in danger. Everyone present couldn't help but watch this scene. None of them understood. Why would Zhong Tian and Zhong Xian suddenly fight so desperately against Yi Hao? One had to know that the strength that Yi Hao had displayed earlier was something that even Zhong Tian and the other 8 were no match for. Since the 8 of them couldn't beat Yi Hao, there was no need to mention Zhong Tian and his brother. It could only be said that the 2 of them were no match for Yi Hao. Thus, when the crowd saw Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun attacking without any regard for their lives, they were all completely stunned. You dog, you're about to die. The closer they got to Yi Hao, the more nervous Zhong Tian became. At the same time, he sneered. 7 swords of death. Just as Zhong Tian was sneering in his heart, Yi Hao's voice suddenly rang in his ears. They didn't know when, but Yi Hao had actually pushed Zhong Yun back and attacked him with a sword. Zhong Tian's expression changed and he hurriedly scattered the 3-turn soul enchanting incense in his hand. Insignificant skill. I knew that you would have this kind of skill. Seeing Zhong Tian's 3-turn soul enchanting incense, Yi Hao seemed to have expected it. He immediately retreated and kicked Zhong Yun at the same time. Zhong Yun was already seriously injured by Yi Hao's raining sword. At this moment, he couldn't withstand Yi Hao's kick at all. Zhong Yun was directly sent flying and crashed into Zhong Tian. Cough, cough, cough. Almost half of Zhong Tian's 3-turn soul enchanting incense was inhaled by Zhong Yun. Zhong Yun immediately coughed violently. Then, his eyes became blurry and he fell to the ground. Second brother. Zhong Tian's expression changed. He looked at Zhong Yun who had lost consciousness and was lying on the ground and immediately shouted. I didn't expect that Zhong Tian would use such despicable methods. Now, he harmed others and himself. Instead, he harmed Zhong Yun. But that Yi Hao, how did he react so quickly? I was wondering why the 2 of them would suddenly go all out. So it was because they wanted to use such shameless methods. Everyone saw the 3-turn soul enchanting incense that Zhong Tian scattered and immediately understood. Damn it! When the second princess saw that Zhong Tian had failed, she couldn't help but slam her fist on the table in front of her. At this moment, Wu Suo's face was ashen. What a piece of trash. Die. Yi Hao swept his sword and directly pierced Zhong Yun's neck. No! Second brother. Zhong Tian couldn't help but roar in anger as he watched Zhong Yun being killed. Bastard, I'm going to fight it out with you. At this moment, Zhong Tian had clearly lost his mind and wanted to fight it out with Yi Hao. At this moment, Zhong Tian's entire body's martial power burst forth. His eyes were blood red as he attacked Yi Hao. Seeing the powerful martial power burst forth from Zhong Tian's body, the people standing in the arena couldn't help but take a few steps back, afraid that they would accidentally injure themselves. Is this Zhong Tian crazy? Everyone present couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Zhong Tian's current state. Fight it out with me. You're not worthy. Yi Hao snorted disdainfully. His body moved and the long sword in his hand attacked again. The cold sword in Yi Hao's hand was like a silver dragon that went straight for Zhong Tian's neck. Poochie. The sharp long sword instantly cut off Zhong Tian's head, and Zhong Tian's body instantly froze on the spot. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 2 demon supremacy warrior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60,000 experience point. Why aren't you all kneeling down? Yi Hao held the long sword in his hand and swept his cold gaze across the crowd. Plop. Just as Yi Hao finished speaking, Zhong Tian's body fell to the ground with a thud. When the crowd saw Zhong Tian and Zhong Yun's bodies, their hearts trembled for no reason. Looking at the cold sword in Yi Hao's hand that was still stained with blood, the crowd was even more fearful. None of them dared to look into Yi Hao's eyes. Plop, plop, plop. The remaining few people couldn't hold on anymore and knelt at Yi Hao's feet. Seeing this scene, everyone present fell silent. This was because no one had expected Yi Hao to actually win. Furthermore, Yi Hao had defeated 9 people single-handedly. Everyone couldn't help but be curious as to who exactly Yi Hao was. He won, he actually won. At this moment, Zhao Ling'er looked at the tall figure in the arena excitedly. Preposterous. When the second princess saw this scene, she couldn't help but gnash her teeth. 2 of her trusted aides had actually been killed just like that. The murderous intent in the second princess's eyes intensified, but with the eldest princess as an example, she didn't dare to act recklessly at this moment. She could only suppress the anger in her heart. As for the eldest princess and Wu Suo, they were also looking at Yi Hao with gloomy eyes. They both viewed Yi Hao as a thorn in their side. Chapter 890. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the head eunuch immediately looked at Emperor Qianyuan. Seeing Emperor Qianyuan nod, the head eunuch immediately congratulated Yi Hao. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince Consort. Long live Your Highness the Prince Consort. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince Consort. Long live Your Highness the Prince Consort. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince Consort. Long live Your Highness the Prince Consort. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince Consort. Long live Your Highness the Prince Consort. Seeing the head eunuch bow, everyone present knew that Yi Hao's identity as the Prince Consort was confirmed. Countless people looked at Yi Hao enviously and bowed respectfully at the same time. Even though Wu Suo wanted to kill Yi Hao, he had no choice but to bow to Yi Hao in this situation. Even the eldest and second princesses had to bow slightly. After all, Emperor Qianyuan was here. They didn't dare to neglect the proper etiquette. Seeing that everyone had bowed to Yi Hao, the Prince Consort of the Qianyuan Kingdom, the Prince Consort. This is a joyous occasion for the Qianyuan Kingdom. From today onwards, there will be a banquet for 3 days to celebrate. The head eunuch continued when he saw that everyone had bowed to Yi Hao. As soon as the head eunuch finished speaking, there was a burst of excitement. These excited voices naturally came from the commoners. At this moment, some of the ministers were making their own plans. After all, they all knew that Emperor Qianyuan was about to abdicate the throne. Then, Emperor Qianyuan would be chosen by the princesses. Naturally, the ministers would have to choose who they would pledge their allegiance to and support. Their choice was between the eldest and second princesses. As for Zhao Ling'er, they had already forgotten about him. This was because if the princesses wanted to participate in the fight for the throne, they had to have a prince consort. However, they all knew what the first and second princesses were planning. They both wanted to turn Zhao Ling'er into a puppet and control her. Therefore, Zhao Ling'er was naturally not someone they could rely on. Normally, Zhao Ling'er's fate would be incomparably miserable. But what they didn't expect was that the situation would take a huge turn. Yi Hao stood out from the crowd and directly avoided the position of Prince Consort. No one was stupid. They all knew that Yi Hao was Zhao Ling'er's man. In other words, Zhao Ling'er had the right to participate in the fight for the throne, and he was not under the control of the first and second princesses. They had to carefully consider which camp to join. They had to make the right choice so that they could continue to stand in the imperial court. Get out of the way, get out of the way. I have something urgent to report to His Majesty. Get out of the way. At this moment, an urgent shout was heard. Everyone present stepped aside to make a path for him. Emperor Qianyuan looked at the newcomer and immediately had a bad premonition. Greetings, Your Majesty. The person came to Emperor Qianyuan's feet and immediately knelt down. Return to the palace. Emperor Qianyuan knew that something big must have happened for this person to be in such a hurry. There were too many people here, and it was definitely not the place to talk. Return to the palace. As the chief eunuch, he naturally knew how to read people's expressions. When he saw Emperor Qianyuan, he knew that this was no small matter and hurriedly shouted. Emperor Qianyuan immediately sat on the dragon carriage, and a group of guards followed closely behind him and headed towards the palace. What's going on? Who knows? Looking at the person just now, he seems to be a general. Could it be that war is about to break out? That can't be. Qianyuan Kingdom finally had 2 years of peace. War is about to break out again so soon. Everyone present couldn't help but discuss as they watched the dragon carriage leave. Let's go back to the palace. Eldest princess frowned and immediately said to the guard beside her. Sir Wu, what do you think is going on? Second princess retracted her gaze from Yi Hao and asked Wu Suo. Wu Suo pondered for a moment and said, I recognize that person's attire. He's a general who guards the border of Qianyuan Kingdom. What? Could it be that Duan Kingdom has started a war? Second princess's expression changed. One must know that Qianyuan Kingdom's current strength was no match for Duan Kingdom's strength. In these 2 years, there had been constant friction between the two kingdoms. Duan Kingdom had no idea how many times they had caused trouble. And because Qianyuan Kingdom's strength was inferior to Duan Kingdom's, they had repeatedly backed down. But all this while, the two kingdoms had never started a war. Second princess looked at eldest princess's back and immediately said, let's go back quickly. Okay. Wu Suo quickly nodded and glanced at Yi Hao at the same time. Dog, I'll kill you sooner or later. Yi Hao, it seems like something big has happened. Zhao Ling anxiously walked to Yi Hao's side with a worried face. Let's go and take a look. Yi Hao pulled Zhao Ling's hand and chased after Emperor Qianyuan. Preposterous. In the palace of Qianyuan Kingdom, the king of Qianyuan Kingdom was sitting on the dragon throne with a furious look on his face. Damned Duan Kingdom, they're really bullying us. Their prince died in Emperorfall Devil Forest and they dare to push the blame onto us. Emperor Qianyuan flew into a rage with a belly full of anger, because he heard the general's report that Duan Kingdom had sent 10 million troops to suppress the border. And they even made a bold declaration that they would flatten all of Qianyuan Kingdom's cities. If Qianyuan Kingdom didn't want to be destroyed, then they would have to take the initiative to give up a division of land. One must know that in the ancient demon realm, 100 cities were a region and 10 regions were a division. The number of divisions was equivalent to 1,000 cities. In the entire Qianyuan Kingdom, there were only 3 divisions. And Duan Kingdom actually said that they wanted a division of Qianyuan Kingdom, that was 1/3 of Qianyuan Kingdom's territory. How could Emperor Qianyuan not be angry? This Duan Kingdom is simply bullying us. They actually want a division of land, they simply don't put our Qianyuan Kingdom in their eyes. This is absolutely intolerable, this is simply bullying us to the top. Their Duan Kingdom is powerful, but our Qianyuan Kingdom is not to be trifled with. A division of land, I don't know if they have such a good appetite to swallow it. The civil and military officials in the imperial court were all furious at this moment. Everyone, what do you think of this matter? Emperor Qianyuan looked at the furious crowd in the imperial court and couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, I think we should find out why Duan Kingdom suddenly sent a large army to suppress the border. Didn't they say that their prince died? I think we should investigate. Wu Suo walked out and said. Chapter 891. But why didn't the Duan dynasty find trouble earlier or later? Why did they have to find trouble at this time? Wu Suo looked at the minister who opposed him unhappily. Enough, I asked you to talk about how to deal with this matter, not for you to quarrel. Emperor Qianyuan naturally knew that Wu Suo and that minister did not get along and couldn't help but speak up. Your Majesty, my Qianyuan kingdom's strength is not as good as the Duan dynasty. I feel that it's not good to start a war. A minister stood up and spoke up. I second the motion. I second the motion. After this minister finished speaking, the rest of the ministers also spoke up one after another. When Emperor Qianyuan saw this scene, his eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. He never thought that these people that he usually raised would be useless at this critical moment. If it's not good to start a war, could it be that we're going to let others bully us and give up a piece of land? Yi Hao looked at these cowardly ministers and couldn't help but sneer. When the ministers heard Yi Hao's words, they all revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Prince Consort Yi, this is a conversation between us monarchs and ministers. Prince Consort Yi, please don't interrupt. That's right, the Prince Consort can't discuss the matters of the imperial court. It's not appropriate for Prince Consort Yi to be here. We ask Prince Consort Yi to leave first. The ministers all spoke up, wanting to chase Yi Hao out of the imperial court. A bunch of cowards who are afraid of death. You can only clamor here. Yi Hao looked at the ministers in disdain. Who are you calling cowards who are afraid of death? Do you know how strong the Duan dynasty is? If we start a war with the Duan dynasty, it's very likely that the country will be destroyed. Do you know that? Do you know that the Duan dynasty sent 10 million troops this time? That's right, although you're the prince consort, this imperial court is not a place for you to spout nonsense. And you have to know that whether we fight or not is related to the life and death of hundreds of millions of people. How can it be so easy to start a war? Yi Hao's words instantly angered all the ministers. Then what you mean is that if we give you a piece of land, the broken dynasty will let the Qianyuan kingdom go? Or do any of you dare to guarantee that the broken dynasty will not attack the Qianyuan kingdom after the Qianyuan kingdom gives up a piece of land? Yi Hao looked at the officials without any fear. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the ministers looked at each other, but no one dared to respond to Yi Hao. The reason for that was because they did not dare to guarantee that the broken dynasty would not let the Qianyuan kingdom go if the Qianyuan kingdom ceded a sector of land. If the Qianyuan kingdom were to cede their land without fighting, and other countries knew about it, how many divisions of the Qianyuan kingdom would be able to be ceded? Moreover, the millions of people in the Qianyuan kingdom will suffer if we cede land. In the eyes of these people, the Qianyuan kingdom is their backing. However, the country has abandoned them. How many people will be loyal to the Qianyuan kingdom then? Water can carry a boat, but it can also sink it. If the Qianyuan kingdom loses its heart, do you think you will still have your high and mighty status? That's right. Some people might think that the worst that can happen is that the Qianyuan kingdom is destroyed. With your strength, you can join other countries. However, how can officials who destroy a country be welcomed? Will you still be able to stand up straight in the future? Yi Hao's words were like a heavy hammer, constantly pounding on the hearts of the people. For a moment, only Yi Hao's sonorous and powerful voice was left in the entire court. At this moment, everyone was pondering over Yi Hao's words. It's easy for you to say, but the Qianyuan kingdom has very few soldiers. What can we use to fight the broken dynasty? Wu Suo disliked Yi Hao the most. Naturally, he could not stand Yi Hao being so arrogant in the court. Yi Hao was one person, but he was challenging the ministers with words. Wu Suo looked at the people in the court. Clearly, many people had changed their minds after hearing Yi Hao's words. Therefore, he could not let Yi Hao continue speaking like this. That's right. If the Qianyuan kingdom goes to war with the broken dynasty and loses, the fate of the Qianyuan kingdom will be even worse. It's very likely that the Qianyuan kingdom will be destroyed. May I ask, Prince Consort Yi, can you bear this responsibility? Moreover, if we go to war, the people of the Qianyuan kingdom will be plunged into the fire and water of war. If we cede our land, we might be able to make a comeback. Everyone suddenly realized that they were at a disadvantage in front of Yi Hao. At this moment, when they heard Wu Suo's words, they all spoke up one after another. They absolutely could not tolerate Yi Hao's arrogance. He simply did not put them in his eyes. If you retreat without a fight, not only will you lose your territory, but you will also lose the morale of the army. Without the morale of the army and the people, how will you make a comeback? Moreover, which one of you said that the Tianyuan kingdom will definitely lose if we go to war with the broken dynasty? Yi Hao looked at everyone and asked sarcastically. We. When the ministers heard Yi Hao's words, they were speechless for a moment. Oh, don't tell me that Prince Consort Yi can help the Tianyuan kingdom win? Wu Suo couldn't help but speak up when he saw that the ministers were silent again. Wu Suo deliberately said this. He wanted to see if Yi Hao would say this. If Yi Hao dared to say that he could help the Tianyuan kingdom win, he would definitely make it difficult for Yi Hao to back down. I don't dare to say that we will win. I only want to say that if we go to war with the broken dynasty, even if we lose in the end, you will just die. When you die, you will die with a clear conscience. Moreover, I believe that if you really want to fight with the broken dynasty won't have it easy either. However, if you surrender, the broken dynasty will be the one laughing. When that time comes, even if you are still alive, I'm afraid that you will have to face the ridicule of others every day. Moreover, this is your kingdom. Whether it lives or dies, it has nothing to do with me. In the end, Yi Hao said indifferently. The reason why he said so much was because he knew that the death of the prince that the broken dynasty was talking about should be the death of Duan Tianchen, and Duan Tianchen was killed by him. At this moment, the broken dynasty was using Duan Tianchen's death as an excuse to attack the Tianyuan kingdom. This matter was more or less related to him. That was why Yi Hao said so much. Boy, you have some guts. You are the prince consort. How dare you say that the survival of the Tianyuan kingdom has nothing to do with you? You are committing treason. When Wu Suo heard Yi Hao's words, he couldn't help but be overjoyed because he was finally going to catch Yi Hao's weakness. Hearing Wu Suo's words, everyone took a deep breath because this was not a small crime. They wanted to see what Yi Hao could do. If you continue to talk nonsense, I don't mind sending you to meet your grandson, Yi Hao said in a cold voice. Wu Suo kept on talking. No matter how good his mood was, he was still very unhappy at this moment. Chapter 892. I was the one who killed him. So what? Yi Hao looked at Wu Suo and admitted frankly. You are courting death. After receiving Yi Hao's reply, Wu Suo knew that Wu Bo had really died at Yi Hao's hands. He could no longer control the rage in his heart. Wu Suo immediately unleashed his cultivation as a rank 8 demon venerate. As for Wu Suo's official robes, they buzzed and fluttered due to his power. Lord Wu, please calm down. This was the royal court. If Wu Suo were to attack, he would not be able to escape death. After all, this was the royal court. Apart from Emperor Tianyuan himself, who would dare to act recklessly here? No matter what, Wu Suo was now her subordinate. Thus, the second princess immediately said anxiously. After all, she had yet to properly utilize Wu Suo as a chess piece. Naturally, she was somewhat reluctant to throw him away. The enmity of my grandson's death is absolutely irreconcilable. Your Highness Second Princess, please stop talking. I must kill him today. Wu Suo clearly did not wish to listen to the second princess's words. Wu Suo's figure moved. He turned his palm and sent a palm strike at Yi Hao. Although Wu Suo's palm strike looked simple, it contained a third of Wu Suo's strength. This third of his strength could easily crush cultivators below rank 5 demon venerate. In Wu Suo's eyes, Yi Hao's cultivation was merely a rank 4 demon monarch. His attack was enough to kill Yi Hao. Impudent. Seeing Wu Suo attack, Emperor Tianyuan immediately shouted angrily. Wu Suo was simply not putting him in his eyes. Wu Suo, do you still not put me in your eyes? When Wu Suo heard Emperor Tianyuan's words, his figure involuntarily froze. However, when he recalled that his most beloved grandson had been killed by Yi Hao, he could not control himself. He could not help but say, Your Majesty, this dog killed my grandson. He must die today. After I kill this dog, I will submit myself to your Majesty's punishment. After Wu Suo finished speaking, He ignored Emperor Tianyuan and continued to attack Yi Hao. Lord Wu, you're too reckless. How audacious. Wu Suo is looking down on His Majesty. Lord Wu is an 8th order demon venerable. It seems like Prince Consort Yi is doomed this time. When the crowd saw Wu Suo determined to make a move on Yi Hao, they could not help but start discussing among themselves. Preposterous. Men, seize Wu Suo. Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but angrily shout. The reason for that was because Wu Suo was simply not placing him, the emperor, in his eyes at all. Everyone saw that Emperor Tianyuan was really angry. Suddenly, a group of guards rushed into the main hall. Every single one of these guards had a cultivation in the Archdevil Ancestor realm, and the guard leading them was a peak 10th order Archdevil Ancestor. Insolent traitor, how dare you make a move in the imperial court? Seize him. When the leader of the guards saw Wu Suo attacking Yi Hao, his expression changed and he immediately shouted to the guards behind him. These guards were naturally Emperor Tianyuan's personal guards. They normally protected the Emperor Tianyuan and only listened to the Emperor Tianyuan's orders. Prince Consort Yi, quickly get out of the way. When the leader of the guards saw Yi Hao standing motionless, he immediately said anxiously. No matter what, Yi Hao was the current Emperor Tianyuan's son-in-law. If something were to happen in front of him, he would not have an easy time either. Zhong Nianwei had already cursed Wu Suo 1,000 times in his heart. Even if you're taking revenge for your grandson, you can't ignore the situation. Aren't you courting death? It's fine if you're courting death, but why do you have to implicate me? At this moment, Zhong Nianwei was thinking as he led the guards to attack Wu Suo. Lord Wu, be tactful. You'd better surrender. At the same time, Zhong Nianwei did not forget to shout at Wu Suo. Wu Suo coldly snorted and completely ignored Zhong Nianwei. No matter what, he was still a rank 2 official of the Tianyuan dynasty. On a daily basis, he had been running around tirelessly for the Tianyuan kingdom. Even if he had not made any contributions, he had still worked hard. He did not believe that the Emperor Tianyuan would bear to kill him after he killed Yi Hao. Die, you bastard. Wu Suo's palm was about to land on Yi Hao, who was just inches away from him. Wu Suo directly attacked Yi Hao's head. A mocking smile appeared on Wu Suo's face. It was as if he could already see the scene of Yi Hao's head shattering. Grandson, watch from the sky and see how your grandfather avenges you, Wu Suo couldn't help but say to himself. However, the strange thing was that he did not see a trace of panic on Yi Hao's face. What gave him the illusion was that there was actually a trace of a smile on Yi Hao's face. What exactly is going on? Why isn't Prince Consort Yi running away? Someone asked anxiously when he saw Yi Hao standing motionless on the spot. He could not help but feel anxious for Yi Hao. Could he have been scared to death by Lord Wu? Someone else guessed. I don't think so. Look at Prince Consort Yi's face. It seems like he has a cold smile on his face. An attentive person immediately noticed the cold smile on Yi Hao's face. Do you think you can kill me? Yi Hao did not retreat when he saw Wu Suo's attack. Instead, he asked Wu Suo in return. You're about to die. There's no point in wasting your breath. Wu Suo also responded to Yi Hao's question with a cold smile. He looked at Yi Hao as if he was looking at a dead man. Die. Wu Suo's gaze hardened as his palm fell. Prince Consort Yi, be careful. Zhong Nianwei immediately said anxiously. Yi Hao, be careful. Zhao Ling-er's heart almost jumped out of his chest. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hao worriedly. Wu Suo, stop. Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but shout angrily when he saw Wu Suo's palm fall. Haha, Lord Wu's temper is indeed fiery. The first princess saw this scene and acted like she was watching a show. On the other hand, the second princess felt extremely conflicted. She wanted to kill Yi Hao 100 times, no, 1,000 times. However, Wu Suo killing Yi Hao was too great a sacrifice in her opinion. At this moment, everyone in the imperial court was nervously watching the scene unfold before them. Get out of my way, Yi Hao suddenly said when he saw Wu Suo's palm fall. What? Everyone was clearly stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. They didn't understand what Yi Hao meant. However, at this moment, Wu Suo's body suddenly stopped moving. In the next second, Wu Suo's entire body flew out. Bam! Wu Suo's body flew back a few meters and smashed into a jade pillar in the imperial court. The jade pillar instantly shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on it. Phut! Wu Suo spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Why is Lord Wu the one injured? I didn't see Prince Consort Yi attack. Who saw it clearly? What happened just now? Everyone at the scene was in a state of confusion. Obviously, they did not understand what was going on. Why was Wu Suo the one who flew out when he attacked Yi Hao? Chapter 893. Not to mention the crowd, even Wu Suo himself did not understand what had happened. His palm strike was clearly just a hair's breadth away from killing Yi Hao. Why would his abdomen suddenly receive such a violent impact? Receiving this impact, Wu Suo felt his internal organs churning. Even his blood was churning. Wu Suo had a feeling that the power of that attack was definitely above his own. Could it be him? Wu Suo looked at Yi Hao and could not help but suspect that the person who had attacked him was Yi Hao. However, he was unwilling to believe that Yi Hao's cultivation was higher than his. Didn't you want to kill me? Come. Yi Hao looked at Wu Suo, who was lying on the ground, and waved his hand. Provocation. This was definitely a blatant provocation. When Wu Suo saw this scene, he knew that he absolutely could not show weakness. Otherwise, he would definitely lose face. I don't believe this. Wu Suo roared furiously. At the same time, he slapped the ground and got up to attack Yi Hao again. Although Wu Suo's attack was still as powerful as before, Wu Suo's true attention was focused on Yi Hao the entire time. That was because he also wanted to know where the attack that he had received earlier came from. At this moment, everyone's gazes were also focused on Yi Hao. They had the same thoughts as Wu Suo. They wanted to know if it was Yi Hao who had attacked earlier. Heavenly Yin Spirit, prepare to beat him up. This time, beat him to death. Yi Hao could not help but instruct the Heavenly Yin Spirit. That's right. The reason why Wu Suo was sent flying earlier was because of the Heavenly Yin Spirit that Yi Hao had summoned. The Heavenly Yin Spirit's strength was close to that of a demon emperor. Dealing with a rank 8 demon exalted like Wu Suo was extremely easy. Seeing Wu Suo rushing toward him again, Yi Hao summoned the Heavenly Yin Spirit again. What is that black fog? Could it be Prince Consort Yi's doing? Why haven't I seen that black shadow before? The crowd present all revealed puzzled expressions as they looked at the Heavenly Yin Spirit. Wu Suo also saw the Heavenly Yin Spirit. However, he did not believe that the Heavenly Yin Spirit was the existence that had sent him flying earlier. Acting all mysterious, get out of my way. Thinking of this, Wu Suo immediately stopped attacking Yi Hao and attacked the Heavenly Yin Spirit instead. When the Heavenly Yin Spirit saw his attack, it charged towards him instead. Bang! Another clash rang out, and the power in Wu Suo's palm instantly scattered. Wu Suo's expression changed as he thought anxiously, how is this possible? Because Wu Suo discovered that his strength was nothing in front of the Heavenly Yin Spirit. Boom! Suddenly, the Heavenly Yin Spirit moved again, emitting a black fog that directly enveloped Wu Suo. Ah, what the hell is this? Suddenly, Wu Suo wailed. Due to the fact that Wu Suo was enveloped by the Heavenly Yin Spirit, and because of Yi Hao's order, the Heavenly Yin Spirit was attacking and tormenting Wu Suo non-stop. As for Wu Suo, he did not even have the strength to resist. What exactly is this thing? Everyone looked at the Heavenly Yin Spirit in shock. They did not understand what the Heavenly Yin Spirit was and why it was so powerful. In the entire palace, everyone's gazes were focused on the Heavenly Yin Spirit. Everyone could only see a ball of black fog. Even Wu Suo, who was within the black fog, could not be seen clearly. In an instant, only Wu Suo's angry roars and wails could be heard in the entire palace. Stop! Seeing this, the second princess could not bear to continue watching and immediately said. The second princess glanced at the Heavenly Yin Spirit with some fear and immediately said, "How dare you? Lord Wu is an important minister of my Tianyuan kingdom. You actually dare to injure him. Second princess, you want me to release him? Hearing the second princess's words, Yi Hao nodded thoughtfully. At least you are tactful. Since you understand, then release him, the second princess said without any trace of politeness. Release him? Yi Hao's face revealed a mocking smile. He directly ordered the heavenly yin spirit, kill him. What? When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they were all afraid that they had misheard. What did he say? Did I hear wrongly? He said that he wants to kill Lord Wu. Are you sure he doesn't want to release Lord Wu? Could it be that he really dares to kill Lord Wu in the imperial court? Do you know what you are saying? The second princess looked coldly at Yi Hao. What did I say to tell you? I am only killing someone who deserves to be killed. Yi Hao smiled at the second princess. Even if he deserves to be killed, it is not your turn to kill him. The second princess's voice was cold and very serious. Kill. Yi Hao could not be bothered with the second princess. How dare you? The second princess shouted. After all, if she could save Wu Suo, he would be of great help to her in the future. Therefore, she did not want Wu Suo to die at the moment. And if she saved Wu Suo from Yi Hao's hands, Wu Suo would definitely be grateful to her and be loyal to her in the future. Third. Unexpectedly, as soon as the second princess finished speaking, the heavenly yin spirit disappeared and Wu Suo's corpse fell to the ground. Lord Wu. Seeing this scene, the second princess immediately ran over. You really killed Lord Wu? The second princess checked Wu Suo's corpse and looked at Yi Hao in disbelief. What? Lord Wu was killed just like that? Hearing the second princess's words, everyone present was shocked. Their gazes involuntarily wandered between Yi Hao and Wu Suo. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Hao with a trace of fear in their eyes. Zhong Yanwei was also stunned. He had come to stop Wu Suo from killing Yi Hao. But he did not expect that the one who was killed was Wu Suo. No matter what, Wu Suo was a second-rank official of the imperial court. Yi Hao killed him just like that. Zhong Yanwei was actually impressed by Yi Hao's courage and decisiveness. Why aren't you taking him down? How dare he kill an official of the imperial court? He should be executed. The second princess glared at Zhong Yanwei, her eyes spitting fire. This. Zhong Yanwei hesitated when he heard the second princess's words. Second princess, the one who did it seems to be Lord Wu. Zhong Yanwei hesitated for a moment before speaking up. The prince consort is not allowed to interfere with the matters of the imperial court. Even if Lord Wu is guilty, it's not his place to kill him. Furthermore, he killed someone in the imperial court. That's an additional crime. At this moment, the second princess was extremely displeased with Wu Suo's death. Therefore, she only wanted to punish Yi Hao and kill Yi Hao. However, Zhong Yanwei stood on the spot and did not make a move. Seeing this scene, the second princess's expression turned even gloomier. She looked at Zhong Yanwei and said, "Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Kill him for me." Smack. At this moment, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. Chapter 894. Father, you hit me? The second princess looked at Emperor Tianyuan in shock. The Sky Origin Royal Guards only listen to me. I haven't even passed away yet, and you want to command them? The Sky Origin King looked at the second princess. He was not angry, and he had the power of a ruler. When the second princess heard Emperor Tianyuan's words, her expression changed. Ignoring the pain on her face, she quickly knelt down. Father, please calm down. I know my mistake. After the second princess knelt down, Emperor Tianyuan scanned the crowd. Good, very good. Today, I want to know if you still have me in your eyes. Emperor Tianyuan never expected that a minister would dare to hit someone in the imperial court. She even wanted to kill someone. Even when he tried to stop her, it was useless. She didn't take him seriously at all. He was the emperor of Tianyuan Kingdom. How could he not be angry when even a minister dared to be so presumptuous in front of him? Of course, this was also related to the relapse of his old illness. His old illness had destroyed his cultivation. At the same time, He didn't have much time left. This was why the princesses were fighting so fiercely for the throne. As for the ministers, they all chose their own camps. He saw all of this, but he didn't say anything. After all, the winner takes all. There was nothing wrong with the ministers choosing their own camps in the past. The royal family was ruthless. In order to ensure the future development of Qianyuan Kingdom, they had to choose a strong emperor. If they could ascend the throne with their own strength, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. That was why he acquiesced to the princesses forming their own factions. However, the eldest princess and the second princess were going overboard. For their own interests, they were willing to do anything. This was something he didn't want to see. After all, they were his blood. He didn't want to see his own daughter die in the hands of another daughter. In his opinion, even if one of them ascended the throne, they had to spare the lives of the others so that they could live a peaceful life. However, based on his observation, the eldest princess and the second princess's personalities. No matter who ascended the throne, they would be killed in the end. Therefore, Emperor Qianyuan's heart wavered a little. He actually hoped that the third princess would ascend the throne. However, the third princess's influence was too small, and she was not interested in the throne on her own, so he had no choice. But now, Zhao Linge had actually brought Yi Hao back and told him that he wanted to fight for the throne. This was naturally a pleasant surprise for him. Moreover, it was not good for him to be overly biased towards Zhao Linge, because he knew that all the ministers had their own judgments. If he sided with Zhao Linge too much, it would be counterproductive. However, he had never expected that his indulgence towards these officials would be exchanged for these officials not putting him in their eyes. Therefore, he knew that it was time for him to establish his might. At the same time, he was telling everyone that he wasn't dead yet, and that it wasn't their turn to do whatever they wanted. If necessary, he did not mind killing a few insignificant ministers. When the ministers heard Emperor Qianyuan's words and saw his imposing gaze, no one dared to meet his gaze. Many people's hearts even trembled, and they couldn't help but feel a little dazed. This was because they felt that the mighty and domineering Emperor Qianyuan had returned. One had to know that when Emperor Qianyuan was not injured, he was also one of the most powerful people in the Qianyuan kingdom. Moreover, he was very domineering. However, after Emperor Qianyuan was injured, his personality changed a little. At this moment, however, when everyone looked at Emperor Qianyuan, they saw that his domineering aura had returned. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Everyone in the imperial court, except for Yi Hao, hurriedly knelt down and said. After all, it was not a good thing for the emperor to be angry. That traitor Wu Suo dared to attack in the imperial court. He disregarded me and should be punished with 9 generations of his family. It will be carried out today. Emperor Qianyuan suddenly spoke again. What? When they heard Emperor Qianyuan's words, everyone was shocked and shocked. They had thought that after Yi Hao killed Wu Suo, Emperor Qianyuan would punish Yi Hao no matter what. After all, Wu Suo was still Emperor Qianyuan's second-rank official. How could he kill him just like that? Moreover, Yi Hao's status was only that of the emperor's son-in-law. He had no right to participate in the matters of the imperial court. In their opinion, given Yi Hao's status, it was already very good that he could stand in the imperial court at this moment. However, they did not expect that Emperor Qianyuan did not care much about Wu Suo's death. Moreover, not only did he not care about Wu Suo's death, he even wanted to exterminate 9 generations of Wu Suo's family. Exterminating 9 generations of Wu Suo's family was a crime that only people who had committed heinous crimes would receive. If Wu Suo found out that he had acted and ignored Emperor Qianyuan, it would bring disaster to his Wu family. He would probably regret it until his intestines turned green. Zhong Nianwei and the other guards came late. 3 months of their salary will be deducted. Zhong Nianwei's official rank will be demoted by 1 rank. Emperor Qianyuan did not intend to let things end like this. Emperor Qianyuan turned his gaze to Zhong Nianwei and the other guards as he spoke. This general is willing to accept the punishment. Zhong Nianwei also knew that if Yi Hao had not killed Wu Suo today, Yi Hao would have died instead. They were probably going to be in for a bad time today. After all, They could not even save the person Emperor Tianyuan had ordered them to save. Furthermore, they could not stop Wu Suo's attack. This crime of incompetence was enough to make them suffer. Zhong Nianwei was actually quite grateful to Yi Hao for killing Wu Suo. This could be considered a help to him. As for Emperor Tianyuan's punishment, how would he dare to have any objections? After all, if the Emperor Tianyuan wanted his subject to die, his subject had no choice but to die. The imperial guards took orders as their duty and unconditionally obeyed Emperor Tianyuan's orders. As for the second princess, she dared to dream of commanding the imperial guards. 3 months of her salary will be deducted and a month of confinement will be placed in solitary confinement. Emperor Tianyuan looked at the second princess again. This general is willing to accept the punishment. The second princess bit her lip and said. She had not expected to be punished because of Yi Hao. Although this punishment was not too severe, as a princess, she had never been punished before. Therefore, this was the first time she had been punished. This made her very unhappy. When the eldest princess saw that the second princess was going to be placed in solitary confinement for a month, she could not help but laugh coldly in her heart. One had to know that this 1 month would allow her to do many things to deal with the second princess's strength. Just as the eldest princess was feeling smug, Emperor Tianyuan suddenly looked at her and said, "And your performance at the prince consort competition has greatly disappointed me. You should also be placed in solitary confinement for a month and reflect on yourself." When she heard Emperor Tianyuan's words, the eldest princess finally understood what it meant to be carried away by one's success. This general accepts the decree. The eldest princess was unwilling, but she did not dare to refuse. Chapter 895. Let's see tomorrow. It will take a little more time to change. Father, you hit me? The second princess looked at Emperor Tianyuan in shock. The Sky Origin royal guards only listened to me. I haven't even passed away yet, and you want to command them? The Sky Origin king looked at the second princess. He was not angry, and he had the power of a ruler. When the second princess heard Emperor Tianyuan's words, her expression changed. Ignoring the pain on her face, she quickly knelt down. Father, please calm down. I know my mistake. After the second princess knelt down, Emperor Tianyuan scanned the crowd. Good, very good. Today, I want to know whether you still respect me. Emperor Tianyuan never thought that a minister would dare to hit someone in the imperial court. She even wanted to kill someone. Even when he tried to stop her, it was useless. She didn't respect him at all. He was the emperor of Tianyuan Kingdom. Now, even the ministers dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. How could he not be angry? Of course, this was also related to the relapse of his serious injury. His relapse destroyed his cultivation. At the same time, he didn't have much time left. This was why the princesses fought so fiercely for the throne. The ministers all chose their own camps. He saw all of this, but he didn't say anything. After all, the winner takes all. There was nothing wrong with the ministers of each dynasty choosing their own camps. The royal family was ruthless. In order to ensure the future development of Tianyuan Kingdom, they had to choose a strong emperor. If they could ascend the throne with their own strength, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. That was why he acquiesced to the princesses forming their own factions. However, the eldest and second princesses went overboard. For their own interests, they were willing to do anything. This was what he didn't want to see. After all, they were his blood. He didn't want to see his daughter die in the hands of another daughter. In his opinion, even if one of them ascended the throne, the rest of the people had to be spared so that they could live peacefully for the rest of their lives. However, based on his observation, the eldest and second princesses' personalities. No matter who ascended the throne, they would be killed in the end. Therefore, Emperor Tianyuan's heart wavered a little. Instead, he looked forward to the third princess ascending the throne. But the third princess's influence was too small, and she was not interested in the throne on her own, so he had no choice. But now, Zhao Linga had actually brought Yi Hao back and told him that he wanted to fight for the throne. This was naturally a pleasant surprise for him. Moreover, It was not good for him to be overly biased towards Zhao Linge, because he knew that all the ministers had their own judgments. If he sided with Zhao Linge too much, it would be counterproductive. However, he had never expected that his indulgence towards these officials would be exchanged for these officials not putting him in their eyes. Therefore, he knew that it was time for him to establish his might. At the same time, he was telling everyone that he wasn't dead yet, and that it wasn't their turn to do whatever they wanted. If necessary, he didn't mind killing a few unimportant ministers. When the ministers heard Emperor Qinyuan's words and saw his imposing gaze, no one dared to meet his gaze. Many people's hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but feel a little dazed. This was because they felt that the mighty and domineering Emperor Qianyuan had returned. One had to know that when Emperor Qianyuan was not injured, he was also the top powerhouse of the Qianyuan kingdom. Moreover, he was very domineering. However, after Emperor Qianyuan was injured, his personality changed a little. But at this moment, when the crowd looked at Emperor Qianyuan, they saw that he had regained his former domineering aura. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Everyone in the imperial court, except for Yi Hao, hurriedly knelt down and said. After all, it was not a good thing for the emperor to be angry. That traitor Wu Suo dared to attack in the imperial court. He has no respect for me, and he should be punished with 9 generations of his family. It will be carried out today. Emperor Qianyuan suddenly spoke again. What? When they heard Emperor Qianyuan's words, everyone was shocked and shocked. They had thought that after Yi Hao killed Wu Suo, Emperor Qianyuan would punish Yi Hao no matter what. After all, Wu Suo was a second-rank official of Emperor Qianyuan. How could he kill him just because he wanted to? Moreover, Yi Hao's status was only that of the emperor's son-in-law. He had no right to participate in the matters of the imperial court. In their opinion, with Yi Hao's status, it was already very good that he could stand in the imperial court at this moment. However, what they didn't expect was that Emperor Qianyuan didn't care much about Wu Suo's death. Moreover, not only did he not care about Wu Suo's death, he even wanted to exterminate 9 generations of Wu Suo's family. Exterminating 9 generations of Wu Suo's family was a crime that only people who had committed heinous crimes would receive. If Wu Suo found out that he had attacked and ignored Emperor Qianyuan, it would bring disaster to his Wu family. He would probably regret it until his intestines turned green. Zhong Nianwei and the other bodyguards arrived late. 3 months of their salaries will be deducted. Zhong Nianwei's official rank will be demoted by 1 rank. Emperor Qianyuan didn't intend to let things end like this. Emperor Qianyuan turned his gaze to Zhong Nianwei and the other bodyguards as he spoke. This general is willing to accept the punishment. Zhong Nianwei also knew that if Yi Hao hadn't killed Wu Suo today, Yi Hao would have died instead. They were probably going to be in for a bad time today. After all, they couldn't even save the person Emperor Qianyuan had ordered them to save. Furthermore, they couldn't stop Wu Suo's attack. This crime of incompetence was enough to make them suffer. In his heart, Zhong Nianwei was quite grateful that Yi Hao had killed Wu Suo. This could be considered a help to him. As for the punishment Emperor Qianyuan was going to give him, how would he dare to have any objections? After all, Emperor Qianyuan wanted his subjects to die, so his subjects had no choice but to die. The imperial guards took orders as their duty and obeyed Emperor Qianyuan's orders unconditionally. As for the second princess, she dared to dream of commanding the imperial guards. Her salary will be deducted for 3 months and she will be confined for a month. Emperor Qianyuan looked at the second princess again. I am willing to accept the punishment. The second princess bit her lip and said. She hadn't expected to be punished because of Yi Hao. Although this punishment wasn't too severe, she had never been punished as a princess before. Therefore, this was the first time she had been punished. This made her very unhappy. When the eldest princess saw that the second princess was going to be confined for a month, she couldn't help but laugh coldly in her heart. One had to know that she could do many things in this 1 month to deal with the second princess's strength. Just as the eldest princess was feeling smug, Emperor Qianyuan suddenly looked at her and said, "And your performance at the prince consort competition disappointed me greatly. You should also be confined for a month and reflect on yourself. When she heard Emperor Tianyuan's words, the eldest princess finally understood what it meant to be conceited. I accept the decree. The eldest princess was unwilling, but she didn't dare to refuse. Chapter 896. If you go to war, the Tianyuan kingdom will be in chaos. Yi Hao said with certainty. Oh, why are you so sure? Emperor Tianyuan didn't refute but asked curiously. Because of your eldest and second daughters. Yi Hao took a sip of tea and said. They don't dare. Emperor Tianyuan said in a deep voice after hearing Yi Hao's words. How do you know they don't dare? Yi Hao asked with a smile. Emperor Tianyuan was speechless when he saw Yi Hao's confident smile. The whole imperial study fell silent instantly. Do you mean that I shouldn't go to war personally? Emperor Tianyuan asked Yi Hao after a while. Yi Hao nodded, but there's no other way now. As the emperor, you have to go to war personally. Emperor Tianyuan agreed with Yi Hao in his heart. After all, the news that he was going to go to war personally had been announced. The generals and soldiers of the three armies were also very excited. But if he suddenly changed his mind, the generals and soldiers of the three armies would be very disappointed and their morale would be greatly damaged. At the same time, his reputation and prestige would be greatly damaged. Do you have any good ideas? Emperor Tianyuan didn't use the tone of a superior at all. Instead, he looked at Yi Hao in a consulting tone. Yi Hao shook his head and didn't say anything. After all, he had helped Zhao Ling-er enough. His task was just to help Zhao Ling-er win the position of the emperor's son-in-law. And this task had been completed, and his level had been successfully upgraded by 3 levels. He had reached level 7 Devil Emperor. As for the problem of whether Emperor Tianyuan should go to war or not, that was something that Emperor Tianyuan was worried about. It had nothing to do with him. The whole imperial study fell silent instantly. Do you want to be the emperor? Emperor Tianyuan suddenly asked. What do you mean? Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan and saw the serious look on Emperor Tianyuan's face. He definitely wanted to be the emperor, but he wasn't strong enough now. As long as he was strong enough, he would definitely let the Fire Dragon Empire take root in the ancient demon realm and then bear fruit. But he didn't understand why Emperor Tianyuan would ask this. I can see your ambition from your eyes. Emperor Tianyuan looked at Yi Hao and said slowly. What if I say that my ambition is to unify the ancient demon realm and establish a supreme empire? Tianyuan didn't deny it and looked directly at Emperor Tianyuan's eyes. Ha ha ha, to unify the ancient demons and establish a supreme empire, this ambition is indeed great. Emperor Tianyuan laughed. If Yi Hao's words were made known to the public, countless people would laugh their heads off. Shouldn't you be mocking or doubting me? Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan. Why should I doubt you? At the very least, what you said is something that many people don't dare to say. Even I don't dare to say it. This either proves that you're arrogant or that you really have the strength. But I'm looking forward to the latter. Emperor Tianyuan said seriously. You want to unify the ancient demon realm? Then there will only be one country left in the ancient demon realm. Aren't you worried that I'll take action against the Tianyuan kingdom? Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan curiously. That's what I want to say. I want to abdicate the throne to you. What did you say? You're not joking, right? Yi Hao almost dropped the teacup in his hand when he heard Emperor Tianyuan's words. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan and realized that Emperor Tianyuan was looking at him with a smile and a serious expression. He didn't look like he was joking at all. Why would I joke? Emperor Tianyuan retorted. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan for a while and knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. But the temptation of the throne was not little to him. Of course, if he relied on his own strength, it would only be a matter of time before he established a country. But if the Tianyuan kingdom was given to him directly, it would undoubtedly save a lot of time. Say it. What do you want? Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan. If Emperor Tianyuan's request was slightly excessive, he would directly reject it. I want you to marry my daughter. Emperor Tianyuan looked at Yi Hao and said seriously, "What? That's it?" Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan speechlessly. He didn't understand what Emperor Tianyuan was thinking. Not only did he want to marry off his daughter, but he also wanted to marry off a country. If this were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in the world. If this were to happen to any other man, they would probably immediately kowtow to express their gratitude and agree. But Yi Hao said firmly, "I don't agree to this." "You don't agree? You have to know that this is a kingdom. The number of citizens in the country is in the hundreds of millions, and the army is in the millions." Emperor Tianyuan was deeply surprised to see Yi Hao refuse. He realized that he could not see through Yi Hao anymore. If it were anyone else, they would probably have eagerly agreed. But Yi Hao actually refused. Why? Emperor Tianyuan looked at Yi Hao in confusion. "Are you looking down on your real daughter, or are you looking down on my dynasty?" "Neither." Yi Hao shook his head. What a joke. This was a huge dynasty. It had 3 divisions of land, which meant that there were 30 regions. As for himself, he only had a single region of land. How could he look down on such a kingdom? And Zhao Ling was even more handsome and had a very pleasant personality. How could he not look down on him? The reason why he did not agree was because of Zhao Ling. He and Zhao Ling were currently friends. If he married Zhao Ling because of a kingdom, then what would Zhao Ling be? When Zhao Ling found out, what would Zhao Ling think? Of course, Emperor Tianyuan had his reasons for doing so. Because he knew that with Yi Hao's ambition, he would establish a kingdom sooner or later. If it was like what Yi Hao said, and he really wanted to unify the eternal demon realm, the Tianyuan kingdom would cease to exist sooner or later. Because even if Yi Hao did not make a move, others would. After all, the Tianyuan kingdom was gradually declining. Compared to the Tianyuan kingdom in its heyday, the Tianyuan kingdom had 7 divisions of land. In other words, the current Tianyuan kingdom's power was not even half of what it was in its heyday. And because the Tianyuan kingdom's royal family had not produced any strong people, the Tianyuan kingdom's power was declining day by day. As for him, it was not easy for him to have a son, but he had died inexplicably. This also meant that the Tianyuan kingdom's royal bloodline had no successor. As for his 3 daughters, he did not think that they were suitable heirs to the throne. But because he was seriously injured, he could no longer have children. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. So in the end, he had no choice but to make the decision to let his 3 daughters fight for the throne. Chapter 897. However, when he saw Yi Hao, he made a bold decision. That was to marry Zhao Ling to Yi Hao. He was afraid that Yi Hao would reject him, so he thought of giving the Tianyuan kingdom to Yi Hao. In his opinion, the Tianyuan kingdom belonged to someone else. It was only a matter of time. Even if the Tianyuan kingdom was not destroyed by other countries, the first princess or second princess could inherit the throne. At that time, they would have children with other people, but these children would be of the man's bloodline. Therefore, it was inevitable that the Tianyuan kingdom's royal bloodline would weaken. What he was more worried about was that if he died, the Tianyuan kingdom would be destroyed. At that time, the 3 princesses would be even more difficult to escape. In that case, he would lose his only bloodline, and he would be a sinner of the Tianyuan kingdom's Zhao family. Therefore, in order to protect his bloodline, protect the Tianyuan kingdom's Zhao family's bloodline, he had to ensure the safety of his beloved daughter. As for Yi Hao, in his opinion, he was the most suitable candidate. Not to mention other things, just the 2 peak 10th order demon emperors behind Yi Hao was something that the Tianyuan kingdom could not take out. In his opinion, if Zhao Ling married Yi Hao would definitely protect Zhao Ling. If Zhao Ling had children with Yi Hao, then his Zhao family's bloodline would be delayed. Of course, this price seemed incomparably huge. After all, it was giving away the entire Tianyuan kingdom. When he made this choice, it was incomparably difficult. However, he was also gambling. He was betting that Yi Hao could bring the Tianyuan kingdom back to life. This was because the Tianyuan kingdom's lost lands were basically all done by the Duan dynasty. Therefore, He hated the Duan dynasty to the bone. Although he knew that this war with the Duan dynasty boded ill, he did not want to shrink back. At the same time, he had thought of a way out. Even if he was defeated by the Broken Dynasty, he could not let the Qianyuan kingdom fall into the hands of the Broken Dynasty. He believed that if Yi Hao obtained the Qianyuan kingdom, he wouldn't just watch as the Qianyuan kingdom was destroyed by the Duan dynasty. Therefore, in his opinion, this was the best of both worlds. Not only would he be able to preserve his bloodline, but he would also be able to make things difficult for the Duan dynasty, or even cause the Qianyuan kingdom to be destroyed by the Duan dynasty. No matter what, after ruling the Qianyuan kingdom for so many years, he had developed feelings for the people of the Qianyuan kingdom. Therefore, even if he gave the Qianyuan kingdom to Yi Hao, he did not want his people to become slaves of the Broken Dynasty. One had to know that the land of the previous 4 divisions had basically been seized by the Broken Dynasty. After seizing it, the first thing Duan dynasty did was burn, kill, and pillage, committing all kinds of crimes. Finally, they would treat the people of the Qianyuan kingdom as slaves. He did not want the remaining 3 divisions to follow in the footsteps of the previous divisions. He had thought that Yi Hao would agree. However, he had not expected that Yi Hao would actually refuse. He really could not think of any reason why Yi Hao would refuse him. After all, if one could have a beauty and an empire at the same time, there were probably not many men in this world who would not be swayed. Zhao Ling and I are friends. If she doesn't like me, what's the use of forcing her to marry me? Yi Hao said when he saw Emperor Tianyuan's puzzled expression. Emperor Tianyuan heard Yi Hao's words. She has no reason to refuse the orders of her parents and the words of a matchmaker. That's why I refuse. Yi Hao smiled. I can't promise you for the sake of my own interest. This will only harm Zhao Ling. Ha ha ha, I really didn't misjudge you. Emperor Tianyuan heard Yi Hao's words and suddenly laughed after a moment. After all, it was really rare to find someone like Yi Hao who was not swayed by power and money. If that's the case, my throne is yours. Emperor Tianyuan suddenly said as he took out a jade seal. This was a jade seal made of golden mysterious jade. 9 lifelike dragons were carved on it. The 9 dragons soared through the clouds, bringing with them a boundless might. At a glance, one could tell that this jade seal was not an ordinary item. One could tell that this jade seal was a symbol of power. I didn't agree to marry Zhao Ling. Yi Hao quickly said. He did not understand why Emperor Tianyuan still wanted to give him the throne when he had clearly refused Emperor Tianyuan's request. I won't force you to marry my daughter. I only have one request. What is it? Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan curiously. He did not know what Emperor Tianyuan wanted to do. Protect Zhao Ling. As long as you are alive, don't let her life be in danger, Emperor Tianyuan said. That's it. Yi Hao did not expect Emperor Tianyuan's request to be so simple all of a sudden. That's it. If you agree, this is yours. Emperor Tianyuan nodded. Actually, he could tell that Zhao Ling still had feelings for Yi Hao. And Yi Hao was willing to consider Zhao Ling's happiness and not accept his throne. This also showed that Zhao Ling had a certain place in Yi Hao's heart. Therefore, in Emperor Tianyuan's opinion, as long as Yi Hao and Zhao Ling got along, it was only a matter of time before the 2 of them got together. But will Zhao Ling agree? Yi Hao looked at the imperial jade seal in front of him and did not reach out to take it. In his opinion, if Zhao Ling also wanted to be the emperor, he would never agree to Emperor Tianyuan's request. Because if he did so, he might accidentally fall out with Zhao Ling and become his mortal enemy. This was something that he did not want to see. If he did not have a country, he could build one himself. But he would never loot a burning house and steal his friend's throne. Moreover, he had participated in the competition to become the emperor's son-in-law because he wanted to help Zhao Ling. As for the reason why Zhao Ling wanted his help, it was because Zhao Ling wanted to ascend the throne. If he agreed now and took the imperial jade seal from Emperor Tianyuan, that would undoubtedly be Zhao Ling inviting a wolf into the house. But Yi Hao would not do that. I agree. At this moment, Zhao Ling's voice suddenly came from the back of the imperial study. Yi Hao was stunned. He did not expect Zhao Ling to be here. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Qianyuan without any surprise. This proved that Emperor Qianyuan already knew that Zhao Ling was here. You agree to give the throne to me? Yi Hao looked at Zhao Ling in surprise. Zhao Ling looked at Yi Hao and nodded. Yes, I have no interest in the throne. As for fighting for the throne, it is because I have no other choice. Zhao Ling spoke the truth. If the eldest and second princesses did not treat her this way, she would never fight for the throne. Chapter 898. That was because she had been bitterly disappointed by the eldest and second princesses and had acted in self-defense. Even though she did not fight for the throne, the eldest and second princesses still saw her as a thorn in their side and wanted to get rid of her. Therefore, in order to survive, she had no choice but to accept the throne. But from the bottom of her heart, she had never wanted to be the emperor. She had been waiting here since early morning. When she heard that Yi Hao had given up the throne of the Qianyuan kingdom for her sake, she was very touched. If Yi Hao had agreed to Emperor Qianyuan's request, she would have been very disappointed. To her surprise, Yi Hao did not disappoint her. That was why she stepped forward. At least in her opinion, giving the throne to an outsider like Yi Hao was better than giving it to the eldest and second princesses. Because the eldest and second princesses had already gone crazy for the throne. They had become so inhumane that they would do anything. Given the eldest and second princesses' personalities, even if the throne was given to them, the Qianyuan kingdom would be destroyed in their hands sooner or later. If the Qianyuan kingdom was really destroyed, countless people would be displaced. That was something she did not want to see. Yi Hao looked at Zhao Ling and said, "You have to think this through. If I agree, you won't have any room to go back on your word. I've thought it through." Zhao Ling nodded without the slightest hesitation on her face. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Qianyuan and saw that Emperor Qianyuan nodded as well. "Then I will accept this imperial seal." Yi Hao was not a pretentious person and took the imperial seal from Emperor Qianyuan's hands. Emperor Qianyuan smiled as he watched Yi Hao take the imperial seal. He looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. "I hope you can spare their lives." Emperor Qianyuan looked at Yi Hao and said. Yi Hao nodded. Of course, he knew what Emperor Qianyuan was talking about. "Don't worry, I will let them live a life of glory and wealth, but they will have no fate with power." When Emperor Qianyuan heard Yi Hao's words, he nodded in satisfaction and asked, "When do you want to ascend the throne?" "I'll wait for your return. After all, you are the leader of the 3 armies." Yi Hao replied. It wouldn't matter if he took the throne a few days later. Moreover, the other party had already passed the throne to him. Lin Mengyar could not possibly usurp the throne when the other party was going to war. Moreover, Emperor Qianyuan had personally led the troops into battle, and his title of emperor was well-deserved. If Emperor Qianyuan lost his status as emperor, the morale of the army would definitely be in chaos. "All right, I don't know if I can return. If I can return, I will personally crown you," Emperor Qianyuan said with a relaxed expression. However, Yi Hao could hear that Emperor Qianyuan was facing death with equanimity on this expedition. After all, Emperor Qianyuan did not have any cultivation at all, and he had a hidden illness. Just marching the army was enough for Emperor Qianyuan to suffer. "I will lend you a demon emperor to protect you secretly," Yi Hao thought for a moment and said. "Really?" Hearing Yi Hao's words, Emperor Qianyuan's face unexpectedly revealed a look of joy. He was not happy because Yi Hao lent him a demon emperor to guarantee his safety. It was because if there was a demon emperor powerhouse overseeing the 3 armies, it would definitely boost the morale of the army. At the same time, they would not have to be so afraid of the powerhouses of the broken dynasty. Although the current Qianyuan kingdom could also take out a few demon emperor powerhouses, who would complain about having too many demon emperor powerhouses. "You have already given me the throne, so what if I lend you a peak 10th order demon emperor powerhouse?" Yi Hao planned to lend Huangzhong to Emperor Qianyuan. After all, the Qianyuan kingdom would be his in the future. Whether Emperor Qianyuan could lead the army to war or not, it was related to the future development of the Qianyuan kingdom. He naturally hoped that Emperor Qianyuan could defeat the broken dynasty. Yi Hao believed that with Huang Zhong, a peak 10th order demon emperor powerhouse, there would be very few people in the broken dynasty who could do anything to Emperor Qianyuan. Moreover, with Huang Zhong, there was no need to fear the powerhouses of the broken dynasty. Many thanks. The Heaven Yuan Emperor expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Because as far as he knew, the broken dynasty did have demon emperor powerhouses, and the number was not small, almost double that of the Qianyuan kingdom. However, their general strength was below 5th order demon emperor. Compared to a peak 10th order demon emperor powerhouse, the difference was like heaven and earth. Emperor Qianyuan couldn't help but sigh. If the Qianyuan kingdom had a 10th order demon emperor powerhouse, the Qianyuan kingdom wouldn't be bullied and reduced to its current state. One had to know that although he was the emperor and had supreme power, he saw the Qianyuan kingdom being bullied and humiliated every day, and the country was weakening day by day. Countless people were homeless and homeless. Not to mention cultivation, even food and clothing were a problem. Seeing this scene, the person who felt the most pain was none other than him. Therefore, he dreamed that the Qianyuan kingdom could become stronger. Although Yi Hao wasn't a citizen of the Qianyuan kingdom, he believed that under Yi Hao's leadership, the people of the Qianyuan kingdom shouldn't be bullied anymore. 3 days later, Emperor Qianyuan was ready to set out with 1 million troops towards the border. The entire Qianyuan kingdom didn't move just these 1 million troops. The rest of the regions also received Emperor Qianyuan's troops and were ready to march to the border of the Qianyuan kingdom. It could be said that at this moment, all the forces of the Qianyuan kingdom were ready to set out and meet up with Emperor Qianyuan's army, Huang Zhong. At this moment, in the Qianyuan kingdom's imperial capital, Yi Hao looked at Huang Zhong and son Shangxiang in front of him. This subordinate is here. Huang Zhong respectfully saluted Yi Hao. This time, I want you to protect Emperor Qianyuan and listen to his orders. Yi Hao said to Huang Zhong. After all, he was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Since he promised Emperor Qianyuan to send people to protect him, he naturally had to do it. This subordinate obeys. Huang Zhong received Yi Hao's order and immediately agreed. Since Emperor Qianyuan had already set out, Yi Hao could only directly instruct Huang Zhong, "Good, you may go." Huang Zhong received Yi Hao's order and quickly left the Qianyuan palace, chasing after Emperor Qianyuan. At this moment, in the imperial capital of the Qianyuan kingdom, the emperor of the Qianyuan kingdom was sitting on the dragon throne, reading the news reported by his spies. The civil and military officials in the Great Hall were all looking at the emperor. Duantian frowned slightly as he read the letter. I didn't expect the Qianyuan kingdom to actually dare to accept the challenge this time, Duantian said with some displeasure. After all, what he wanted to see was to subdue the enemy without fighting and obtain the land of the Qianyuan kingdom without expending any effort. Based on the Qianyuan kingdom's character in the past, they definitely wouldn't dare to start a war when they saw that he had sent out tens of millions of troops. Instead, they would take the initiative to seek peace like before. Chapter 899. What is the reason for the Qianyuan kingdom to declare war? Duantian couldn't help but mutter. Something was fishy. This time, the Qianyuan kingdom's style was different from before. He couldn't help but be suspicious. Your Majesty, there is no need to be suspicious. In my humble opinion, the Qianyuan kingdom must have been driven to desperation by us. That's right. Your Majesty has directly asked for a piece of land. The Qianyuan kingdom must have been forced to declare war because they couldn't bear it. However, the Qianyuan kingdom is no match for the soldiers of the Duan dynasty. Since they dared to accept the challenge, we should use this opportunity to eliminate them. Many of the ministers were discussing with a relaxed expression. Obviously, none of them took the Qianyuan kingdom seriously. In the past, the Qianyuan kingdom was comparable to the Duan dynasty. But today, the Duan dynasty's strength was several times stronger than the Qianyuan kingdom. Moreover, the Duan dynasty's army of tens of millions was definitely not a joke when they attacked the Qianyuan kingdom. The Duan dynasty had really sent out an army of 10 million. One must know that Duantianya was determined to eliminate the Qianyuan kingdom. Because of his son's death in the Supreme Demon Forest, he was furious. Although he hadn't found the murderer, his son couldn't die in vain. Therefore, he needed someone to bear the brunt of his anger. The Qianyuan kingdom was the target of his anger. In fact, even if the Qianyuan kingdom took the initiative to give up a piece of land, he wouldn't let it go. He would continue to threaten the Qianyuan kingdom until he eliminated the Qianyuan kingdom. Since the Qianyuan kingdom dares to declare war, I will let you know what despair is. Duantianya obviously agreed with the ministers. He concluded that the Qianyuan kingdom was driven to desperation. Send me 3 demon emperors and take Emperor Qianyuan's head. I want the Qianyuan kingdom's army to be in chaos before the battle even start. Duantianya had a total of 8 demon emperors. Therefore, he could afford to send 3 demon emperors. Moreover, if he could use 3 demon emperors to kill Emperor Qianyuan, it would be worth it. Your Majesty, isn't it a bit wasteful to send 3 devil emperors? A minister stood out and said. There were only 4 demon emperors in the Qianyuan kingdom. They were the dean of the Qianyuan Academy and the heads of the 3 divisions. Not long ago, they had received news that the Heavenly Yuan Academy's headmaster had been killed. As for the heads of the 3 divisions, they were not by Emperor Qianyuan's side. Therefore, in their opinion, if they wanted to kill Emperor Qianyuan, sending a demon emperor would be enough. No, I don't lack people. I really want Emperor Qianyuan to feel despair, Duantian Cliff said with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing the words of the Heaven's End Cliff, the ministers could not help but cry out in unison. When will the heads of the 3 divisions arrive? Emperor Qianyuan asked without raising his head as he sat on his dragon throne and looked at the map in front of him. In just a few short days, Emperor Qianyuan's appearance had changed a lot, and his face had become a lot uglier. At this moment, Emperor Qianyuan's heart was crushed by a mountain. After all, the Duan dynasty was much stronger than the Qianyuan kingdom. He had to admit this point. Your Majesty, the heads of the 3 divisions have not moved yet. The spy carefully looked at Emperor Qianyuan and said, What? Do they want to rebel? Hearing the spy's words, Emperor Qianyuan suddenly raised his head, his face showing anger. Cough cough. Emperor Qianyuan's face was full of anxiety. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. Your Majesty, be careful of the dragon body. The spy saw Emperor Qianyuan coughing violently and hurriedly said worriedly, No matter, give me an urgent ultimatum. Tell the 3 divisions to move quickly. Otherwise, they will be punished for disobeying the imperial decree. Emperor Qianyuan waved his hand and could not help but give the ultimatum. Because now that the arrow was on the bow, there was no way out. If the 1 million troops he led did not have the help of the 3 divisions, without a doubt, they would be attacked by the Duan dynasty's army. When the time came, they would be eaten up by the Duan dynasty's army. Who is it? Stop. Not good. There are assassins. At this moment, the dragon carriage suddenly stopped and the guards in front of it cried out in alarm. Quickly protect His Majesty. At this moment, 3 figures appeared outside. These 3 people walked among the thousands of troops as if they were walking on flat ground, as if there was no one around. As long as the 3 of them passed by a place, there would be a group of soldiers who would die an unnatural death. Not good, Your Majesty. There are 3 experts attacking here. Your Majesty, please retreat first. Zhong Nianwei anxiously walked to the side of the dragon carriage and said anxiously, Retreat. Is there anyone who can retreat? Sigh, I didn't expect the Qianyuan kingdom to be so weak. They don't even have anyone who can fight. I really don't know what His Majesty is thinking. To kill such a trashy emperor and send the 3 of us together. These 3 people were naturally from the Duan dynasty. They were sent by the Duan Tian Cliff to assassinate Emperor Qianyuan. At this moment, the 3 of them walked to the side of the dragon carriage and said with disdain, Oh no. When Zhong Nianwei saw this scene, his face turned ashen. He could feel the dangerous aura from these 3 people. He clearly knew that he was no match for them. However, the duty of the imperial guards was to protect Emperor Qianyuan even at the cost of their lives. Therefore, even if they were to die, they would die in front of Emperor Tianyuan. Zhong Nianwei steadied his trembling heart and said, "Everyone, listen up. Fight to the death to protect His Majesty." Ha, a bunch of ants who don't know what's good for them. Zhong Nianwei's words naturally attracted the attention of the three demon emperors. The three demon emperors looked at Zhong Nianwei with disdain. "Kill!" Zhong Nianwei shouted and wanted to lead his men to fight to the death. At the same time, he didn't forget to say to Emperor Tianyuan, "Your Majesty, let us hold them back for a moment. Your Majesty, run." At this moment, Emperor Tianyuan didn't panic at all. Instead, he said to Zhong Nianwei, "All of you, stand down." "Your Majesty." Zhong Nianwei looked at Emperor Tianyuan in confusion. The many guards couldn't help but stop. Their hearts were also filled with confusion. "You know what's good for you. You know that they're going to die anyway. Since that's the case, we'll give you a quick death." One of the demon emperors looked at Emperor Tianyuan and said with a smile, "You were sent by the Duan Tian Cliff." Emperor Tianyuan looked at the three of them. There was no panic in his eyes as he asked calmly, "Seeing that you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. We were sent by His Majesty to kill you. You can die in peace now. Is that so? Are you so confident that you can kill me?" Emperor Tianyuan looked at the three of them and asked with a smile. Chapter 900. The three demon emperors looked around vigilantly, but they didn't find the slightest trace of an expert's aura. However, looking at Emperor Tianyuan's calm face, they felt uneasy. Pretending to be mysterious, "Kill him first." One of the demon emperors suddenly spoke. As soon as the demon emperor's voice fell, he sent out a palm with a powerful force. Suddenly, the entire dragon carriage trembled violently. "Protect His Majesty." Seeing this scene, Zhong Nianwei shouted with an ashen face, "Huang Zhong is here to protect His Majesty under the orders of my lord. Who dares to act rashly?" At this time, there was a violent roar. Swoosh tilde as this voice fell, an arrow pierced through the sky and shot directly between the eyebrows of the demon emperor who attacked Emperor Tianyuan. And this demon emperor was still in an attacking posture. Bang! The demon emperor's body fell back, splashing a cloud of dust. The demon emperor's eyes were open, proving that he died with grievances. Because he didn't know what happened, he had already lost his life. Silence. The whole battlefield fell silent in an instant, and everyone looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. This was a demon emperor expert, and he died just like that. Ha ha ha, I said that Tianyuan must have an expert protecting it. Zhong Nianwei saw this scene and instantly understood why Emperor Tianyuan was so calm. The panic on Zhong Nianwei's face disappeared immediately, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly at this moment. "Protect His Majesty." Following Zhong Nianwei's order, many soldiers immediately rushed to Emperor Tianyuan's side. But at this moment, every soldier's face was full of smiles. The remaining two demon emperors saw that one of their companions had died at this moment, and at this moment, their faces changed dramatically. How is this possible? How can Tianyuan have such an expert? One of the demon emperors looked at Emperor Tianyuan with a face full of horror, and at the same time, looked around vigilantly. To be able to kill a third-order demon emperor so easily without him noticing, the person must be a seventh-order demon emperor at the very least. However, even in the Broken Dynasty, there was only one seventh-order demon emperor realm expert. The Broken Dynasty only had one ancestor whose strength was at the seventh-order demon emperor realm, and he was the #1 expert in the Broken Dynasty. It was because of this person that the Broken Dynasty was able to grow stronger and stronger. As far as they knew, the Tianyuan kingdom had no other demon emperors other than the masters of the three divisions. However, the one who acted just now was definitely a devil emperor powerhouse. Could it be that the Tianyuan kingdom is deliberately hiding their strength? The two of them suddenly thought of something. They were clear that if the Tianyuan kingdom really had a seventh-order demon emperor or above, then it wouldn't be easy for the Duan dynasty to annihilate the Tianyuan kingdom. "We can't stay here any longer. Let's retreat first," another demon emperor hurriedly said as he looked at the corpse of his comrade on the ground. The two demon emperors nodded at the same time and were about to leave. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, a figure blocked their path. There was a bow on this person's back. Although this person didn't emit any aura of power, looking at the arrow on this person's back, looking at the arrow in the forehead of the dead demon emperor, everyone naturally recognized that this person was the one who had acted just now. Gulp. The two demon emperors looked at Huang Zhong and involuntarily swallowed their saliva. They took half a step back in fear. "You, who are you?" one of the demon emperors asked in a trembling voice as he looked at Huang Zhong. One had to know that the Broken Dynasty had been coveting the Qianyuan kingdom for a long time. Therefore, the Broken Dynasty had thoroughly investigated the Qianyuan kingdom's experts. However, no matter how hard the two demon emperors searched their memories, they couldn't find any information about Huang Zhong. However, according to Huang Zhong's strength, he shouldn't be unknown. Dead people don't have the qualifications to know the answer. Huang Zhong's voice fell, and his figure suddenly moved. The two demon emperors couldn't help but frown. They obviously didn't expect that Huang Zhong would make a move just like that. He didn't even give them a chance to speak. "Fight it out with him," one of the demon emperors couldn't help but say in a low voice. "Kill." The other demon emperor also made a posture of perishing together. "Sir, be careful." Seeing the two demon emperors going all out at the same time, they couldn't help but exclaim. The powerful force emitted from their bodies couldn't help but make people tremble in fear. All the soldiers couldn't help but retreat. This was because with their cultivation, they simply couldn't withstand the power of a demon emperor, even if it was just the power emitted. However, the soldiers of the Qianyuan kingdom couldn't help but worry for Huang Zhong and didn't forget to remind him. One had to know that when they saw the three demon emperors appear, they already felt despair. They thought that they were going to die without a doubt. What they didn't expect was that at the last moment, Huang Zhong actually appeared. This undoubtedly brought them hope. Therefore, at this moment, Huang Zhong had clearly become the spiritual pillar in their heart. "You guys aren't worthy of fighting with me." Looking at the two demon emperors who were rushing towards him with a desperate posture, Huang Zhong's face revealed a look of disdain. Huang Zhong immediately attacked the two of them. In an instant, he grabbed their necks with both hands. How was this possible? When everyone saw this scene, everyone was completely boiling. Each of them was so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the two demon emperors and couldn't help but doubt in their hearts. Were these really powerful demon emperors? At this moment, why were they like little chicks in Huang Zhong's hands? Although the two demon emperors couldn't say a word, their eyes were filled with fear. They obviously didn't expect Huang Zhong to be so much stronger than they imagined. "Die." Huang Zhong's voice sank. Ignoring the two's struggle, his hands suddenly exerted force. "Catcher! Catcher!" Only two crisp sounds of bones breaking could be heard. The necks of the two demon emperors were completely crushed. Dead. Therefore, the soldiers looked at Huang Zhong in shock. They saw Huang Zhong directly throw the two corpses in his hands out. These were demon emperor powerhouses. They were so easily crushed by Huang Zhong. How could they not be shocked? At this moment, all of Huang Zhong's eyes were filled with worship. This was a powerhouse. They believed that with Huang Zhong's existence, their battle against the Duan dynasty would definitely be much safer. At least they didn't have to be afraid of the Duan dynasty's demon emperors. Huang Zhong didn't kneel to Emperor Qianyuan. He only bowed and cupped his fists. "Huang Zhong came late to save you. Your Majesty, please punish me." Ha ha ha, he really didn't go back on his words. "Lord Huang Zhong, quickly get up. I want to thank Lord Huang Zhong for saving my life. How would I dare to punish Lord Huang Zhong?" Emperor Qianyuan also recovered from Huang Zhong's strength and couldn't help but smile at Huang Zhong. "Your Majesty, this is the secret letter that my lord asked me to pass to you. Your Majesty, please read it." Huang Zhong took out a letter and handed it to Emperor Qianyuan. Chapter 901. Qianyuan was curious about what was written in Yi Hao's secret letter. Emperor Qianyuan glanced at the soldiers guarding him and said, "All of you, stand down." When the soldiers heard Emperor Tianyuan's words, they all tactfully retreated. Emperor Tianyuan then opened the secret letter. After reading it, he couldn't help but be shocked. This kid is so quick-witted. He actually predicted this. Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but exclaim. After reading the secret letter, Emperor Tianyuan immediately called Zhong Nianwei over. Do this for me. After listening to Emperor Tianyuan's instructions, Zhong Nianwei immediately nodded. Whether or not we can defeat Duan dynasty this time depends on whether this works. Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but mutter to himself as he watched Zhong Nianwei leave. In Tianyuan's palace, Zhao Linge looked at Yi Hao with a worried expression and asked, Yi Hao, do you think my father will be able to return safely this time? Yi Hao drank the tea in his hand and didn't answer Zhao Linge. Instead, he said without any reason, It's coming. It's coming. What's coming? Hearing Yi Hao's nonsensical answer, Zhao Linge was even more confused. Kill them. At this moment, a low voice came from outside the courtyard. Who dares to barge into the third princess's palace? Do they not want to live anymore? Not good. Quickly inform the third princess and the prince consort that someone is barging in. There's no need to inform them. All of you will die today. None of you will be able to escape. Only noises could be heard coming from outside. Zhao Linge couldn't help but frown. Who dares to cause trouble in the palace? If it's not your eldest sister, then it's your second sister, Yi Hao answered. They are actually so bold, daring to make a move in the palace. Are they trying to rebel? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhao Linge couldn't help but become angry. But at the same time, he looked at Yi Hao in shock and thought of what Yi Hao had said at the beginning. She couldn't help but wonder if Yi Hao had known from the start that someone would come. Now that your father is personally leading the army, this is the best opportunity for the two of them. They definitely won't miss it. Yi Hao looked at Zhao Linge and replied. Zhao Linge frowned. He was still unwilling to believe that the first and second princesses would dare to rebel. Let's go out and take a look. Yi Hao pulled Zhao Linge and walked out of the courtyard. When Zhao Linge heard the noise outside disappear, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What a beautiful woman. Once out of the courtyard, Zhao Linge was stunned by the scene in front of him. At the same time, he looked at Sun Shangxiang and couldn't help but praise her. In the alley outside the courtyard, there were close to 100 people kneeling or prostrating on the ground. Among them were her guards, as well as some guards dressed in black. But at this moment, all of them were prostrating on the ground with ugly expressions on their faces. And in this group of people, there was a beautiful and explosive beauty standing proudly. Greetings, my lord. Sun Shangxiang quickly bowed when she saw Yi Hao. Millimeter. Yi Hao waved his hand, indicating that Sun Shangxiang didn't need to be so polite. My lord. This beauty is actually your subordinate. When Zhao Linge heard Sun Shangxiang's words, he couldn't help but look at Yi Hao in surprise. What's her cultivation? Why do I feel that she's very strong? Zhao Linge looked at Sun Shangxiang and asked Yi Hao at the same time. Peak of the 10th Order Demon Emperor. Yi Hao didn't hide anything from Zhao Linge. Demon Emperor. Peak of the 10th Order Demon Emperor. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhao Linge couldn't help but gasp in shock. She really didn't expect that such a beautiful woman like Sun Shangxiang's cultivation would be so strong. When the black-clothed men on the ground heard Yi Hao's words, their faces turned ashen. Speak, who are you? Who sent you? Zhao Linge walked in front of one of the black-clothed men and asked, Chimph, you want to know? Wishful thinking. The black-clothed man couldn't help but snort coldly and turned his head to the side. You're really not going to speak? Zhao Linge couldn't help but frown as he looked at the black-clothed man. Right now, she was also very anxious to know if these black-clothed men were her two elder sisters' men. If they were, whose men were they? Chimph, at most, we'll just die. Even if you kill us, we won't say anything. The black-clothed man snorted coldly and stubbornly turned his head to the side. The rest of the black-clothed men didn't say anything either. It was obvious that none of them were afraid of death. Haha, you guys should know that sometimes, death is just a desire. Seeing the black-clothed men's stubborn expressions, Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. Sun Shangxiang, do it. Yi Hao ordered Sun Shangxiang. After receiving Yi Hao's order, Sun Shangxiang immediately understood. A dagger appeared in her hand and she walked to the side of one of the black-clothed men. Sun Shangxiang waved the dagger in her hand. Ah! It hurts. The black-clothed man immediately let out a painful scream. The black-clothed man desperately tried to struggle, but under Sun Shangxiang's powerful suppression, he couldn't struggle at all. At the same time, even if he wanted to kill himself, he couldn't do it. The rest of the black-clothed men looked at this scene in fear. After a while, thousands of medium-sized wounds appeared on the black-clothed man's body. At this moment, those wounds were also bleeding non-stop. The black-clothed man felt extreme pain all over his body. He didn't even dare to struggle anymore. This was because the moment he moved, countless wounds would appear all over his body. I beg you, please give me a painful death. The black-clothed man had no choice but to look at Yi Hao for help. Don't worry, you won't die in the short term. Based on the speed of bleeding from these wounds, you can live for at least 2 more hours. Cherish it. No, kill me. Hearing Yi Hao say that he still had 2 more hours before he died, the black-clothed man quickly begged for mercy. Not to mention 2 more hours, the countless wounds on his body were causing him pain. He couldn't even live for 1 more second. Are you going to tell me who sent you or not? Yi Hao couldn't help but ask in a low voice as he looked at the black-clothed man's miserable state. I'll tell you, it's the second princess. The black-clothed man couldn't take it anymore and blurted out. What? It's really the second royal sister. Zhao Ling-er's expression turned ugly when she heard the black-clothed man's words. Kill them all. Yi Hao finished speaking and pulled Zhao Ling-er away. When Sun Shangxiang received Yi Hao's order, the energy in her body trembled. In an instant, all the black-clothed men were killed. But everyone's faces were brimming with satisfaction, especially the black-clothed man who had endured thousands of cuts. That was the feeling of being cut into pieces. Only after experiencing it did they realize that sometimes, death wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was to live a life worse than death. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.